I don't think that was really helpful. But what do you think, Blue?
Well, it's showtime.
And one thing, what has to be emphasized, of course, is that a water level is not a tool for establishing a horizontal. It is a tool for measuring 2 points being level. And I think Blue's also been good on this.
I thought that was a good
if you want to use it to establish a horizontal, but it's not going to be a horizontal at either of the 2 pot ends, it's going to be in the middle, you then have to use another tool to manufacture a line, to manufacture the horizontal. You have to use through a camera or some other device to generate the horizontal, because the level doesn't. It just gives you 2 points that are at the same elevation, and that's it.
Yeah, well,
no horizontal involved.
Well, if you connect those 2 points, and you just said this a few moments ago, you do establish a horizontal at the midpoint of the 2 points.
Yes, you need another
That's
tool.
kind of the way I felt about
By
it.
itself, you do not get a horizontal. You need another tool. If you want to end up with a horizontal, you then need another tool to do that. Either a telescope or something to look through it.
It's showtime.
Well,
Bev will say 100% of the time that a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. I say, now wait a minute, there is another definition of a water level. It is a device that establishes 2 points of equal elevation. That's what a water level is.
So,
well, yeah, but you're getting a lot wrong, I'm afraid, Charles.
That's kind of the way I felt.
Then don't ask questions if you're not going to listen to the answer.
Okay, well, go ahead, go on. You answer. Well, you just made a claim that just with 2 pots you can determine the horizontal. Tell me how I could do that and then say, right, the horizontal is here in the middle.
I say, now wait a minute.
Between those 2 pots, how I'd do that then. Go ahead.
I thought that was a good idea. So what are we doing today? What are we doing today, Charles?
Proving that Bev is not a flat earther. And I don't think he understands.
Right, exactly.
You don't understand.
And I don't think he understands Bev is not a flat earther.
Right, exactly.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
And I don't think he understands.
So today we got the flat earth man, Charles.
You could not generate a horizontal feature or anything
Why?
just with a water level. You need another tool to use to do that.
Why?
So by itself, it cannot generate a horizontal plane. Right, but then I need a straight thing, don't I? Okay, I chose I let you get out of it by having a straight. Okay, let's not say a shelf. Let's suppose I wanted to put a football. That was midpoint and horizontal between the 2 things. You couldn't do it. I chose a shelf, which of course is a horizontal, is a straight line thing. So if I pick a non-straight line thing, you can't do it.
You know, using water to make a horizontal plane.
Right. That's not possible.
Right. Because Bev is not a flat earther.
Right, exactly.
You don't understand.
I want to put a shelf that's horizontal to those 2 things. How would I do that with just those 2 pots? You can't do it.
You just don't.
They constantly force themselves into denying the idea that you can have an angle between a curve and a straight line, or between 2 curves. Of course you can. That's fundamental in mathematics. There's no fundamental error. We're just simply avoiding being a pedantic prick. That's all.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, sure. Over distance, you see some really strange things. You end up looking down to see something that is at an elevation higher than you are.
Yes, that's exactly what happened in California.
Right, sure, exactly. Lining the tops of the water up in 2 vessels that are 60 feet apart gives you a line which we know is technically horizontal at its that line of sight is technically horizontal. It's showtime.
You don't understand.
Right, exactly.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just don't.
Bev keeps on saying this is a tool to establish a horizontal. It's his favourite phrase, and he uses that probably even more than horizontal level.
No logic, no wisdom, no worry.
The horizontal level. I think it's important to point out that this is wrong.
On your own.
It's not that.
No reason, no logic,
Not
no answers to questions.
And so that's Bev.
You're just on your own.
That's one thing. another point. Verticals are lines and not planes. That's another key thing. Whereas horizontals are planes and not lines.
That's true.
Right, but a vertical plane isn't isn't defined that way. The plane itself is vertical, which means, you know, if you were to draw a line orthogonal to the vertical plane, and then measure the angle to that orthogonal, then you would see that one is horizontal and then the plane itself is vertical. Anyway, so Blue, you want to move on?
Yeah, let's. Well,
I don't think that was really helpful, but what do you think, Blue?
it's showtime.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It's Free for All Friday. So if you want to be coming over and get your last Free for All, this may be the last ever Free for All Friday. It may never even happen ever again, since we're changing in the new year. So come on in. It might be the last chance for, you know, people to come over. Yeah. So all we're going to be going over from today and Sunday is finishing off this year, and so if anybody's got anything to talk about of what they did this year, what they've learned, and where you think we should be going for next year, or where everybody else is going. Because I know where we're going. We've been on a journey for these last few years, and the learning bit's been over, right? I think we've learned as much as we're ever going to learn from this particular arena, and we know enough about it now that we know how to use it, let's say. And for what purpose it is useful for, particularly learning this about the sophists of the world. But yeah, we've had enough of that. So we will be going on to the proof side of it coming up start of next year. It's quite interesting that they've Blue Marble and they've got this professor now that's come with the proof of the globe, mathematical proof of the globe. Because everyone's always been saying proof only exists within mathematics. And luckily enough, Blue Marble Science has sought out a mathematician who's got proof. So the game's changed now, isn't it? There's definitely proof of the globe from a university mathematician. It took us a few years, but we got here at the end. We can now leave this place in the capable hands of university mathematicians. We'll just carry on doing the foundational mathematics like we always have done, and basic logic. I wish Blue Marble and Scholar Source well. I hope that we will be able to have a chat with Alan Parry, the chair of the mathematics department of UVU, he calls it. And we've got some stuff to go over about the Euclid. We call it the triangle axiom. Got a song about that as well.
What some people call it the Veith postulate.
I think that's the mathematicians.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Hey Rob, good day. Have you got anything for us, or how are you doing?
Just living my best life. Got a lot of work to do. But I'm here. Yeah. I got nothing new for you right now.
Yeah, there's been nothing new around this arena. Well, I think I've learned a lot. I know that I've particularly learned a lot of the people that are around here. And I thank everybody for all of their involvement. I even thank people like Fight the Flat Earth for starting this journey for me. Because I think that's what most people do, is you come into this arena and somebody's invited you in somehow. And yeah, I think I thank Fight the Flat Earth because I've met some great people in this arena. And yeah, I don't think I'd be where I am right now if it weren't for that sort of stuff. So, but I mean, there's got to be a time when we've learned as much as we can. We know that the people that you should be talking to are unable to communicate. They're I'd say weak. People like Alan Parry, the teacher. He's a university lecturer, the chair of the mathematics department, but he's incapable of having a conversation with us. He needs to talk to Blue Marble Science and other people in YouTube, like YouTube trolls, really. The ones that tell him not to come and talk to us. And can you imagine that? A university lecturer of mathematics being told to not come to a group of adults to help them get inspired about mathematics. Pretty weak, if you ask me. But that's the arena that we're in. That's what we've learned about this entire arena. Groups of adults who are incapable of communicating. And they blame it on us. But, I mean, it's quite obvious. We're here for conversation. We're not trying to shut down conversation, like some people. And yeah, so starting off next year, we're going to actually move into the proof arena. You think we're doing a little bit of mathematics here? Well, no, not even started it. We were just dealing with conversation and communication. If anybody wants to know anything about proof, well, we've always been talking about it, and you should know that most people can't talk about it. The people that we've been talking to aren't capable of having a proof. In fact, one of the things that got said was that you can't have proof. You're not allowed to have proof. And that's
there are no proofs.
Yeah, we've heard. That's 2023 thinking, or call it modern mathematics. The one where you can imagine you've got rid of all of the Euclidean axioms, but then continue to use them as though you're unaware of what they actually are. That's what I find fascinating. And, that's what I'd like this... the chair of the mathematics department to come and try and explain just the basics as to why the Euclidean axioms don't apply. Because it's all right saying they don't apply to certain shapes, but that doesn't mean anything. We're talking about reality. We're not talking about particular shapes of things. But some people, I guess some people are, or some people have to. And some people also have to misrepresent us. Namely, Blue Marble Science and his friends. The ones that are talking to the university professor to try and convince him to not bother coming talking to us. I think that's because, you know, the Blue Marble's got a YouTube channel and he likes to have all of this spherical pie sort of stuff exclusive to the Blue Marble Science channel.
But he never brought it up in the video he went, like the video he did with Scholar Sauce.
He never brought
That I remember
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's embarrassed or he didn't want to embarrass the professor, right? By showing him that he knows more than he does about it. I mean, as far as I know, Blue Marble is the leading expert. It is one of the necessary consequences of the dogmatic globe for them to have pi be different somehow.
Yeah, they definitely, all they talked about was pi and Euclidean geometry. When we were going over it, I was like, I don't understand what the problem was.
Yeah, he kept talking about Euclidean stuff, which we all know. I mean, and then Blue Marble tried to pretend that that's what he was talking about, which obviously isn't, because we do understand the Euclidean stuff. I don't think he made it clear to the professor, the university professor, what exactly he was doing, and because I suppose he has to be falsifying Euclid, really. We did say that a fair bit ago, didn't we? So, if anybody does want to come and talk about it, I know none of the Globe guys can actually talk about it, and none of the regulars. Blue Marble Science, although he made a brave effort to pretend he was coming over and trying to get in here, he I don't think he actually wanted to come over and have a chat. Anyway. But if anybody does want to come over and talk about any of this mathematics stuff, I know it gets a little bit too much for actual conversation for people. But I mean, there are university professors that do want to talk about it to other people. Like Blue Marble doesn't want to come and talk to this about to us about this, and the university professor doesn't want to come and talk about this to us, but they do want to go to each other and talk about us to each other.
Yeah,
which is childish.
It's a bit crazy. I said it, I think last night or night before. I mean, we've had Matthew came around, Flat Earth Charles came around. Like, these guys are teachers, they're professors, whatever. But this guy can't manage. But hey, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, you're just gonna. Well, we can carry on talking about the proofs that we have, which one of the things I'd like to talk to this professor about. I think it'd be a good idea anyway to get somebody like Edbeth, let's say, to go over the test, because he's never really gone through that process, right? Has taken him through step by step, and it would be good to do that with the this professor, along with Edbeth. I think I like it, the idea of that, because then you get to see, you know, how just the common man can interpret something, and how that changes to the, you know, educated professor. See the difference between the two.
Yeah, there's been some things we haven't like been able to go through with people. Is it the 12?
Yeah.
You know, to see how far you can make it through, and then I mean we've got the 3, but we've only done that once or twice.
Yeah, well,
Physics.
that's next year.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are plenty of proofs within reality that, you know, we can talk about, and there's plenty of stuff that we actually haven't talked about within, you know, the live streams. That's why we keep saying come into the Discord, because there's some different things that go on within the Discord. So if you do want to come in and go over that, but we will be going over what we call the Realising Euclid. It's not just one test. It's a sort of, well, it's like, because the way Euclid works, it's like a logical system. Then the Realising Euclid is also based on the similar sort of thing. So the idea is that you go through a similar sort of process that you do when doing the Euclid work. So it sort of prepares you, and it sort of backs up Euclid with a connection to reality, which is obviously why these guys find it a little bit of a problem, because the linking of mathematics with reality is there's something they can't have, because like we said before, Kevin said, they've admitted there are no proofs, but there are proofs within mathematics. So what this scholar source has been invited into by Blue Marble Science is an arena where he's been told he can't use any of his mathematical proofs. Or I don't know whether he has been told that or not. He might have only been told part of the story, that he can't actually use any mathematical proof within his statements. Or I don't know.
Or at least you can't tie those mathematical proofs, if you claim to have them, to reality, right? Because there are no proofs in reality.
Well, yeah, that's why we have the Realising Euclid, so you can see the mathematical link between
Exactly.
his proofs and reality. Where if Scholar Source were to come and talk to us, I think he may agree, but I don't think he's going to be allowed to, because the Blue Marble squad, the Blue Marble scientists, aren't going to want to let him do that, because he's on a different team now.
Well, how does a like a head of the math department at a university get be dictated by a YouTube character?
Well, it might have more pull than you realise. Blue Marble Science, you know. I think he's in with that Jonah the Scientist, isn't he?
If you're new to the arena as well, I mean, you have to, you have to bow to the people that have been in the arena longer than you have, right? I mean,
Oh,
you just
it's
can't
like-
you can't go with just reality and what you know, what you can prove. You can't just go with that. You have to defer to, well, in this particular arena, who's the top dogs? Well, I
That's
can't
it.
overshadow them, right?
Flat Earth society, right? You've got to make sure you're on board with all of those guys before you.
Absolutely,
And I
and
think
especially in
that-
academia.
Yeah, I think he's got a few more subs. I mean, I think he
Yeah.
had 500 subs. He's got
Good for him.
569 subs now. So obviously, Blue Marbles worked a bit of magic for him, and it's paying off.
Yeah, but I think that's inherent in academia anyway. For those who have been around academia, probably would sound familiar that, you don't challenge people that are, well, let's put it this way: you don't tend to grow in your career or advance in your career if you challenge the people that are higher up, people that have been published more times than you, people who are chairs of a department versus deans versus presidents of a university. Like there's a strict hierarchy that you have to adhere to in academia. You can't just there's you used to think, especially in America, I think, or in the West in general, like you used to be able to think that universities were, hotbeds of critical thinking, and you could challenge anybody with anything, like ask any questions, challenge everything. But no, you can't do that in universities anymore.
It just came to me then. Where's the seismometer? Where did that
Didn't
go
we
to?
hear it was University of Tennessee, wasn't it?
Oh, was it? Not
That's
wasn't.
that's what I thought.
UVU.
Knox. No, it was in no. Whoa.
Thought it was Tennessee at Knoxville. No,
Yeah, UT.
UT. Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. I was just wondering whether there's a connection there, or maybe just the Mormon Brotherhood. I don't know.
So that's entirely possible. I don't know. I can't speak for that.
Well, I mean, that is a connection, right? Because he might the link between the mathematical proofs and reality, balls in a shed, right? That's Blue Marble Science. He does the real, and this guy from the mathematics teacher, he's the mathematics part, the proof. So Blue Marble's teamed up with a good guy. I wish them well. It should be quite good. Well, I don't know. But yeah, I think they should be working together. And hopefully, we can get these proofs out, because like we do have a proof of the dogmatic globe too. And this guy's obviously got a proof. He said so. He measured a triangle, I think. Charles has done that also. He's measured a triangle. With more, and Blue was talking about it, about, surveyors that have measured triangles with more as well. More, say more,
More than zero.
Yeah, triangles of more than a positive. I think that's what he called it, didn't he? Blue called it a positive triangle. Yeah. It has to be positive, doesn't it, in order for it to be a triangle? And since Blue Marble has told himself that a triangle with 180 degrees is a point, then it's got to be different than that. I think it's good that, eventually, after all of this time, that they have finally got somebody to, do the job of George, really. I think, wasn't George the mathematician equation guy? God rest his soul.
Don't ask me how. I just went to my Gmail. I had a message from Discord. I clicked on view messages and it brought me into Discord. So your guess is as good as mine. What's going on with here or there? I have no idea. How's it going, guys?
Hey, John. Blue's in the live chat, Bev. I know you're playing, so let me read. Yeah. Big Blue says, "What in the world would make you idiots think anyone other than YouTube can tell Alan what he's allowed to publish? You're delusional." I'm not sure we said what he can publish or not.
Say that. What's he talking about?
Sometimes people have selective hearing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, if he was talking about what I was talking about, I do know a thing or two about academia, and you definitely take your career into your hands if you challenge those above you in the on the ladder in academia. Blue, do you have any idea about that? Does that sound familiar to you? Because been around many people working in universities, know them, know other people in other universities, and that's exactly what they tell me. You have to be very careful because it's a very hierarchical organization. It happens in academia, but it happens in corporate America as well. I mean, you don't always want to challenge your boss, but especially in universities, you would think, yeah, this is a place where we can question anything, critical thinking. We could toss around ideas. Doesn't matter. Let's have a conversation. But I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, Blue backed him up last night when he said he'd measured a triangle. Then Blue backed him up and said that other people had it also. I don't think Blue has. And actually, the best thing, Blue, was when you told him about the reciprocal zenith angles. Because that's how we prove the dogmatic globe too. Except ours comes at the end of a series of arguments. Proofs, if you will. But mainly arguments in different forms. There's a few arguments that we've got laid out, and the end argument is the reciprocal rumpus pole sightings, or you may call it the reciprocal zenith angles, or the reciprocal equipotential angles of adjustment. He come back? Is he's all right? You'll have to watch out, guys, because he might consider that as an attack. You replying to one of his comments, he might get
Possible.
all offended at that sort of stuff.
Well, I'm sorry, Blue. If that's okay, I apologize.
Is Blue joining today?
Yeah, I don't think so. Well, he may join and then go away and join and go away again. Yeah.
At least he can show everyone, right, that he's joined the server. And he's like, look, I did join. And they're all like, well done, Blue. You know, that's 10 points on the list there for you. Very brave. Did we ever get an answer about how we're always welcome? I think that was something that was said, Blue. Is that still true, that we are always welcome at the Blue Marble Science server? Because that was Betty that told me that. And I don't know whether that's true or not, because I still haven't had a reply from you yet, Blue. I just keep getting strange messages in DMs, which you'll probably be deleting now. I don't know what else is there. What else have we been going over? it's like there's that much stuff that we go over that I'm struggling to work out. You know, I'd like to talk to like Blue Marble Science and this scholar source about stuff, but it seems like they're a little bit, you know, they only communicate through YouTube messages, and that's not even scholar source. He only communicates with, you know, his friends. It does seem that people are upset. There's an old thread that somebody keeps bringing up on Discord, on YouTube, where Beddy said about... what did he say? He said it about... Let me get it. He said it about where we said... surveyors, all surveyors use plane surveying techniques. And Betty said, no. Wrong. In fact, I'll get this as a... I'll put it in Discord and then I'll have to swap the thing over. Well... Chat amongst yourselves. Right, let me get this. There you go. He does this a lot, Beddy. He like quotes things that you say, and then he replies to it. So there's a clip there. You can see. You can, you know, click the thing, go to the video, see where I said it. I say all surveyors use plane surveying techniques. He says wrong. Just wrong.
Wrong.
Yeah, wrong. Some surveyors are geodetic surveyors, he says. He assumes that geodetic surveyors don't use plane surveying techniques. Well, they do. So, I don't know what he's saying, why he's just saying no. He's put no geodetic surveyors use plane surveying techniques. He'd need to find a geodetic surveyor and find that they don't use plane surveying techniques. But like I said, I'm quite proud of the fact that I have a certificate that states land surveying, because it seems that as soon as I'd done that, they changed it to geodetic surveying. The whole thing. So everybody now is a geodetic surveyor. And they all use plane surveying techniques. There's no different groups of surveyors. That's been a fallacy that's gone on around this arena by the people that are in this arena. It keeps the false dichotomy going. Because if you can imagine that there's some different sort of surveyors, some that do one job and some that do another, then you can imagine that there's a difference.
Oh, I'm assuming that when you go sign up for a surveying course, the first question they'll ask you is, if you want to be a geodetic surveyor or a plane surveyor?
No. No, it's all encompassed in geodetic surveying.
I get it.
Because like I say, when I did it, it was land surveying, because that's what you do. You survey the land. But that sounds too much like plane surveying, doesn't it? For, you know, a ridiculous argument. You couldn't You couldn't tell a difference between the land here and the land over there. There is no difference, is there? It's just the land that gets surveyed, which is what all anybody ever does anyway. Just that you're allowed to believe some sort of difference. That it's relative to something different. I don't know. I don't know what the idea is and why people imagine there's some sort of strange. Well, yeah. It turns out that one of the people that also brought me into this arena, or the person that I was brought into this arena to go and find Jesse Kozlowski, I only got to talk to him once and then he's gone. He left. The other guy, who may or may not live in Maine, went on a YouTube channel called McToon to talk to us. Which coincidentally was set up by a guy called Cleary, who wasn't actually there for the debate. It's weird, he didn't get a connection. So it's almost as if I got took over there to McToon and talk with McToon and Jeff about a method that nobody else has ever wanted to talk about. Conversation gets shut down far too quickly from now on, ever since then. Working out a logical process. Remember that back in, like the early years, when we're trying to design a test of how would you prove a straight line. Of all of the brains of the people within this arena, all of that sort of stuff, the blue marble sciences and the beddies, the logicians. Now we've got this mathematician involved in it as well. And all we have to do is prove a straight line. Because surely you'd need a straight line to start off with to be able to measure some sort of a deviation from the straight. The straight becomes the relative thing that you start off with.
That should be obvious to most people.
So how do you prove straight?
Straight in the air? What are you talking about?
Exactly.
I mean,
how do you prove straight to start off with?
You could only do it the way you did it, by using a water level.
Can't be the only way, right?
Well, I think that would have to be your starting point. I don't know what a plumb bob.
Ooh, don't talk about plumb bobs.
Don't talk about plumb bob.
Don't go there.
Yeah, remember,
Okay.
2 points in any direction, says Bob the science guy in his logic. So we can't talk about plumb bobs because that would bring Bob's 2 points in any direction into question. And also,
I'm not sure.
there's some
understand what the
much
2 point-
better arguments.
When you start talking about plumb bobs and you really start asking questions about it in like a grid system and Cartesian coordinates, man, it's dangerous. Bev's heard it many times. Like you start talking about a Cartesian coordinate system and plumb bobs, and it goes south really quick.
Yeah. Like I said,
lot
we've got
of
a few tests, and there is one we, I say arguments, I call the QED, the demonstratum one. And that one is involving plumb bobs. It's Buster's little, I don't know, you call it Buster's proof or Buster's quandary, right? It's a sort of a mental challenge.
It's a proof for me. I would call it my proof, just because I've experienced it and done it. You know, or no, I shouldn't say done it. Like the field I was working in, job I relied on was the plumb. I mean, that's what the guys used was plumb bobs and theodolites. You know, so for me, it's a proof.
Yeah, I can remember the first time, right? We did logic, and I sort of left everybody a challenge to come up with a logical statement to come back with an if then. And I can remember yours. Yours was like, let me see, if you choose to prove the tilt of a plumb bob, then plumb bobs must be used within the proof.
Yeah. Yeah. If you say plumb bobs aren't parallel, then you must use plumb bobs. You know, I forget exactly how I said it too, but like that was the thing. Like, because the whole reciprocal zenith angles was like the video was titled "Plumb Bobs Not Parallel," but there were no plumb bobs used.
Mm-hmm.
So you start talking about it, and like it just like people get ECV really quick when you discuss it.
How dare you use some logic like that, Buster?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, I think that's the true logic, right? Because you really have to put your mind to work to sort of visualize it in 3D, right? You'll go beyond the one plane, don't you? Because you have to visualize two planes perpendicular to each other. It's a 3D demonstration, if you will.
Yeah.
And it may sound like a little bit we're not telling you the whole thing, but I mean, wait till we
there's
put it all together.
There's a lot more to it, and just like the people using these tools practically, i.e. plumb bobs, you know, like all of the surveying equipment. But yeah, it's very interesting, and it's more interesting to hear someone with a paralogism or or like a bad framework start with, like doing the my model dictates when you ask them questions about it. Just because like I've seen it done, like I know what it is, like I know what it. So it was a proof for me personally. Oh, what was it I said?
Have you ever held a plumb bob that tilted, Buster? Have you ever seen that?
No.
Okay.
But what's crazy about it was, let's see. Kind of lost my train of thought. It'll come back to me.
All right.
Yeah. But the plumb bob and sighting, I mean, you've got these instruments that have a crosshair, and like we've been on and on and on about the horizontal, and it's been good. Like it's been a huge learning process for me. But like the field I've been in, like knowing that, like when you set an instrument up properly, that's what it was, Bev. Remember, if an instrument is set up properly, when will you sight to? If the instrument is set up properly, then when sighting to plumb bob, it will line up.
It should line up with the crosshair, exactly.
And
perfectly.
It does. It does, yeah.
It will. I have no doubt.
Yeah.
Well, what's the longest distance you can do that with? Sighting something in accurately.
What I've seen done, this is what was a penny drop moment for me. Like, now these were short distances. It was a grid system. and they would cite the plumb bobs over anywhere from 70 to like 100 feet. But it was a grid system, you know, like squares. But over so many sightings, it like they went in a 9-mile square, and when it matched up at the other corner, you know, they started one corner, went out. It was a 9-mile, like, I say square, it was more like a rectangle, but when they met up, they were only off by like an inch or two. Like that's amazing. That's
I'd be proud of that.
I talked to the guy and he was super. He should have been proud of it. But yeah,
I could tell you, just working, you know, with smaller, in smaller areas, you know, when I used to do the fabrication work, I did, you know, getting it square within 1/8 of an inch was always acceptable. You know, it was considered good, you know. And for them to do that distance within an inch, oh my God, that's
it's
out of this world.
It is. No, I was, because, well, I would have to go into a whole load of explaining stuff, but like I was there when they met up, and I was like, this is gonna be off by like 30 feet. Like it's gonna be, you know, crazy off, you know, because that was a long distance, you know, to go in that rectangle, and it was like when I was just eyeballing it, it was like dead on, and then I got to talk to the guy, you know, that uses the equipment. And he was you could tell he was proud of it. He was like, we were off, you know, a couple inches, you know. And I was like, dude, it was crazy.
Did you actually watch them do this?
Yeah, it was at my work, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have seen that.
Yeah. I've posted stuff before, but it just kind of like nobody really pays attention. It's too much. I think it's too much of a proof, but you know, whatever. Dangerous. But we can save all that for next year.
Yeah, all the good stuff. The
Yeah.
proof. Right, because we've been on a journey, I suppose. All of us have been on a journey. And these proofs that we've got are, well, I think we hold the proofs now, and it's quite obvious that there's a lot of people that can't have proof. So this sort of stuff isn't for them. They can't have it because they're you know, their high priests, their peers have told them that there are no proofs. Yeah, imagine somebody telling you that you can't have proof.
Well, that kind of begs the question: how could you have proofs in math and not use them in reality and have the same proof?
I know, yeah, that's what I'm fascinated to. One of the things I would like to have a word with this Alan Parry is to let him sort of warn him, really, because I don't think Blue Marbles let him into the full picture. I don't think he's helping him. So yeah, because he's got to relate these mathematical proofs to reality, and that's going to be hard. I'd say that that's what you call a nut sacking. It's on its way. Because I don't think actually he's been allowed, right? Because let's say this guy that's got mathematical proofs, right? He said it. He wrote down the equation. It was within the algebra. It's a proof. But Fight the Flat Earth has said if you try and apply that to science, i.e. surveying, any sort of measurements, measures, that's all part of science. That's within physics. So the moment he tries to apply it, Fight the Flat Earth's going to call him a pseudoscientist. He's going to go from mathematician to pseudoscientist the moment he tries to apply this proof. And that's from Fight the Flat Earth. I mean, I don't know who's higher within this arena. He's the fighting the Flat Earth, and this guy's going to come in and sort of try and apply proof, his mathematical proofs, to an arena that there are no proofs. Don't think Blue Marble Science has told him that. And I don't think there's a lot of people that realise that either. Because that's one of the things that they don't really tell you, isn't it? When you start in this arena, they don't bother telling you that, you may come in here looking for proof or truth, right? And the best way of finding a truth is through proof. But it's took us a while to get them to say it, but they do. They quite openly say now there is no proof. You can't relate that mathematical proof to reality.
Yeah, they definitely don't hide it anymore. It's like, yeah.
Do you reckon that they've told this university professor that, though?
Maybe they're just kind of warming him up to it. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they've just dumped him right in the middle of it, and he said that he does have proof, and now he's going to find out that it's not the sort of proof that he thinks he's got. Feel sorry for him.
Definitely.
And if that's come about because, I talked to him, we saw a video that he did about having triangles with more than 180 degrees. And this is like a snowball, a chain of events that end up happening. That Blue Marbles managed to draw him into an arena where there are no proofs. And where you have to have illogical arguments.
Yeah, this guy assumed that the sigma is greater than pi.
Yeah.
And he subtracted pi from this assumed sigma to be greater than pi. And surprisingly, he had more than 0. Yes, but this is assumption. And this assumption has to be proven. And by assuming this triangle having more and subtracting normal triangle from this greater triangle or spherical triangle is not proving that spherical triangle has more. It is not a proof. He's just making equation operating on assumptions.
Oh, Blue Marble said that somebody's actually measured it, didn't he? He sort of backed him up. So Blue Marble is on his side. So maybe Blue Marble was sort of handing him a link between his proof and reality without actually telling him that he can't link the two. I mean, that's a bit deceitful of Blue Marble Science, really. To be not actually giving this guy, a university professor, the full information about what's going on in this arena.
As we listen to this professor, he said that he has a proof like measuring on the surface of the Earth, the spherical triangle, and he has shown the ball with a drawing of some figure on that ball, and he said that he may do he can do that on the surface of the Earth. So that would be this spherical triangle, like 1,000 kilometers or whatever, with one side 1,000 kilometer or maybe more. And Blue Marble Science then said that they have better measurements. This reciprocal zenith angles are better.
Yeah. Blue's leading him to make these mathematical links, whereas they've been told, the flat Earth's told them. That's pseudoscience. He told all scientists that if they imagine they have proof, then they are pseudoscientists.
Yeah, he did. That's a quote. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. Yep. If you have proof in science, you're a pseudoscientist. Think about that.
This is just inverse thinking, because of course it is completely opposite. So it is just hilarious.
Think of the broken mind that it would take to say something like that. I mean, where is your framework at to make such a claim?
I suspect wrong will, or just yes, because I cannot explain it to myself by being honestly wrong. How can you say that? Because proof is something that we desire. We desire proof to know. So to have knowledge. So if someone is saying that if you have proof and you know, that therefore you are pseudoscientists or maybe wizard, so it's just completely opposite, because in normal times, if you had proof, then you can say that you scientifically proved something, so you are a scientist and you gain knowledge. And someone like wizard or let's say witchcrafter is making some things like alchemy or whatever, and he has some outcome which is of unknown origin, that would be called witchcraft, pseudoscience or whatever, but not science. This is on the opposition. And now we hear that they say that if we are doing what scientists did for thousands of years, now it is pseudoscience. So Aristotle was pseudoscientist, of course. Euclid is pseudoscientist.
Archimedes,
whatever. Pick up anyone.
Yeah.
Lawyers, because of course in court of law you also need to prove something. So they are also pseudoscientists and wizards or frauds.
Well,
everything with logic, connected to logic, is a fraud and pseudo. Not that.
I mean, think about it though. Like science it's like at its base was meant to be acquisition of knowledge. And imagine telling somebody you're trying to acquire knowledge, and i.e. like experiencing something with experiments and all that stuff, and telling them you can't have a proof.
Yeah,
So you
think
can only
that,
have a hypothesis, never a proof. Is that what they're saying?
yeah, they say that they have a guesses of
proofs are
scientific
only
guesses.
within mathematics, and that's obviously where proof exists, right? It's in the same place that mathematics is, in your mind. But you have to demonstrate that proof. You can't just have a proof in your mind. That you have to relate it to a demonstration in reality. So there's always a link between what you comprehend with your vision, your touch and all of that, and this process in your mind that you link the things together to form a proof. but they seem to have. It's like chopping the top of the cave off, Plato's cave. Right? There is no sun. There's no real. Everything's within this fantasy realm, and that you can't link the two of them together. And that's the place that Blue Marbles placed this man.
Yeah.
This is why I say, don't go to surveyors to talk to them about flat Earth or globe Earth. Right? It's no good. Just talk to them about reality, because
What they do.
yeah,
Exactly.
it would be horrible for you to have lived your life doing a job and nobody's made you aware of this internal conflict that there is going on within this arena, right? Everybody's happy in reality. Ignorance is bliss. And the moment you try and inject globe to reality and try and find the proofs within reality, you're going to be struggling, and none more so than surveyors. But this is the other guy. This is the mathematician side of it, right? The mathematician's now being forced to access reality, whereas the surveyor would just need to be, put that link between the two, the bit that forms the proof. He'd already have the proof there.
Big Blue is making two mistakes in one sentence. He says spherical surfaces are not Euclidean, for instance. For instance, a sphere has one surface. So if he's talking about one sphere, he's talking about one surface. A cube has 6 surfaces, but sphere has one surface. And they are Euclidean, of course.
Yeah,
Spheres
I would
are
say
Euclidean.
you could suggest that him saying surfaces, because the number, the unit, and the ratio of that, to way to compare, that's Euclidean. It's set up within Euclidean mathematics. So you've got more than one, Blue. And yet it's spherical triangles. They don't exist. So that's what you're saying, Blue, right? We understand. This is what we've said. They don't actually exist. There is no existence for spherical geometry. It's only in the mind. The only geometry that you can prove anything with is Euclidean, and that's because it's in reality. There's a demonstrable attachment to finding your proofs.
And by the way, if Blue Marble is saying that spherical triangles have internal angles that exceed 180 degrees, this mathematician, this professor, haven't proved this yet. In his channel, on his stream, he hasn't proved this. Just it. So if Blue Marble Science thinks that this professor proved during the stream that spherical triangles have more, he didn't. He didn't prove, because he used fallacy, logical fallacy. So therefore, it is not proven.
But paper, like you watched it too, they only used Euclidean principles. Like I don't even see where the proof was of that, because they only used Euclidean principles when they were talking about anything.
This what they call proof in this stream. This was the final, let's say, calculation. This in brackets sigma minus pi is equals t. That would be this spherical triangle, and it has to be greater than 0. This is what this professor called that it is a proof. But as I said, and I will keep saying that, it is formal logical fallacy. So it cannot be proved because he is begging the question and making circular reasoning because he already assumed that the sigma is greater than pi. So you cannot prove that sigma is greater than pi if you assume that sigma is greater than pi. Because it is circular reasoning, as I say.
Yeah.
That. Yeah.
It still, it was a stolen concept also because they were using Euclidean principles to disprove Euclid. Hey.
Don't think they knew what they were doing. I particularly like to think that he's been led into something by blue marble science that I don't think he's capable of dealing with. This man's a university professor. He's got a job. Right? Why does he need to be dealing with proving the globe for blue marble science? They've got nothing. Blue marble science has got nothing. He never has. Even the people that have pretended to do this have had to leave the arena, like Jesse Kozlowski. And I don't know what they did to George. Poor fella. But yeah, Blue knows what he's inviting people into. He shouldn't have to do this.
Can you hear my mic?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I've had mic problems all day and I was just wondering. Yeah, I mean, looking back at Scholar Source's previous videos, there's nothing about flat Earth. All right, he's spherically minded, but there was no, confrontation with any flat Earth subject, as far as I can see, up to the point that you went over his 180-degree triangle
somebody
video.
told him we were flat
so
earthers when we're not.
Yeah, and I can only think that Blue Marble thought, "Ooh," and then got in touch with him, and he's triggered him into it because now he's the face. Scholar Source is now the face of this situation. That he, I can only think he never thought this is the argument he was going to have. I mean, I don't think he was thinking, "I'm going to take these guys on." He's obviously been, wound up into this position, and now he's got to take the flak and face it. But he's just released 2 more videos on the Vuth postulate.
Yeah.
And you should really go over them.
I will be. Yes, I will be.
They're
going
incredible.
over them, but we're finishing this year off, and that's very much for next year because that's what I'm most interested in. That is my my passion. Really, is that what he's doing there?
It does kind of focus more on how he explains this comes about. And it's I just find it even more incredible than what I've heard so far. But it's a strange place. Yeah, no, I said last night, I think he should have the professional respect and to come and speak to you. He's been put up as the person destroying you, or destroying this channel. So and he hasn't even spoken to anybody here. So it makes sense that he's like I say, the truth doesn't need hiding, does it? If he's got the truth, and he could come and have the conversation. He doesn't need to go through Blue. You don't need to hear Blue's version of it. He's quite welcome to come, and it would be an adult thing to do, I think.
Yes, but there's a lot of that's been going on, and there's a lot of people that seem unable to communicate.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested in what's going on in his mind, whether he's being put off doing that. I don't. It doesn't seem that kind of guy who's too shy to come forward and speak about it. I mean, he's in the crosshairs now of this this kind of argument, really. And it's not Blue Marble. Blue Marble's got no focus on him, has he? Stolosaurus is now the man.
Yeah, but I mean, we
he's
know
pushed
that
forward.
Blue Marble Science has got nothing. His entire channel is just him sort of pointing at people and titling it about other videos that other people do. That's all Blue Marble does. So Blue Marble's got no proof. They've told us that. Like the Flat Earth, their head guru guy put it out that, you know, scientists are pseudoscientists if they have proof or even mention proof. So, yeah, I don't know whether he's been told that. Let me see if I can find it so we can get it here on the...
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, FTFE and Jeranism have had a cozy little sit down with a little debate they had. I listened to a little bit of it. That seemed quite
Yeah, that was very friendly,
quite affable,
wasn't it?
and yeah, and FTFE even supported Jeran in this kind of in the Netflix debacle that you know, that video Beyond the Curve. And he said, you know, I stand behind Jeran and that he's stitched up kind of thing. You know, that's a big move, you know, because they've been saying interesting for a long time.
Yeah.
And poking fun at Jeran. So now, yeah, that was interesting listening to that. Thinking, oh, they're good buddies.
So I've
and
just
from
put
what
it,
I
I've just
heard,
put it
you know,
in the chat there, right? You want to click on it. It's about 49 seconds, this little clip of Fight the Flat Earth. Just so Alan knows what Blue Marbles invited him into, whether he actually told him about this. There we go.
What's the definition of
drop my mic and
pseudoscience,
listen.
Greg?
Are you playing it?
Yeah.
Something that doesn't
It's
follow
That's
the
it.
scientific method. There's no proof in the scientific method. You do realize, Caleb, though, that there's no such thing as scientific proof, right?
You good?
I just wanted you to be aware that in science, there is no... The concept of proof...
I don't believe in that.
Care what you believe, but there is no such thing as scientific proof. If
Cool.
you're trying to prove in science, then you're not doing science. You're doing pseudoscience.
Okay. So let's move on to the next topic.
Let's
Greg.
move on because
How do
we've
you prove...
exhausted that same thing.
Let's move on.
So go
Sorry,
ahead.
what?
So let's move on to the next topic so we don't just keep going on that same thing. Whoever
Yeah.
wants to bring up the topic, go ahead.
Let's move on to the next topic.
Let's
Greg.
move on because
How do
we've
you prove...
exhausted that same thing. So go
Sorry,
ahead.
what?
So let's move on to the next topic so we don't just keep going on that same thing. Whoever
Yeah.
wants to bring up the topic, go ahead.
No proof.
What's the difference?
I can't imagine after being around for a while and learning what we've learned and not having a proof.
Yeah. Having somebody like Fight the Flat Earth dictate to you that you can't have proof.
Yeah, just like you can't prove to yourself anything, or you know, you're just lying to people.
Well, Jeran's on that page, isn't he? I mean, there's quite a big,
He's doing his
you
comment.
know, a big sort of FB infighting over that whole proof thing with Oakley, and he was summoned to Oakley's, and Whitsit was summoned and given a dressing down, and yeah, so he's not going to challenge it because that's Jeran's opinion too, that there is no scientific proof.
Yeah, that hence the let's move on. Next topic.
Yeah.
You don't need to
Yeah,
go
yeah,
into
I
that.
mean,
Let everybody know that there is no proof. We all agree.
Yeah.
But that's
yeah, more
just
and
a
more
sign.
it feels.
It's a sign of somebody with no proof.
And I would say that because this is a so-called debate between Fight the Flat Earth and Caleb, and I would say that this last debate, I am just watching it now. I am in the middle between Fight the Flat Earth and Gerard. And now, because they have established that there is no proofs, so they are now talking about beliefs. So the last debate, which is from I think last Sunday or something like that, last debate on Jeranism. on this debatism. So they are talking about beliefs, and which belief is more probable. So that's a segue from proof, science into beliefs. So it is, I think, generally it is scripted. The whole narrative, not only that Geran has script and Fight the Flat Earth has his own script. I think it is, let's say, more general script from above, let's say, because someone is giving them, all of them, Fight the Flat Earth, Geran, Whitsitt, etc., Caleb, whatever. Someone is giving them script, how they should talk to each other and about what.
Yeah, it feels much more like hand in glove with each other now, because it was a conflict not so long ago. The debates were kind of, and now they seem to have toned that down and felt like, oh, we should tone it down. But now it feels much more like a cooperative.
Yeah, they can both focus on us. They can both focus on I say us. They can both focus on logic and reality. That's their enemy, common enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a lot invested in this. Hence, Rumpus is back. It must be like, I mean, welcome back, Rumpus. They must be really struggling for you to think that you could come back with your old tactics and it actually mean anything.
See in the chat.
Yeah. Bev senses.
He's probably come to announce his
abduction. Yeah, so abduction is part of deductive logic. So Rumpus really should know what he's talking about before just look to dictionary what abduction is.
Maybe he's gathered enough funding now to get on with his experiment down at Bedford. I don't know.
Rumpus thinks that all radiuses are vertical. He's old school globe. They have a problem. They think every circle that you draw can have all of the radiuses called vertical. He thinks that's how circles work. Maybe he's getting a little bit jealous that Blue Marble Science has got a new favourite professor. Now, I mean, what does Rumpus need to come about this for? We've got a professor with proof, Rumpus. You're not needed. In fact, I don't think you even need to do your Rumpus pole sighting. No, wrecked. That's what he called it. That's strange as well, isn't it? Because wrecked means straight.
Maybe we should have a little sweepstake on how long it takes him to say moron.
Dichotomy systems like geometry and maths. Dichotomy.
He's talking about abduction further up.
Dichotomy systems like geometry and maths. The real world. Yeah. Which we learn about via non-provable abduction. As opposed to dichotomy.
Erdbear got his morons within like 5 seconds of him saying it.
He's got it! Oh, I won the prize. You morons. He's got there already. Jeez.
Yeah, see, look at Rumpus. He's just, he's like, Scholar Source may have said proof, but he didn't mean proof in reality. No.
And by the way, geometry is science. But he says that Scholar was showing proofs in geometry. Mm-hmm. He thinks that he showed proofs in geometry, but he used fallacy. So he didn't prove anything. He didn't prove, as I said, that spherical triangles have more than 180 degree, because in his proof he used fallacy. That's why it is not a proof. You cannot use fallacy to prove anything. That's why his proof in geometry, as Rumpus says, is not a proof, because it is fallacy.
Yeah, but we can use the reciprocal Rumpus pole sightings as a proof.
Absolutely.
There you go. So that's how you can use proofs, Rumpus.
I would say that it is preferred to use fallacy to prove dogmatic model.
Yeah.
It is preferred method.
Yeah, again, it's another person talking for scholar source there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
On his behalf, and explaining what scholar source was saying, and yet scholar source hasn't explained that at all.
It's like they're all being
Sure,
gatekeepers, isn't it? They're sort of keeping him away from talking to us. They're being like
Rumpus is
the gates, making sure you can't pass this. We're going to talk to him. We'll talk for him.
Yeah. Who's Rumpus? I mean, he's not above a chair of the maths department in university, is he?
Well, it depends whether
he is in this arena.
Within the flat Earth arena. Then
Absolutely,
Rumpus is called flat earthers, morons, for quite a while. Like, I don't think there's anybody that's called more people names than Rumpus is called flat earthers. But I mean, the fact that Rumpus is here talking to us like this will be a sign to some people that, this is what we were talking about. Jaren and Fight the Flat Earth are all friendly now, because people like Rumpus have got us to deal with.
Yeah, I just wondered if Rumpus was talking from a more elevated position in mathematical society than scholar source, and he's got the authority over him, and he's come here to, give a bit more of accreditation to it, or whether he's below him on the ladder, and whether he's just supporting him and cheering on from the stands kind of thing. Because he's obviously got, he's got a voice for scholar source here.
Yeah, but he's just shouting from back chair, let's say.
Well, that's it. Okay,
Because
so he's not really very.
He has nothing interesting to say, because now he's saying that he's repeating that geometry is not a science, which is just wrong, because everything which is operating within logic is science. So physics is based on logic, and our knowledge about physics is based on logic, and the same thing is with geometry, mathematics, even algebra, whatever. It is just science, different branches of science. And science is when we know why. This is a classical description of knowledge. The best knowledge that we can have, it is that we know why. So we know the cause of things. This is what Aristotle said. And I would stick to Aristotle rather than to Rumpus, because he is just talking gibberish.
I don't get how they separate. Like, you can't have proofs in science, but you can have proofs in geometry and maths. But isn't the whole point of geometry and maths that you're to be logical and to be able to use it in reality? I mean, there's like a huge disconnect there.
Yes, it is disconnect, but this is false disconnection, because as I said, or rather Aristotle said, we desire to know, and this knowledge is about causation, about cause. So we want to know why. The same thing is in mathematics So we have proof, and therefore we know why in geometry. The same thing is in physics. That's how experiment is conducted.
Yeah, the experience, that's why knowledge is about experiencing something. The acquisition of knowledge is science. You're to experience the cause and effect.
Yeah.
To gain the proof, it would lead me to think, you know, like in geometry, you learn the proofs in geometry so that when you put the pen to paper or, you know, construction, all of the things you would use geometry for, you'd have those proofs and it's going to work.
Yes, it works. So we are applying the same logic into physics. They are trying to say that in physics there is no logic or different logic. We have only one logic. The same logic for geometry, for algebra, for whatever, and for physics.
Yeah, the physics. They still deny the physics too because they're on about the surface of a sphere being whatever, but Archimedes has in physics the surface displacing water. So
Yes,
I don't. There's just another disconnect.
Yes, so surface of real object. So
yeah, right.
It can be demonstrated.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way,
check the Rumpus has got some bold letters, some big capitals. Check it out.
Science is not logic.
What? Whoa, whoa! I wish NORAD would have popped in. Whoa,
that's a great one. That's a great one.
It's like he's shouting it. You can imagine him. Come in and shout it, Rumpus. Let everybody know it's the last free for all.
Scream it! Scream it at the top of your lungs.
Can somebody read it again? Like what was it?
Sorry, but if you want to have knowledge about logic, so what are you using to gain knowledge about the logic? Logic, of course. So it is just nonsense, Rumpus. Keep going.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold my beer. Oh man. What was it? What was the quote though? Actually, that he put in the.
I've got it here. I'll put it in the.
Do it again.
It's in the live chat. I'll put it there.
All right.
Clipped it.
All right. I mean, science is not logic.
Oh wow. Science, like we've always said, science is the acquisition of knowledge about a particular subject. So that would be the science of that particular subject, would be how you gain knowledge about that particular subject. Whereas Rumpus seems to think it doesn't involve logic, which is absolutely ridiculous, but it tells you everything you need to know about this group of people that we've been dealing with, doesn't it?
Yes, but they need that to be illogical because, of course, we have in physics, we have this demonstration, which for geometry can be made, but not necessarily, because proofs of geometry, they can stand alone. They don't need experimental confirmation. It is not necessary. You can do that, but it is not necessary. But in physics, you have to have this confirmation. And this is what experiment is. So you have what you assumed. You are assuming causation, which is logic. Because to assume causation, you need to use logic. Because this is how our logic operates. Our mind operates, is seeking cause of things. We have phenomenon, and we are asking why. It means when we are asking why, it means that we are asking for cause. And experiment is just to confirm that our thinking, our logical thinking, was correct. When we manipulate this cause, assumed cause, we are manipulating, and we have desired effect. Look, we have the same effect as we observed in nature. Therefore, we know cause of this effect we just observed in real, let's say, life. So it is about causation, but we assume causation. So it is logic. So
antecedent consequent relationship, cause
yes,
and effect.
yes.
It's identical if you want.
This is causation. Yes, antecedent consequent. Yes, this is so-called causation in real world.
So-
in real world is causation.
So the conclusion is you would need logic to come to these conclusions or acquire this knowledge. I mean, that's science is not logic. That's amazing.
Logic, science, or geometry. Yes, science,
Sums up
logic,
the
and
globe, though,
geometry.
right?
They
That's the
are the
dogmatic
same.
globe.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
They've never lied, I don't think.
Wait, okay. So science is not logic. So
That's his axiom, right?
What's-
He's axiomated that, the same as there are no parallel lines, right?
So
That you
what
take it
is
on as an
science?
axiom.
Wait. Science is not logic. So is science is illogic?
No, it is not that.
Yeah,
it is not
it's not that.
Yeah. Okay. If you make a statement, you have to have it's the law of identity, like it's either this or that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you have to have the that. Don't you?
Yeah,
You're right.
so
But that's what they do. These people like Rumpus and Blue Marble Science, they wait for us to mention about the that, right? They're unaware that we actually have proofs of that, like within reality. But they wait for you to say that, and then they say not that, without ever having their own that.
Yes, that's
globe.
This beauty of sophistry, let's say, because sophist is not making his own definitions. He's not bringing any entity, because that would be positive thinking. He wants to deny what we say. He denies. So whatever we say, he will deny. But denying, in denying, there is something positive, because negative statement, you cannot have negative statement without positive statement. Because
that's what they do. It's gone that far for these people. We've pushed them down the road that far that they say not that to logic.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. And then, like, where are you without logic? Without logos?
Yes.
What is that?
It is just nonsense, because to write, even in YouTube chat, you have to employ logic. To write anything that would be comprehensible to another person, you need logic. So if Rumpus is writing anything on YouTube, he expects that we will understand what he is writing. Therefore, he is employing logic. So, but he is at the same time trying to refute logic, using logic. It is just nonsense.
It just baffles.
Just give up, Rumpus.
It just baffles me. He puts
Take
science
it easy, Rumpus.
Science is not logic. Well, then what is science? Is it illogic? I mean,
he's just producing absurdal and absurdal statements, one after another.
Rumpus, calm down, man. Your stuff's not going through. YouTube are telling you, you're beyond your time, Rumpus. Keep to the old 2015 arguments or whatever. I mean, talking to people like that's old hat, Rumpus. You're being pushed out. There's no room for people like you within this arena anymore, Rumpus. Even Fight the Flat Earth and Jeren, they're leaving you behind. Ad homs don't work. And if you're trying to save the university professor, then this definitely isn't the way to do it. I'm pretty sure a university professor doesn't want you representing him, speaking for him. He's trying to get it back now. Science is not logic. It uses it as a tool, he says. Rumpus does.
Yes, and we can have science about tools. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be 2024 is going to be a good year for proof, simple truths, advanced simplicity. And, you know, like, I quite encourage this communication. Although, you know, if Jeren and Fight the Flat Earth want to live in the belief sort of science structure like Rumpus, they can do that. We'll just deal with actual proofs within reality. It's okay. I'm happy now. I can understand that the false dichotomy is never going to end. Because the people within it are so fixed within it. Like Rumpus, yeah. Rumpus and Blue Marble Science, Fight the Flat Earth, and Jeren. They're all within a false dichotomy where they've agreed there is no proof. They're in need of no proof.
And because of that fact, you end up with all these beliefs. It's spilt over into the realm of actual religion, like the so-called Christian religion.
Yeah.
That's how much these things have spilled over with their beliefs. And I think it's great. That's one of the things I learned in 2023. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Is Rumpus offering you a face-to-face on Jeren's?
Rumpus wouldn't be allowed on Jeren's.
He's on the Moronic.
Yeah, he's
Moronic.
Rumpus is that old face of the globe. Even Fight the Flat Earth, right? He's beat his neighbour up and he's been to convicted of a violent offender sort of thing. But even Fight the Flat Earth doesn't do that sort of stuff anymore. Rumpus is, his time's gone. I mean, he's not even going to do his test, is he? Or anything. He can't even find enough people. He'll never make it onto Jeren's. He'll never make it even back onto Blue Marble Sciences. Blue Marble Sciences left Rumpus behind. Rumpus is just assigned to, is anybody else in Rumpus other than in our YouTube chat? It's sort of the thing that Jesse Kozlowski did before he departed. I think Rumpus will be next.
If I may to comment another Rumpus's statement. He says science is not logic. Science utilizes logic to make predictions, etc. Rumpus should read really Aristotle or maybe St. Thomas Aquinas or whatever, because there is not separation. It is, let's say, one science governs another science. It's like, for example, in architecture is has subset like engineering, or for example, knowledge about military has subset about, for example, in ancient times, like knowledge about weapons, swords, bows or whatever. So archery, swordsman, it is subset. So it is science about being swordsman or this part of military, but you can have science about tactics in the battle. And this is also, it is more general science than how to operate a sword. And both, they belong to military, but in different, let's say, sense, because it is more particular and more general. The same thing is with this science. Yes, logic is a tool. This is scientific tool. So we are using our science about logic to use that in geometry, in mathematics, in physics, etc. Because we use part of science in another part of science. It doesn't make logic not a science. We are applying science in different fields. But Rumpus thinks that it is contradictory, that because science is something different, therefore logic cannot be science, because logic is tool. Therefore, it cannot be science. This is wrong dichotomy. Science, we are using science to do some things in another science, in another field of science. It is normal thing, and people knew that for thousands of years. But now Rumpus is saying that it is different, that they are separated. They cannot be separated.
Yeah, he says you don't understand anything, it seems, paper. So, I think you're kind of, pushing on his
there
heart
was a
attack
song
there.
wrote by world famous Buster, inspired. Well, it wasn't really. It was inspired by the arena, but just as Buster had done the song, we had a conversation with Rumpus where he really put his name to it. That's his catchphrase type thing.
Yeah. It wasn't him in particular. It was the whole arena. Yeah, for sure. Like, that's all you hear. Yeah, you don't understand. You don't understand.
But they never actually help you to understand anything, because it's always
You're on
not
your-
that, right?
Yeah, you're on your own.
Yeah.
Ah,
You just don't understand. And like what
You just
it is you don't
yeah.
understand, well, it doesn't
Yeah.
really matter.
Figure it out. Google it. I mean, you're on your own. I'm not Googling it. I'm not doing the work for you. You just don't understand. It got to a point there for a little while, you got to admit, where they didn't even want to use the phrase. But I guess it's kind of over that now, so they can use it again.
so, so do you understand the difference between a syllogism and propositional logic, paper? Those things you
Syllogism,
don't understand.
propositional logic is just logic. So this is modern logic, this propositional logic. And syllogism is just part of logic. So why I should know difference between the whole and the part? Yes, the whole is different than the part. Yes, so syllogism is not logic, because logic in general is something more general than part of it, which is syllogism. Yeah, I understand. So he's just making provocation, but this nonsensical statement. So don't bother with that.
No, he's blowing a gasket, I think. That's quite amusing.
He's doing this all the time because this is the way how he is maybe proving himself to be superior or whatever. I don't know.
It's crazy how they act, though, isn't it? It's just crazy how they act in this. They're supposed to be educated and claiming they've got a higher understanding of these things, and he just slips into this abuse very quickly and just loses it.
I'm pretty sure Rumpus doesn't understand the concept of genus and species, and that's basically what paper's talking about. Different levels, subsets of topics, but there's only one topic for these people. 'Tis globe.
Yeah.
Well, isn't this showing, right, that Tis Globe is logic free? Right, you have to dismiss logic within science
Absolutely.
and reality.
You just need to believe really hard.
That's just faith. I mean, are we like? It seems to be a religion for me.
It's what I've said. It's what I've said. And then when we watch those pastors go at it, I was convinced that's exactly what this whole arena is about. It's just another two religions going at each other in a false dichotomy.
Yes, I would agree wholeheartedly.
And it's likely that it's been set up for that very purpose. You know, the false dichotomy, to give the masses this illusion that they're fighting. But the people within this arena, this is the hardcore, right? This is, you know, the part where most people try not to think about these sort of things. In fact, it's better that they don't. Most people within this arena, ECV, sees that they don't actually go around and deal with the full extent. But what Blue Marble Science has done to a mathematician, I think it's, you know, it's the worst of the worst, really.
Has no one told Rumpus yet that he is irrelevant?
Yeah, I think that's what we're sort of saying. Rumpus, he's gone.
Rumpus, you failed.
So
You
old.
failed to do your test. You've been going on about it for years now. The only thing you're known for in this arena is using the word moron and utter. That's it. That's all you're known for. And the posh voice. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Well, he's eloquently representing scholar source here. Anyway, that's.
Well, people have never even heard of Rumpus, right? He's not the big name that he imagines he is. Like the Flat Earth and, you know, Jaren, they're the big names. Rumpus is a nobody.
He said earlier that scholar source would, you know, approve of what he's saying, and yet, you know, I don't know if scholar source was to read this stuff that he's putting in the chat. I'm not sure he'd think, hang on, this doesn't represent me.
What's bad is
Rumpus. How can Rumpus represent me? It's ridiculous. What is he saying? I don't ever say moron. I've never said it in my life.
What's wild is like the interaction. Well, the only interaction I've heard Rumpus have with like an actual teacher in academia, that guy on his side didn't want anything to do with him.
Yeah. Even most of the globe defenders will dismiss Rumpus. Even like last time Rumpus went on with Blue Marble Science and Charles and all of them, they were laughing at him for being a pedantic prick. I think that was at the beginning video that I put
It was
today.
the beginning of the song. Yeah, the song at the beginning of the video. That's exactly what it was.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Poor old Rumpus. So yeah, we should sort of pity him. Really, is that what you're saying?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the heads up.
Oh, Rumpus says he is. He makes regular appearances on Fight the Flat Earth. Rumpus might have even advised Fight the Flat Earth about the science thing. You know, when Fight the Flat Earth told scientists that, you know, they're not scientists. They're pseudoscientists if you have a proof.
He's probably shown him some of his kung fu moves, I think.
Could I ask a question? Okay, so everybody's seen how Rumpus has behaved in here. Okay. And apparently he regularly goes on to Fight the Flat Earth channel. Do you think he acts like this there? Or not?
Call him Fight the Flat Earth a moron. and stuff.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
well, I don't know. Is he working for Fight the Flat Earth? He sound to me. I don't watch Fight the Flat Earth, so I wouldn't have a clue.
But my point being that his behavior here, but yet he will advertise and go over to Fight the Flat Earth, who is actually, in reality, not a very nice person and a convicted criminal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, you think Rumpus is bad for calling names. Fight the Flat Earth got his Twitter account deleted because of the names he was calling people. Hatred, I think he got done for. So that's what Rumpus does. He supports that man. The man that's got his, Twitter account deleted for hatred and an actual conviction for assault.
To me, Rumpus and Fight the Flat Earth are the opposite side of the false dichotomy of Nathan and QE. There's a symbiosis there, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he admits to abusing Charles. I mean, that's something that he feels okay to write. Can you imagine writing that,
himself.
and feeling okay at writing that as a statement?
He's slipping himself into the hierarchy and standing on his position on the ladder. I don't know if Blue would agree with him.
This has
I
been
don't know.
done. Like the Flat Earth used to do this sort of stuff with his mate Septic, right? But that's all ended now. He's got friendly with Jeren. Like Rumpus is the only one left. Well,
do you think if Rumpus went out and beat someone up and got convicted for it, that he might progress?
Yeah, I don't think doing his test. He's not going to do it. But I don't even think doing that thing that he's going to do at Bedford would get him in the good books. He's Rumpus. He's a no one.
But it's not like what's Fight the Flat Earth ever gone out and done anything?
No, apart
from
the
pendulums.
Yeah, the pendulums. Yeah, the global pendulum positioning system that he taught his kids.
Oh, that one. So a bit of orienteering with the children. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and he was trying to get a permission from the council for dangling a thing in the stairwell of the block of flats. Like that.
Yeah.
That the guy did.
I can tell you that's not going to happen. Yeah, that's not going to happen. They don't allow things like that. Health and safety. But I think Fight the Flat Earth proved that he's probably going to break the rules, so he's going to do it anyway.
Well, it's Friday, Charles usually pops over. It'd be interesting to hear his kind of, version of what
be able
I
to
don't
with
think
Rumpus.
he
Rumpus is
won't.
standing
Yeah,
guard. He's a gatekeeper. Rumpus,
Yeah, him and
Rumpus is speaking for this professor. You don't want Charles speaking for him as well, do you? Because that would definitely be a battle.
yeah. Someone in the chat saying that Charles is a lot more polite. Yeah, Charles will smile while he stabs you in the back. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But yes, Charles is way more polite on the scale of the Glovers. Rumpus is he's probably worse than the anonymous trolls. That's how far down the food chain Rumpus is. Underneath the anonymous trolls.
Look at that.
Lurks Rumpus.
Yeah, Rumpus says, whether Charles is abusive or not has no bearing on whether he is correct. Charles specialises in insidious, disparaging comments. I don't, says Rumpus.
Ooh.
Well, surely Charles should come and fight his corner
Can
on
I-
that, really.
Insidious,
I'd like an example.
Disparaging comments.
Yeah, can I have an
So-
example, Rumpus?
Yeah, so when he's naming, me, for example, me or Beth, whoever, moron, he's a gentleman.
Yeah. It's direct. At least he's not insidiously disparaging.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know which is which is lower or higher on the level there. It's insidious and disparaging or moron. Which one's above it? Really? Maybe you need to step up a bit, paper, to become an insidious person.
Yeah.
You're just
But
a moron at the moment.
It wasn't, as I recall, though. It wasn't Charles that called Rumpus a pedantic prick, was it?
No, that was Blue.
Right?
Yeah,
That was Blue.
Blue.
They got some language, these guys. That's great because they're very intelligent. I mean, Rumpus sounds very educated. I'm going to pick up some good little things here for an educated person to say.
Yeah, Rumpus does the
Ooh,
science.
see that?
You see, that's what it is.
Emma, you're
Rumpus,
a flat earther, and that lost
Rumpus.
that.
Yeah, no. I deleted it because Rumpus,
Okay.
I am not a flat earther. Absolutely not. Please stop labeling me.
I thought YT had chopped his legs off again.
No, that was me. I'm just like,
Yeah.
why do you need to label me? I honestly, Rumpus, I don't give a shit about the shape of the earth, right? And I think you're a moron for spending your whole life getting triggered over people that talk about it on the internet. I find that amusing.
Certainly making 2023 go out with a bang.
Rumpus, doesn't want us to make Rumpus the star of the show. Unfortunately, this Globe Defender is the best that they can do. They can't even send the professor over to, help out with these proofs. The Rumpus, I don't know where he's come from as well. I mean, he's spent like a good few months away. He's had time to do his little retraining or whatever, and it seems like they didn't do etiquette or anything. Got none of it.
Oh, would you look at this, everybody? If you believe horizontal is level, you are a flat earther.
Yeah, we've rewrote the rules of what it is to be a
Also,
flat earther now.
can I just ask? You believe the oceans are horizontal, right? When does anyone describe, like, I don't understand what you mean. Yes, they kind of go, like, what are you talking about? What are you on about?
It's part of
the Earth
false
must be flat
dichotomy
to
argument.
allow oceans to be horizontal. Like, that's insanity. What are you writing, Rumpus? You sound crazy right now.
Yeah.
No, this is non sequitur. It is like saying that someone who believes that 2 + 2 = 4 is flat earther. This is non sequitur. So the same thing with the level and horizontal. So just nonsensical statement.
He knows that, though. They're setting up a narrative that probably for the next few years or whatever, that, this is what they're going to be able to do. But it just shows you how narrow these guys have done it. Like this little arena that we're in, what Rumpus is saying there just lets you know how few people actually make it this far to these depths.
Could Rumpus answer what he believes oceans are then if they're not horizontal? Can I, like, what? Because I'm still confused. I would like to know what the other option is. Vertical? Because if that's the case, do you think oceans are vertical, Rumpus? Is that what you're trying to say? Anyone else understand what he's trying to say?
I keep hearing you saying, how can it not be horizontal in the advanced simplicity thing? Because that's what you forget
it's like,
about
what?
oceans. Because that's irrelevant. There's waves, tides. There's no way to measure or reference it other than on the vertical datum. But
Ocean surface. Oh, see, YouTube's held this back, by the way. because he's added on. So I'll read this. Ocean's surface are curved, you utter moron. And he's typed that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And YouTube has just gone, nope.
I mean, an ocean wave is curved.
Yeah, of course. I totally agree with that, Rumpus. Yeah.
Was it because they said curved that they blocked it?
But if we have a lake in middle of mountains, let's say, surrounded by mountains, there are beautiful pictures of that kind of things. So is this surface curved for Rumpus or not? Because I can see reflections in the water and they are not distorted. And we know that if the surface of the lake would be distorted, even in very small degree, that would be very, very visible distortion.
Tread carefully, because now you're going to delve into physics, and they definitely don't want. I mean, you tend to get to like a bit of paralogism when it comes to the physics side of it.
But still, we know how mirrors work and how we have mirrors in our house. So we know that we can detect distortion and we can say that this mirror is not even because we can see distortion, for example. So
not the mirror part of it, just like that was like the first song that I wrote. It was the hydrostatic equilibrium. There's a huge like disconnect there.
yes, so I am generally I am talking about water at rest, because in that lake you can say that there are circumstances where or when water is let's say close to perfectly to be perfectly at rest. So it's like a glass mirror. So then we can talk about water at rest, and I can say that this water at rest is horizontal, because I'm not talking about waves, because there are no waves there, and I am not talking about microscopic waves or whatever, just what we can see. And Rumpus should prove, or should try to prove, that this lake with water at rest is not horizontal. And he is not able to do that.
Does anybody know Rumpus's line manager or his psychologist? They could give him a call, come and collect him or anything. Take him home, give him a bit of a rest.
It's usual. Like, he normally goes around with a machete wielding ginger guy in tow.
A son of a farmer, I think, right?
Yeah,
Something like that.
Boy of a farmer, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, look at him screaming. Screaming.
Like,
Bev
Jesus
and
is
Emma,
around.
flat
We're not
earthers.
flat earthers, Rumpus. Just because Blue Marbles invited some mathematician in by luring them in by telling us we're flat earthers, which we're not. I mean, he even commented on his channel. Like, when he went to go and look, he saw that we're arguing with flat earthers. We've got videos stating the earth is not flat. We're not flat earthers, Rumpus. Stop
Maybe
trying to
he
fool people.
look. I think maybe he's getting to that point in his life, age-wise, that he's having trouble with reality, maybe, and that I don't know. Maybe that's just this thing. He's losing his grip.
Yeah, it's good to see that you've come back for the end of the year, Rumpus. Hopefully we can make you disappear in 2024. I think, you know, Rumpus has had his time. He can't even do his drawings. He didn't even do any videos that he was going to do to explain what his test's about, because his test's not happening. At least you got to go there and have a day out with Farmer's Boy and was it Andrew? And you got to put your poll up. You can say that you've done more for the globe than anybody else has ever done. I mean, it wasn't the same as taking a picture of a bridge, but, you know, you did a bit. And we're going to use, take inspiration from you, Rumpus, and we're going to do the reciprocal Rumpus pole sighting test to prove the dogmatic globe. We'll come with mathematical proofs and all sorts. Logical arguments.
Right, so Rumpus is determined to label everybody flat earthers that don't agree with him.
Yeah.
On, I mean, just pointless things in reality. So Rumpus, from now on, you are forever a furry. Okay? That's it now. Rumpus, you're a furry. Nothing you can say will change my mind on that. So let's go and tell everyone that you dress up as an animal.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
But you can define it however you want, and then just label him as that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Just put the picture in everybody's
Yeah,
mind
people-
that Rumpus is a furry.
People who call people morons, Emma, are
Yeah.
furries. Everybody knows that.
Yep.
There you go.
It's a favourite pastime of the furries, by just calling people morons.
There we
So
go,
I've heard.
see? And they like massive bent poles as well.
That actually could hold some sway in that definition.
Exactly. If you can erect a pole that is that bent, you are automatically a furry. I mean, it just shows how juvenile it is, really, right? The fact that we've just had that conversation, but there's people like Rumpus out there who do that, right?
Well, he's
They
not.
just
He's not been
label.
around for months. For some reason,
What, you think he's just
decided
getting it out of his system?
No, I think Blue Marble has realised that, you know, they've invited a university professor in under false pretenses. And Rumpus is just here now to try and solidify the fact that Blue Marbles, they've called us flat earthers. Because why would that other guy need to rebut what we were saying? About the criticism about a triangle. It's clear to me to see what's going on here. Rumpus has been under orders. He was like in part retirement. And he's gone, what, I have to sort this? Is there nobody else? Can Blue Marble not do it? He was the one that started it. So,
Oh, if anyone can do me a meme of Rumpus in a furry outfit.
Come
All
on,
right, Rumpus, we'll give you overtime rates.
Come on, no red.
Yeah, no, Rad, where are you, no, Rad?
I can't. I'm out buying my girlfriend a gift for her birthday tomorrow. So
It's not a
Can't do
furry
that.
outfit, is it?
no.
Good.
Nothing to do with the such.
No.
You don't
At
go around
all.
calling people morons either, do you? So
Oh no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
'cause
misuse, right?
well,
the furry community
I'm not
have got a bad
so I
rap
can do that.
already.
yeah, for very good reason.
Yeah.
Well, I would almost feel bad putting him, lumping him in with that group. I mean,
That is a good point.
No, mate. Have you seen the men that go around with like dog gimp masks on in public on a lead in front of children?
But there's no there's no
That's Rumpus, mate.
Yeah.
he's also gone very quiet. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because they've fooled a mathematics, the chair of a mathematician. This guy's he's got a serious job, or he says he has. And if it's true, then these guys have tricked him, because we're definitely not flat earthers. And I think that's why they don't want this scholar source to come and talk to us. Because he'd find out we're not flat earthers. And that we do we do study the foundations of mathematics. Find the history of all of this sort of stuff fascinating. And we've been misrepresented by Blue Marble Science and those people that have been advising this professor.
I'm sorry, I have to go back to this, even though it's juvenile. Have you seen the chat? A rumpus room in Australia is like a playroom, like a kid's playroom, like a loud room.
Yeah. Yep. Same here.
I think, is he going to be a furry, or is he going to be one of those guys that wears a diaper and wants to be fed with a bottle?
That would be more like I would go for that.
Yeah. I totally agree.
Where he can sort of have his little tantrums.
Yeah, he can scream, "You utter moron," and then be fed and have a dummy just shoved in his mouth or something.
Like he could lie on his back and kick his legs out while he's screaming it, couldn't he? I could see that sort of stuff.
Yeah, anyway, I'm probably going to have nightmares after this.
So, yeah, thank you, Rumpus, for that little bit. You put your, I don't know how long it was they paid for you to do that. You'd be able to say, put it in the algorithm now, and at least somebody called us flat earthers or whatever.
Does he get extra, danger money for, how hostile the chat is he's going into? Or, how much he gets his ass whooped? Does he get money taken off him if he doesn't perform? Yeah.
Well, it could be hey man, just go and take the L.
Yeah, we need somebody.
Yeah, somebody's got to take the L. You go into the locker room and you got L on your locker. It's it's okay.
We can't just leave them to talk about proofs and stuff like that. We've got to send somebody in to make it appear that we're doing something. Go on, Rumpus, off you go.
Loud, shouty guy. That'll work. It always holds sway. Lots of caps letters.
I think the chat's being quite gracious. FPV has actually gotten a bottle ready for Rumpus.
Yeah. Yeah, we will be saying goodbye to 2023. And I think that's where we can safely leave Rumpus. He's not going to come back. Not for a few years until, he's not been away for long enough, has he? Even Jedi was away for longer than this, wasn't he? Rumpus. Think of all of those people that have left and never came back. At least with the characters that they left with. Don't know whether they're still actually around.
Well, at least Rumpus had some use this evening. He made us laugh a little bit.
Well, it helped us remember, what it was like. few years ago. Look how much it's changed.
I can't believe we've even given him this much airtime. If I'd had my way, Rumpus, we would have just ignored you a long time ago. Probably as soon as we'd met you.
Do you know, can you remember how we first met him?
No, to be honest.
Do you want to have a guess?
No.
Sleeping Warrior called him in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That makes a ton of sense.
Remember when
in
we were
hindsight.
going over with the Kosho thing?
And he was like, hang on, just let me message him.
Yeah. Kosho was
one of those.
was going over the cosine thing. And Sleeping Warrior got Rumpus in here to help Kosho out.
So it's Sleeping Warrior's fault that we know that Rumpus exists.
Well, that Rumpus was brought into this arena, right? Rumpus was invited in to have a chat with us through Sleeping Warrior.
Wow. Who needs friends?
Yeah.
When you have enemies like that.
All the same sort of team, aren't they? Just trying to put people into this flat earth narrative or whatever. Labeling people with stuff. I mean, if you talk to Rumpus, then you're obviously going to be labelled as a flat earther. What's the use of Rumpus otherwise? What does Rumpus do other than rebut flat earthers, right? Maybe he might be just rebutting logic, but you know, he's only got one purpose, and that's to call people moron and flat earther, which there is quite a lot of, right? I mean, that arena was where I came from on Twitter. And they're still going, still doing the same thing that Rumpus is doing. There will be a lot of people watching us here are going over this and listening to the same old stuff. But, I mean, they know it goes on. They're probably getting hints and tips for how they do it. Seems to be that I get a load of disparaging comments from Twitter for people that apparently watch what we go over. And there's a lot of people that comment on, like, you know, like you said it, 2 hours and 34 minutes, that such and such. So thank you for watching that. I know Betty's probably going over it. Anytime you want to come in, Betty, and have a chat, go over any of this logic stuff. We know you're going to have to support the mathematician, big style now. I mean, logic and maths. But imagine that. Imagine having a logician and a mathematician and a scientist, and none of them being able to communicate with each other. You can't agree. Like one of them comes up with a proof, and the other one just can't agree with them. Do that. That's a really bad place to have to put your mind. We can't link logic, mathematics, and physics. Can't even contemplate metaphysics. Don't even think about it. That'd be a good t-shirt. Metaphysics. Don't even think about it.
but in fact, part of metaphysics is thinking about thinking. So if you cannot think, so you cannot do metaphysics. Sorry.
Yeah, it's part of the Tids Globe range. Good clothing.
Thinking about thinking. I always liked what we talked about ages ago, the meta bunk. It's like beyond ridiculous.
Beyond nonsense.
Beyond nonsense, yeah. Meta bunk.
But they get away with it.
Yeah.
That's 2023, isn't it? That's literally where we've come to, is realizing the nonsense. As soon as you can realize the nonsense and you can see past it. Literally, a metabunk curve calculator. That's right. It is. It's ridiculous. You can't calculate curves. Beyond nonsense. You know, nonsense. Can't even comprehend that. Imagine going beyond that.
Not that.
Vapors of absurdity.
Yeah.
And then relying on that as the foundations of your entire thought system. How you gain knowledge.
Yes, that would be like a proof. Not that, but like a proof.
Yeah. With no way to be able to express it to anyone.
Yes, that's why they say that we don't understand, because there is no way to express it in that manner that you can understand that. So it turns into gibberish.
It was Metabunk was Mick West.
I think so. Yes, Mick West's metabunk calculator.
Well, now that was Jesse Kozlowski's and Walter Bislin. They played a big trick on that. But yeah, Mick West was the guy that set up the Metabunk site, where they just compiled all of these globe stuff that's been left behind. Nobody talks about it other than people like QE when he makes an argument and uses, you know, brackets, C curve calculators with here. It's completely changed. The face of this entire conversation has changed, as it should, right? You grow up, you learn from where you've come from, and you gain your proofs, and then you move on. Most of the people that are still around here, though, haven't moved on at all. People like Rumpus. I mean, what's Rumpus doing any different than the first time you ever met him?
The very same thing.
Yeah.
I can remember what he was doing in 2016. So, yes.
Same character, not changed one bit. Rumpus Fairy. If we do have any artists out there that would like to design the Fairy Rumpus t-shirt for Mishu, does Rumpus have a favoured character, do you reckon? If you had to have a furry Rumpus, what do you reckon? What would
Probably like the rainy cloud Care Bear.
Like a skunk. Or a rat. A raccoon. We will make you famous though, Rumpus, with the Rumpus poll. Unit of measurement. We know. We can help Scholar Source come up with the proof. It would be great to have a chat with him about proofs. Somebody's put in the chat there. April the 8th is a major US solar eclipse. A major.
Oh, I'll be ready for it. Close to me.
Live stream it.
Try.
Oh, did you do anything with the Giga?
Oh, I was doing something. Right, so gearing up for Sunday, the New Year's Eve, in which we will be saying good riddance to 2023. And I say good riddance, but I mean, we'll go over all of this stuff that we learned and, gained knowledge of over this past year. Because I think when we came into this, there was an objective place for us to go once we realised, which was pretty soon, what this arena is, how it's run, and all of that sort of stuff. So on Sunday, we will be going over and saying good riddance to all of that sort of stuff, and then so 2024 we can all just start afresh with some positive proofs going forwards, not trying to look behind and have to deal with nonsense, contradictions. I don't think there's any need for any of that sort of stuff anymore. We'll lead the way with tests and proofs that anybody can do as well. These are things, the more people that do it, the better. The idea is for people to gain their own proofs in a proper way. Like, find your own black swan if you want, but teach about the way there are positive proofs and there are negative proofs, basically because of the way logic's set up. So I think what we'll do is we'll do it on the level
logic, advanced simplicity. Try and break it all down, make it as simple as possible, and then we can just sort of build up together. And people will be able to go back to the beginning of the, the simplicity. We'll try and work it, and hopefully come with us on a journey that we're gonna go. We're gonna go up the mountain. Because there is only one reality, and things that occur in reality are obviously provable. That's all we're dealing with. I don't need to be dealing with other people's perception of what they imagine the globe to be. We're going to go with what reality is. Paige says she can't be bothered with them either. Yeah, I mean, your journey goes beyond this. These guys are just gatekeepers to stop you from having conversations that I think need to be had. These guys, people like Rumpus and all of that, keep you within a little bubble. It stops you from getting to wherever you're going. It's like we always said, that you're dealing with trolls on bridges. They can't get over the bridge, and their main mission is to keep you from either crossing it or from continuing on your journey. Well, I think we've found where their limit is, and their limit is logic. They can't see contradictions, and they can't access the proof in the same way. So the FPV says it exists to put the average inquirer off. I'm not too sure though. I think it's all it needs, because there's a moment of time where you need to process information and to let something sink in naturally. All you need to do is disrupt that, and you can get anyone, really. If you can always have someone there to interrupt and not allow the natural thought process to go, well, yeah, that's what they're there for. And they've got a great system to be able to do that. But I think if you listen to most people within this, the depths of this thing, they've not been just a natural inquirer, right? They've come into this arena because of probably some big event for them to get this far in. There's something that's occurred, but they're really questioning something about themselves or reality or whatever. So most of the people within this arena are pretty vulnerable. So for them to manipulate it, like Blue Marble's done with this professor. He just made a mathematics video about what he knew about triangles. We rebutted it, and now he's been dragged into something that I don't know whether he can get out of it. It's in a really bad position. And I don't know how he can get out of it. He'd be better just, pretending it didn't happen. Pretending he never went over to Blue Marble Sciences, and he'd never listened to the people that told this guy about us here. But I guess we'll never know. because Blue Marble Science and Alan, I don't think they can talk about it. I would suggest, Alan, if you are listening, you should have a word with... No, don't have a word with Charles. I don't know. I don't know who there is for you to have a chat with. Because the geometry... of Euclidean geometry doesn't support the dogmatic globe model one bit.
But spherical geometry also does not support dogmatic globe because this spherical geometry uses just Euclidean geometry. So it is just bad usage of of Euclidean geometry and with fallacies inside. So that would be not good job for dogmatic globe. But this is what they are doing. They are trying to convince people that what they talk about is spherical geometry, which is not. And with that, which is not spherical geometry, they are trying to prove the dogmatic globe. This is just, for me, fantasy.
Dogmatic. Well, you see, that's where they get a bit caught up, isn't it? They'll be surprised by the fact that we can prove the dogmatic globe, but they can't.
Yes, because they are using wrong geometry.
Well, no, because they can't have proof.
Yes, because in Euclidean geometry, you cannot have proofs for dogmatic globe.
Yeah.
But in spherical geometry, though, they cannot produce proofs because they have no axioms, no definitions, nothing. So they have to use Euclidean geometry instead of spherical geometry. They name it spherical geometry, but it isn't. They are trying to get rid of some of axioms or definitions from Euclid, but it doesn't make their job easier, I think, because they are falling into more and more contradictions.
Yeah, I think
I would say that
it's
this
great because they've been told they can't have proofs, and we can prove the dogmatic globe. We can. They can't, but we can. How about that? Come in 2024. The proof of the dogmatic globe that the globe guys are going to have to deny. Going to have to deny proof of their own model.
Proof loaded with fallacies, of course, and inconsistencies, but this is how it works.
No, it's a reductio ad absurdum. That's a proof. So
yes, so
it's
this
a real
proof
proof of the dogmatic globe. But I mean, they can't have this proof that we have. It's perfect. The proof that they can't have of their own model. Only brought to you by On the Level. Proof of the dogmatic globe. 2024.
I think that they cannot take that kind of proof because they think that this is mockery. So
yeah, because it's an actual proof. It comes at the end of a series of arguments that build upon each other. it follows on from the 12. This series of arguments within a course of logic and a teaching thing. It's a development that ends up with the proof of the dogmatic globe. An experiment that anybody else can come and be witness to. Performed at the site where Rumpus is supposed to be doing his rec test, but he won't. So we'll do it for him. Prove the dogmatic globe. It's going to be huge. Nobody else has ever attempted to do this. Well, anytime anybody wants to come and have a chat, I'd like to talk to the university professor about these proofs and the Realising Euclid, because he should be interested in this. Him being a mathematician. It's only right, isn't it, that we offer a chat with the mathematician that supposedly destroyed us without ever finding out about the Realising Euclid test and the research that we've done upon it. Yeah, nobody's ever done a reciprocal Rumpus pole sighting test before, Blue. Even Rumpus was just doing it a one way. It's all right. We told you ages ago, Blue. Don't worry about it. We've got it covered. We've got you sorted. We'll prove the globe dogmatic. No problem. I'd like to say thank you for everybody to helping us get to this place. Blue Marble. Don't publicise it too much just yet though, Blue. Keep it under your hat. It's for 2024. What time is it? Oh, it's only 10 to 11. We're not even done 3 hours yet. Yes. Yes, Blue, nobody did it. Nobody has ever done a reciprocal Rumpus pole sighting test. He destroyed my silly misunderstanding of geometry. He didn't, Blue, because he doesn't even know what we was. He was talking to us. We were rebutting his statements about teachers lying about the proofs within mathematics. And then you might have told him some lies about us. You know, and like, because you're Blue Marble Science, he might have thought he had to play towards your obvious bias within this false dichotomy to thing. And you might have told him that we're flat earthers, which we're not. But, you know, I think your bigotry might have overrode your common sense, Blue, to be honest. Oh, Kevin's on the totality as well. Look at that. Yeah, we should be able to get it. Multiple live streaming. on the level Discord. Jesse did it and Jeff did it. A reciprocal rumpus pole-sighted test. I don't think so, Blue. Jesse was told to look for the tilt by Belu, and he sort of calculated buildings. Nobody ever did a reciprocal rumpus pole sighting test, especially at Bedford. Rumpus didn't even take any pictures of himself. We only got the one that he was posing for that Farmer's Boy took next to his big pole. Like, go on, Rumpus, stand by your pole. Take a picture of you.
You know, the funny thing about it is that the whole reason you went to Blackpool was to show the ridiculousness of what the guy that was definitely not from Maine did, and they never saw it. Like,
No.
they did have no idea what he did, what you did. It's wild.
Yeah, they refuse to be able to talk about it. And Blue, don't know whether Blue, don't be telling Scholar Source that, you know, those people you've been fooled by them, because you'll be giving him false hope. Blue, they've left the arena. Jesse Kozlowski and George. Don't bring up George. A reciprocal rumpus pole sighting.
Oh, is he talking about RBD face?
I think so.
They didn't. They never took on George's RBD
Yeah,
face.
George never finished it. It was his final work. And
Yeah,
Jesse
Magnus
Kozlowski left
Opum.
the arena, Blue. Jesse Kozlowski's a no one now. Nobody knows who he is. Yeah, he had his time. He was big. He got into books and these 100 proof things. But then look at where he is now. There's only these old school boomers that still mention him. And we're sorry to hear about George. But you can't be relying on George now, Blue. Nobody's mentioned him for months, years. Cast him aside. Right at the moment he was trying to do his final work. Level and plump. Don't even begin to think you can tell me what to do, Bev. You'll lose that before to even start. Don't even know what that means, Blue. You should... Do you want to rephrase that so it makes some sense? I would if I was you, Blue. Rephrase that now, because it doesn't make any sense. I don't think you will, though, will you? Because you've got a... one of the biggest bigots, I think, in this entire arena, Blue Marble Science. Shows by the name, and to think that you've represented or you've misrepresented some people on YouTube, right, to a university professor to lure him into a ridiculous, contradictory place, then good luck, Blue. But just remember, this guy's a mathematician. His entire profession relies on him being able to comprehend a logical system. And yet you're going to throw some nonsense at him and say he's going to have to do that as well.
I don't know, but maybe for modern mathematicians, it is not a problem. Because for old school mathematician, that would be a huge problem. I would say that you cannot deal with that, because if there is a nonsense, then the whole theory is going to trash can. But now, I don't know. Maybe it is plausible for modern mathematicians, like modern global logicians. So, who knows? Maybe we are expecting too much from modern mathematicians. I think that would be the case, that we are guilty of being too not only too pedantic, but also too logical, too much of logic. So
well,
that would be
no, you see, because you can quite safely say that there is a difference between logic and illogic, and therefore the dogmatic globe is entirely illogical. Right now, that doesn't cause you any mental anguish, right? Because you are coming at it from a knowing part. You're employing logic in the way it's meant to be used. But with the globe, if you have to accept the globe, the dogmatic globe, then you have to somehow reconcile those two things. Because that which is illogical has to be true. And that does some strange things. That's why we call it a nutsacking. That's what Blue Marbles, obviously where Blue Marble and Rumpus and all of those sort of people live already. But they're inviting in a mathematician.
But I would say that this is an unresolvable problem, because if you are using logic to prove that your outcome is nonsense, then you cannot turn this nonsense into sense using logic. It is just impossible. You cannot. People are trying to do that, but they are employing fallacies, and they or ignore these fallacies, or they just saying that they are not fallacies. So, for example, if I can spot in this professor mathematician fallacy, because he said that he's proving something, and he was using circular reasoning, and which is false. And so how the opponent can defend himself? Because if fallacy is real, and is real, and I can prove it and I can discuss this, but it means that you can have only one option, or two, or let's say two options, to ignore, not seeing fallacy. I cannot see any fallacy here. That would be response. And like cognitive veiling, and other would be that this is not fallacy. I can see what you are saying and I understand what you are saying, but this is not fallacy. And that would be another fallacy, special pleading fallacy. Because
I heard somebody say earlier, and this is to get around that. They said that a modus ponens is always a fallacy. That's yeah.
So
that's what we've got coming from the illogicians.
Yes, yes. So they are trying to turn logic into nonsense.
Yes.
So they are trying to. This is the same thing like a straight line and curved line.
It's within this arena, though, right? Just within this arena and this nonsense false dichotomy. That's where this is. So that's why I'm saying, like, it's time to say good riddance, because they're developing ways of talking about nonsense to try and make it look like actual logic will be the fallacious thing, because that's what they need. They don't need logic within this false dichotomy. And that's what you've always had. Every turn that everybody's ever had within this arena, the moment you spoke logic to try and refute somebody's ridiculous statement, that's when they turn on you. And that's, that's a truth about this arena. And when I say this arena, I don't know how far reaching it is in society, but within this particular false dichotomy, earth shape arena.
But I must say that I am slightly surprised, as you said, that they say that modus ponens is fallacy itself. So for me, it is new nonsense.
It makes no sense at all, and you can't even comprehend where to start with it, can you?
Yes, it is just nonsense by itself. So standing alone nonsense. I don't know. It is beyond criticism.
Mm-hmm. Which it shows you how far down the line we've managed to push people by putting logic within this arena. Like, we knew the moment we started with logic. I think that was when you came in to join us, when we started with that logic. The moment we started it, we knew that this was something that they can't join in with. And when I say they, it's literally the people that can't employ logic. That's the they I'm talking about.
Yes, I agree, because employing logic means that you have to be ready, and I learned that during reading, let's say, logic things, that you have to be ready to change your mind, because at that age, as we are, we have some opinions, some convictions, bias about something, and when we use logic in proper way, we have to be ready to just change or abandon many things that we hold as true without proof. It was just conviction.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't mean that we were wrong everywhere. But we have to be ready for that this, what I thought that was true, now I can prove to myself that it cannot be true, because I am using logic now. Therefore, I have to abandon this opinion, for example. And this is the way that people don't want to go because they just like their opinions. It is matter of choice. What do you choose? Your opinion because it is your, or truth? And truth is not always yours, but it is always also objective. And sometimes you hold not truth, but just opinion. So the problem is, if I'm going to change after proving to myself something, if I'm going to change my opinion that was not true with truth, if I am ready to do that or not, it is a choice. And some people don't want to make that choices. So they reject objective reality because objective reality is objective truth, because reality cannot be not true. Everything what exists is true. You cannot say that this object, for example, stone, that I have in my hand is not true. You cannot say that. It is just complete nonsense because it exists. So it has to be true. And this is objective reality. But people deny objectivity of reality. And they go with their opinion because it is their own, my precious. This is what they want to have, their own opinion because it is their own. And they reject objective reality because it is inconvenient. And this is a choice. And then we are going into morality, inevitably. Sorry, but this is part of logic also, that we are making choices and we are making wrong choices or right choices, and it has moral qualification. Sorry that I'm saying that, but it is just objective true that our choices are morally qualified. Not always, not in all circumstances, but generally, yes, they are, and they have implications. So I don't know why people are just very, very fervently making choices because they like their opinions, so they will abandon truth, for example. I don't understand that kind of thinking because for me it is generally not moral, let's say. It doesn't go with moral and logic or logical morality. So that's, for example, I don't understand why people are doing things like, for example, Rumpus or this mathematician, because or he is unaware of his statements, because he's saying that people lie about something, and so he is making moral qualification of other people. So and then he's making a choice to prove something with fallacious logic, and I have right to morally qualify what he is doing also. So it is not just he is wrong, he is mistaken. Yes, he is mistaken. But problem is, moral problem is, if he is mistaken because it is just honest mistake, or he is mistaken because he wants to be mistaken. And that is morally wrong. So I'm very curious. And sometimes when I'm talking to people, I try to not to go into that moral, let's say, qualification of statements and choices of people. So, but sometimes they seems obvious, because someone who is denying simple truth for sake of his model, I have moral qualification for that. It's not just maybe he's mad, okay, but that would be excuse, because people who are making choices in their life, real life, everyday life, they are making choices, and these choices are logical. And now they are going to this arena, and they are just using everything opposite to that everyday logic. So it's like double life, double thinking. So I think I cannot say that it is just a honest mistake, that they are honestly mistake. It's very hard to me to not to mention that qualification. Sorry for my long rant about morality.
No, that's
I
good.
ended with morality.
Well, there's obviously, that's why I think this Blue Marble inviting this guy in, he's adding a twist to it, because this guy's going to be forced to, I don't know, he's going to have to deny logic within his very own profession, this mathematics, which I can't see how that could work. Like, it's to me, this is where the nut-sacking occurs within the mind, right? He has to be able to accept both a logical framework and an illogical, and them both being equivalent. I don't know.
Yes, but he will have to make a choice. I am going to do that, or no, I am not going to do that. So it is a choice.
Yeah.
So I don't know what are his priorities or moral priorities, but that choice would be just wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, you should have warned him, Blue. You should have warned him. You should have said, these guys aren't flat earthers, right? They're just asking about the Euclidean principles and how you manage to deny them in reality. Because that's all we're asking. We're asking, if triangles have 180 degrees in reality, because that's where it's provable, then what are you talking about by saying they're not? Where's the lie? That's what I want to know, because I've literally taken this on as a proof. Somebody's telling me triangles don't. It's a lie.
Yes, he said that this is a lie. Well, he said that this is not true, but in fact, this is the same.
We talked about spherical dirt. Is that what you call it? Is that a mathematical thing?
No, but we are talking about this professor in his own film. He said that he was not provoked by Blue Marble Science to do that.
Yeah.
He did this film on his own.
No.
And he said
what Blue's saying is that he asked Blue could he go over to Blues to review the video of us? I don't know why he didn't bother asking us, or why Blue said you'd be best going over and talking to them, but you didn't, Blue. We understand that he made a video saying that he lied. That's what we went over. It's the connection that Blue Marble Science has with him afterwards.
Yes, but still, we went over his clip, this professor clip, because he said that triangle having 180 degree, that and when children or people are taught that in schools, it is not true. So they are in schools, we were told a lie about triangles. This is what this professor said. So that's why we went over his film.
He's saying here, spherical triangles, spherical surfaces where triangles are no longer triangles. Where triangles are no longer triangles. But they're the ones that he wants to tell us they are triangles.
There is no such thing like Euclidean triangle. Plato also talked about triangles. So would we call them Platonian triangles or Aristotelian triangles?
Yes, just a minute. Can I, Blue? Yes, I did invite him to come when we were going over it. That's what I commented to him at the beginning. The only time I've ever conversed with this man was to ask him about his thing and to tell him that we were going over it and that I would like for him to come along and be part of it. That's the truth, Blue. Blue's going mad. Calm down, Blue. It's all right. He was asked to come here, but apparently, for some reason, he went over to Blue Marble Science. Because he must have felt shy or something coming over here. And you gladly take it on rather than just telling him. Go and talk to them yourself.
And it is not BS. Even if he said that it is not always true, it is still a lie because it is always true. Triangle has always. Every triangle has always 180 degrees. There's no exception. If Blue Marble Science says that not always, so he is talking about Black Swan. So please show us Black Swan. And of course, talking about spherical triangles is not showing Black Swan. Because if we are talking about triangles and spherical triangles, it means that we are talking about different things. Like, as I said lately, there is a difference between electric chair and chair. So this is the difference between the spherical triangle and triangle. This is different thing. So you cannot show a spherical triangle as a Black Swan to triangles. No, it doesn't work that way. because they have to belong to the same species, like swans. Swans are black and white, okay, but they are still swans. And now we are talking about triangles and not triangles. They are called spherical triangles, but they are not in definition of triangle. Therefore, they are not triangles. They belong to different species. That's why you cannot say that spherical triangle is black swan to triangles, because it is in different species. It is not exception in that species. It is not because it is not in this species. Simple.
There you go, Blue. As well, you can see on the screen right now me talking to him about when we're going over the video. He knew because there's people that are talking about it. So he knew. I did tell him. He was fine to come over here. We were having a conversation about it. But then other people butted in and started telling him other things. He decided to go to Blue Marble rather than to come and have a chat with us. Or make a video on his own about what we were saying. He decided to go to Blue Marble Science. His friend. Almost like you're part of a team. What's Physics Rocks? If you're in this chat, like, or is he here listening to us? Or is he just talking about FE for no apparent reason? Like, what's he doing? In the live chat. What sort of conversations going on? This isn't normal. This is somebody who Charles Flat Earth Math said only ever comments when he's asleep. So Charles must be asleep right now. He knows that. It's one of the things that Flat Earth Math told us about this guy.
He told that this guy is commenting only when Charles is asleep.
Yep. Yeah, Charles said that. He said, how could it be his sock? Because he only comments when he's asleep. Great invite, Bev. Yeah, it was. But for some reason, Blue, this man decided to call you up. Do you not think that's a bit weird?
Or maybe this mathematician judged that it would be more safe to go to Blue.
Yeah, he needs a bit of help, right? He needs his hand holding.
Yeah, exactly.
Or it might be something else that they have in common. You never know. They may post on certain forums together. They may be part of the same, they may know Jonah the scientist. They both might have a common friend. Or they both might have the same religion. They've definitely got the globe in common. Dogmatic globe, sorry. But one of them isn't aware of the fact that he can't have proofs. Because he didn't seem to be aware of the Blue Marble doing spherical pi either. Isn't that right, Blue? He kept
Yes.
that one
Why
really
why
quiet.
why Blue Marble Science was not talking about his spherical pie in presence of professor of mathematics?
Yeah.
I'm curious why he was silent about that.
Let me just let's still do the Google search to see whether
because I think that this spherical pie is like a foundation stone of one of foundation stones of spherical geometry. So it would be just obvious to state that in this spherical geometry we have spherical pie. That would be cornerstone of spherical geometry, wouldn't it?
yeah, here's a. I have to give you 2 screenshots, but you'll see why that is. And right, here we go. Look at this. Put it in the YouTube chat. We've got the first one. Oh, it's that way around. You put it in. You can try this out for yourself. This is DuckDuckGo, and you put spherical pie into your search, and it comes up with spherical trigonometry, obviously, then spherical trigonometry, then spherical coordinate system, and then underneath that, spherical pie and where it comes from. Blue Marble Science. Like the actual first mention of spherical pie in a Google search, well, a DuckDuckGo, turns up a Blue Marble Science video. That's supposed to mean that Blue Marble is the official citation for spherical pie. Like if somebody says Google it, that's where you get to.
So Blue Marble Science is confirmed to be a source.
The main source, like, because it's not spherical trigonometry, is it? And it's not spherical coordinates, because they're obviously the way to put a coordinate on a sphere or something like that. No. This is the first mention of spherical pie. Blue Marble Science. I can't see of anybody else. I mean, this guy, the mathematician, wasn't even aware of it because he thinks it's a constant. Doesn't he? He mentioned it a few times. I was surprised that Blue didn't bring it up.
And by the way, Blue Marble Science confirmed that many times. When this professor said that it is constant, he affirmed that. So we were waiting for Blue saying, no, it is not a constant. We have spherical pie and this ratio is changing.
Yeah, and where it comes from. I mean, like he's got a video, spherical pie, and where it comes from. I don't know why Blue didn't mention it.
Maybe he was shy.
Yeah. You've still not answered why you didn't tell him about that, Blue. Can you remember when Brenda said it was more?
more than 3.14.
Yep.
In spherical geometry,
Well, just I don't know. Like I
Yes,
don't know. Like it becomes hard to even conceive, doesn't it?
yes, because on spherical pi, it is changing, of course, but it is changing to less.
Yeah, the
not
length
to more.
of the length of the diameter could
It's longer,
increase,
yeah.
which would make
Yeah.
the ratio smaller. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Brenda said it could be more, which is inconceivable. Like, if you want to comprehend nonsense, then I think that could encapsulate that particular branch of nonsense quite well. You can't even comprehend why they said it. That's how bad it is. How little must they be thinking to be able to say that, and what do words like that mean? Or how messed up is a mind that can say that and conceive of it? What's Fanboy talking about? I missed the bit. Is he wanting to inject himself into the conversation? Just find any way to do it.
Yep, he is now. He's in the Discord. There you go.
Was there a mix-up going on?
You never can tell.
Hey, hello, folks. I do apologize. Kevin was responding to, I guess, Physics Rocks, and it really sounded like it was aimed at me because I was typing something to Bev, and then Bev is obviously doing a live show and not, engaged in chat, and so anyway, that was my bad, Kevin. But I was spending the day with my family, something you guys are always encouraging me to do more, spend more time with my family. So, but I'm just happy to, say hi for Free for All Friday or Fem Friday or Fem Free Friday, and just just say hi.
Hey,
Good evening.
Can you imagine
the last one of the year? So
Yeah.
good to have you.
Yeah, I'm going to put you on the spot straight away. Can you imagine why somebody would get a professor over to go over spherical geometry and then not mention about spherical pi and continue to say that pi is a constant?
Yeah, pi is a constant.
Yeah.
And then my comment that I typed into Discord is that pi has never not been a constant.
Yeah, but have
So
you ever done a
anytime
video about
anybody's-
spherical pi, though?
No.
No.
That's not a particular interest of mine. It was, there are people who like to geek out with the math and to kind of extend the concepts a little bit and have some fun with it. For people who, it's kind of like for fellow math nerds, and that's what the spherical pi video was really about. Was people who acknowledge spherical geometry and acknowledge that you can draw shapes on a sphere, and then it's just kind of a fun thought that, like, what's the if you have a geodesic and call that the diameter, it's not actually the diameter. The actual diameter is a Euclidean straight line. But if you just sort of pretend that the geodesic on the surface of the sphere is a a diameter, well, then you could play around with this concept called spherical pi. Doesn't change pi. Pi is still a constant.
But why would you call it spherical pi then?
Because it's not pi. And that's one of the biggest.
Oh,
one of
you
the
like
biggest problems I
spherical
have with
triangles
both.
aren't triangles?
Yes, exactly.
Spherical triangles are not Euclidean triangles.
They're
right?
not
Spherical
triangles.
Triangles are not planar triangles. They're not planar triangles.
They're not
Yes, but
triangles.
you said that spherical
not
pi
planar
is not a
triangles.
pi,
Yeah.
so therefore spherical triangle is not triangle. This is the same
So,
kind of thinking.
I've been thinking, because like I love analogies, and I was thinking about a modern kitchen, at least in America. I would say 99% of kitchens in America have two ovens. One is a microwave oven, and one is a convection oven that either uses electric or gas to produce physical heat. That where the oven, the whole oven just gets really hot, and that's the way people used ovens for years and years before the microwave was invented. And so, if somebody says, put it in the oven, versus put it in the microwave, like those are two very distinctive things. The word oven, if you're standing in a kitchen and somebody says the word oven, everyone knows what that means. That means
Your
the
analogies are
convection
shit,
oven.
Charles.
Yeah. And if everyone says throw it in the microwave, we all know what that means. But if the conversation is between spherical triangles and Euclidean planar triangles, then I think it is, being purposely misleading or what do they call it? To not use the preference, the prefix in front of triangle.
Yes,
If you're talking with a guy and you're talking about spherical geometry, don't just say triangle. You got to say spherical triangle.
Yes, but Charles, the problem with ovens is that this microwave oven and traditional oven, they are doing the same thing. So that you can say that this is oven and this is oven because they are doing same thing.
But they're not doing the same thing.
Yes, but the triangles are not doing anything. So they are defined as they are. So if they are not as they are no longer the same thing. That's the problem.
No one said that a spherical triangle was the same thing as a planar triangle. Those are two distinctive things.
No, somebody
Right?
got told that they were lied to when they said triangles were at 180 degrees.
Yes, this is
That
what
was a
this
joke that he
professor
made
said.
at the beginning of the video.
Oh,
Okay, it was a joke.
A joke?
And like everybody who knows.
Well, why did
everybody
he
who knows
repeat
spherical
it a bit later
geometry-
when he said the particular lie I'm talking about? And
Lie
why
in
did,
air
more
quotes,
more
right? There's
importantly,
nobody-
why
there's
did
nobody
Blue
lying.
Marble Science not mention spherical pi once when he's the
Because it-
leading figure on DuckDuckGo?
Oh my goodness. So I'm
If
going to
somebody
repeat
asks
myself
you
because
to
apparently you guys
Google
didn't hear me
spherical
the first time I
pi
said.
and you have DuckDuckGo, the first reference you're going to get is a Blue Marble Science video.
Okay.
Spherical
So
pi and where it
one of the
comes
problems in
from.
this arena. One of the problems in this arena is people ask questions and then they pay no attention to the answer. So I'm going to say again what I said about 5 minutes ago, which is spherical pi is just an interesting thing for math nerds. Okay? It is just
why
an
didn't he
amusing
say
little
it?
diversion.
Why
It is- no
didn't
one
he bring
uses
it up when
spherical-
he was talking
Because
to
it's-
a professor
one-
of mathematics?
Because no one uses it.
He's not a
No one-
maths
no one uses
nerd, is he
spherical
not?
pi. No one uses spherical pi. It is just an interesting exploration for people who like to kind of geek out on the math and the geometry a bit.
So they use
It is not
Euclidean pi
used-
then? The traditional.
There's no such thing as Euclidean pi.
What do you mean?
You call it
The
traditional.
constant.
Hey,
Yeah, the pi, the
Is it-
one that's a constant. That's Euclidean.
pi has never not been a constant. Okay, and so
That's the
there is
Euclidean
no
pi,
need-
Charles.
So, but
That's the diameter that's
you-
described within
you-
Euclidean geometry
call-
and the circumference that's
you call
described.
everything Euclidean. You even called like multiplying a number by itself Euclidean, which it is not. But
The unit.
the Euclidean is
The
just a-
unit is Euclidean.
oh my goodness, everything is Euclidean. How about
For
chickens and eggs? Are
mathematics,
they
yes,
Euclidean?
Charles. It's the foundation of mathematics.
But the point I'm trying to get to is that, you're going on and on about blue marble science, talking to this math professor, and
why didn't he
does have to
mention
bring
that
up this
he's
topic?
the aforementioned expert
Oh my
on
goodness.
spherical pi when they're talking about the surface of a sphere and
Because no
a
one talks about
triangle
spherical pi.
having more than 180 degrees?
A spherical triangle. So you're leaving out all these words, which means you're kind of misleading people or being purposely obtuse. All right? It's a spherical triangle, and no one uses spherical pi. Okay? So you are welcome to stop bringing that up.
Blue Marble does. He's made a video about it. You calling Blue Marble?
Did he make a video about
nobody?
the application? Did he make a video about the application, the practical application of spherical pi? No, he made a video that was a very interesting diversion into math and spheres. That's fun for people who know a little bit about math and spheres. Okay, I was very, interested by the video.
Isn't that what they were talking about?
It's a fun little topic.
Isn't that the very thing that they're talking about? If they're talking about drawing forming three great circles.
Has nothing to do with the content of Blue Marble's video.
Okay, so it's just purely Euclidean. Then we're going with the pi radians being equal to 180, right?
Okay, so now you just said radians. The last time we had a conversation, you did not appear to understand that a radian is an angle degree.
Your misunderstanding of what I understand is of no concern.
I'm just asking.
Are you going, Charles? Are you going with pi radians being equal to 180 degrees or the sum of two right angles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pi radians as a measure of an angle pi radians is equal to 180 degrees.
Well, that would
also
be
a measure of an angle.
That would be Euclidean, wouldn't it?
You could.
You could
calling
take
things
that
Euclidean
back to the
is
triangle
just
axiom,
unhelpful,
couldn't you?
Right. I mean, I think the last time we were talking, you were trying to say whether degrees were Euclidean.
Two right angles.
It's quite silly to just try to pick a concept and try to determine whether it's Euclidean or not.
It's interesting that you're trying this sophist approach, but are we agreeing that in the calculations that you're doing for spherical geometry, you're using pi radians, or the sum of a triangle adding up to 180 degrees, two right angles?
Okay, I mean planar triangle. Some
it's
of
just
the angles
a triangle,
Charles.
Triangle. This is where we started.
Okay, see, now you're being a sophist because there are.
I'm not being a sophist at all. We're talking about a triangle at 3 points, three angles adding up to pi radians.
But those 3 points are connected with a Euclidean straight line. Okay, so that's not spherical geometry. So for you to say spherical geometry,
that's why that guy was talking about it.
Talk about a triangle.
Charles, that's what we were talking about. The mathematician that was talking about it was using pi radians, right? And that's equal to
could have said
180 degrees. Yes.
Right. He could have said 180 degrees, but he chose pi radian.
Yes.
Radians are sort of a more
and that's
pure
Euclidean,
form.
Isn't it?
Oh my goodness. You are welcome to call it Euclidean. I mean, I'm not going to disabuse you of that notion. But what is sophist of you is to say triangle in the context of spherical geometry, because then people are confused as to what you're talking about. You're talking about a Euclidean
Nobody's
planar
confused
triangle.
about what I'm talking about, Charles.
Yes,
except
spherical geometry.
You might be confused. We're talking about a circle.
Spherical triangles.
No, Charles, that's the point. We're talking about a circle, which is Euclidean. The whole point of me saying, why did Blue Marble not mention spherical pi? Because that's the difference. You need to use that. You need to move out of Euclidean. You can't prove
I
not
literally have no idea
Euclidean
what you're
by
talking about.
using Euclidean. That's stolen concept, Charles, of the mind.
No, it's called standing on the shoulders of giants.
What is?
So you know the quote.
Charles,
if I have seen further, it is because I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. So non-Euclidean geometry builds upon the foundations of Euclidean geometry. Okay.
How?
Well, most of the axioms, most of the core, I guess the first four axioms,
The foundations
are the same. Right?
It builds upon the
Kind of
foundations
expand
you
your
just
mind.
said, Charles. How can it build upon the foundations if it's chipping away at them? That's
No,
not building.
It's a lie, though.
There's something wrong with
Yeah.
you, Charles.
So-
It's
All right.
backwards.
So we had this conversation before about if you have a shape drawn on a sphere, Euclidean geometry literally does not have the tools necessary for describing relationships on about that shape, specifically like a spherical triangle. There's no tools in Euclidean
Which is
geometry. for
why
dealing
Blue
with that
Marble made
shape.
the video Spherical Pie, and
No,
I
it's not.
said, why did
No.
this man
No, it's
not
not. That's a
mention
lie.
it?
It's a lie. That's
What's
not
a
why
lie?
he made it.
What's
The
a lie?
reason why he made a video on spherical pie is what you just said.
What, the Blue Marble made a video on Spherical Pie because it's a necessity on the surface
No.
of a sphere for pi to be
not.
different.
No,
Yes.
you're dead wrong. You're dead wrong.
Why else
Pi
would
is
somebody
a
make a
concept.
video about Spherical Pie?
Pi is a constant.
Yes.
Okay, pi is
So
always a
why
constant.
would
In
somebody make
spherical
a
geometry-
video about Spherical Pie if it wasn't a necessity for pi to change on the surface of a sphere, Charles?
Pi has not changed. Pi does not change. Okay.
No.
Okay, but
The
Pi is a
question,
constant.
Charles. Let me
Why don't you ask
let
the
me
video
ask it
maker?
one more time, Charles. Why
Goodness, why don't you ask
would
the video maker?
somebody make a video about Spherical Pie if it weren't for the necessity of pi to change upon the surface of the sphere?
You're projecting.
No, I'm
No,
just
tell us
asking you a
about it.
question.
You are
Well,
welcome.
we're
to ask
adults,
that
Charles.
question
We're not children,
to
Charles. We're not
the-
children, Charles. We're adults. We can take the lie. So you can explain the lie to us now. I know you lied to the children, but you can explain to us where the lie is, because we're old enough now, apparently, to understand.
So people make videos all the time. I'm working on a video that's talking about infrared photography from a plane flying over Utah. Now, the reason why I'm making this video is not because it's fundamental to the understanding of anything. I'm making it because it's fun. All right? And I've explained to you now 3 times already that my understanding behind Blue Marble's intention behind his video was that it was fun. It was fun for me to watch, and it was probably fun for him to make. But
Well,
I've
we'll
said
have to
this
go over that again
repeatedly.
and see how
Nobody
fun it was.
uses.
So
Nobody
also
uses
said-
spherical pi.
You also
in
said we were
practicality
vicious
because
people.
Pi does not change. So for you to project intentions upon him that he's trying to change geometry, he didn't
Nobody's
change
saying
anything.
that.
Pi is a
No,
constant.
nobody's saying that. We're just
Pi is a
saying,
constant.
why didn't he bring it
Pi
up
is
when he had a
3.14151519.
professor of mathematics with him?
Because he also didn't bring up the cost of tea in China. There's no reason for it. Okay, no one cares about the cost of tea in China.
Talking
So they were
about the
talking about
surface of a
spherical
sphere,
geometry.
isn't he?
by the way, Charles, if
Yes,
you
sir.
are saying that the spherical pie is for fun, that implies that spherical geometry is for fun.
No, that's you're
No?
you're reading too much into that. Spherical geometry is an
Mm,
actual branch of geometry.
No, I'm asking the question if
Okay,
it
the
is
answer is no.
implication. That would be logical implication that
No.
also spherical trigonometry is geometry is for fun.
Well,
so
their
it
entire
means it
textbook's
is a
written in
joke.
Spherical geometry. So I mean, you're projecting, but every time we had this conversation, folks on your side of the aisle pretend that spherical geometry is not actually a branch of mathematics when it is. There are
No,
textbooks,
we
entire
look,
websites
Charles,
dedicated to it.
Charles,
There's theorems,
Charles,
there's axioms,
Charles,
there's formulas.
don't misrepresent us. We said It does not exist. There is no existence for a spherical triangle. There's no proof.
So you're.
There's nowhere for it to
What's funny is that
exist.
you could literally draw one. Just grab a sphere, grab a Sharpie, and start making
That would
marks
be
on it. And there you go.
Euclidean, Charles. Welcome to reality. You've
Oh my
just
goodness.
drawn on a Euclidean solid.
Yes.
Yes.
Without the tools for describing the relationships.
Yes, and by the
How
way,
how do you make these tools? How do you make these tools? Well, you need to invent a new branch of mathematics that builds upon Euclid's foundations. And that's where spherical geometry comes from. So
Right,
spherical
it's in the-
geometry is an actual science. But, you know, what's really funny is that there's so many things that people have to deny.
Did you
like
say it's
almost,
actual science?
It's
You're
it's a form of
contradicting what
mathematics.
Rumpus was saying there. Like it's like a knowledge
You'll have
based
to ask
gaining
Rumpus.
thing.
Yeah,
No, when you say
did try to
science.
protect your honour, Charles. Yeah,
What'd
we
you
did try to protect your honour, Charles. If Rumpus was in here, he was saying some very disparaging things about you.
I don't really
I mean,
care. And the thing is, the whole
Well,
personality
we were
thing, you're
shocked.
trying to
We were
find one
shocked. I
guy
mean, he was
another-
using really bad language.
And he
He
was
did try to
speaking on
stand up for
behalf
you,
of
but-
ask
the
him.
university
So
professor as well. While
Yes, he
was
did
doing
speak
Here's
on behalf of Scholasaurus, and he said
Here's
that
my-
he
here's my
sort of inferred
suggestion.
that you were below him on the sort of level of authority to speak on the subject.
So here's my suggestion. If you have a question about what Rumpus said, talk to Rumpus. If you have a question
We
about
did.
what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
yeah.
talk to me. You have a question about Blue Marble's, motivations behind this video. Why don't you talk to Blue Marble Science? But it's really funny that you're going to talk to me about what Rumpus said, and you're going to talk to me about why Blue Marble made a video. Why don't you talk to me about stuff that I know? It just
Yeah,
doesn't
but
really
we asked about the lies,
sense.
the lies
so-
you were telling.
So I am referring to what you said, because triangle, square, circle, these are planar figures by definition. So if there is no such thing like not planar square, or not planar circle, or not planar triangle.
So again,
So-
you're denying a branch of geometry that built on Euclid's foundations, and that's fine. You could deny it, but just as long as you own that you are literally denying a branch of geometry.
I'm denying contradiction within.
There's no contradiction.
Yes, it
A
is.
spherical triangle is not a triangle. That's the contradiction that you keep imagining. A spherical triangle is not a triangle. That's why I always say, don't say the word triangle if people are talking about spherical geometry, because then people are confused. Well, what are you talking about? A Euclidean planar triangle?
That is a red car. A car. So, because
Sure,
you do
but
realise what you're saying, a spherical triangle
there's-
is not a triangle. Well, why are you calling it a triangle then? That sounds ridiculous. It's
one word instead of
contradictory.
two. It's not contradictory. If the context is spherical geometry, right? Context is key, and a lot of times people like to obfuscate by removing context, which is not helpful. But for example, if there is a red car and a blue car in a driveway, and someone says, put the sunglasses in the car, that is not helpful, because there are two cars in the driveway.
Okay,
right?
so
Put the sunglasses in the car is not helpful.
okay,
And someone
so
who insists upon saying car instead of red
Yeah,
car
but
or
if you
blue
say
car
spherical
is
car is
obfuscating.
not a car, it's like, well, why are you calling
Red
it a car
and a
then?
blue car
It's just a
are
bush.
two distinct cars, right? And so if you insist upon refusing to name the color of the car, then that is obfuscation.
no,
that is something that
Charles.
people specialize in this
Problem
arena.
is, Charles. Problem is within definition, because triangle is defined.
Planar
So
triangle.
if you are saying, and you said that spherical triangle is not triangle, therefore it is different thing. So we need and we wait for different definition for that triangle. Can you give us different definition of that kind of triangle?
Sure. You know, I mean, you've said it 100 times. It's been discussed on this program. You take 3 points on the surface of a sphere. You connect them with 3 geodesics. You have a spherical triangle, right? And you could do geometry with that spherical triangle. There's all sorts of stuff you could do with that using the tools
Shortest
of
distance between
non-Euclidean
those
geometry.
points is always a great circle, I heard. Always.
The shortest path on the surface. See, now that here's where you got to be distinct. Shortest path on the surface.
No, path is sorry. Distance is not path on the surface.
Yeah, that's not what it is.
Well, now you're talking about a chord.
No,
right?
no,
now
it just says the shortest distance.
You have left the surface of the sphere. You are no longer talking about spherical geometry.
Yes, so this
So
path
that's why
on
it
the
is-
surface is not shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay.
It's
Oh
not.
my goodness.
It is
So
not.
so paper. You can understand constraints, right?
I
There you
can
go.
understand
It's
that.
on the screen if you want to refer to it.
Do you understand constraints,
the-
paper?
The logic
Constraints?
of
I'm not
Bob.
sure.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
So a
Constraints.
constraint where someone says, you know, I'm going to give you the rules of the game, and you can play the game, but you got to follow the rules. Right? So, you know, you're flipping a coin. You know, you can't flip a coin and have it come up, you know, SpongeBob, because no, the rules of the game is the coin has heads and tails. So, constraint with spherical geometry is it takes place entirely on the surface of a sphere. If you leave the surface of the sphere, you are no longer doing spherical geometry. So
Yes,
if you were talking about the shortest path between 2 points on the surface of the sphere, that's the constraint.
Shortest
then that is a
distance
geodesic.
between any 2 points
I'm
in
not
any
saying-
direction will always be a great
See,
circle.
now you're
is-
obfuscating.
No,
Now you're
no,
obfuscating.
no. That's the words within the argument laid down by Bob the science guy.
Well, again, talk to him.
That's his
about
modus
definition.
ponens. That's what
Okay.
we're addressing here.
So what's your again? Because I asked you about definition of the triangle, you didn't give us yet.
I
But,
just did.
So
spherical
now,
triangle.
no, this is you just describe how it is created.
Geodesics.
This is not geodesics.
Okay. What would you like instead of my description of a spherical triangle?
For example, I can say that that would be figure with a straight for normal triangle. It is planar figure with 3 points connected with straight lines, giving us 180 degree in total. That would be, for example.
Yes, that's a
definition.
planar triangle. Agreed.
Yes, and this planar triangle is called triangle.
For shorthand, because the context may leave the plane. If you know, if you're in a geometry class and there's no spheres, that nobody's drawing on spheres, everyone's drawing on a sheet of paper, then everyone's just going to say a triangle. But if the context is spherical geometry, and that's key, if the context is spherical geometry, throwing around the word triangle in that context means a spherical triangle, but it's a lot less syllables to just say triangle.
Yes, but
Right?
sorry, my objection is that my definition is not contextual. Your is contextual. And definition, it shouldn't go into some kind of context because definition should be general.
So here's a question for you. I've got a 4-sided polygon where each of the 4 sides is a Euclidean straight line, meaning a shortest distance. Okay? And I'm going to add up the angles for that 4-sided figure. All right? And the question is, do those 4 angles have to add up to 360 degrees?
Yes, it has to be.
The answer is no.
Oh, no.
Because what you
What?
assumed was that I was talking about a plane. Instead, I was
said
talking
polygon.
about a 4-sided polygon.
You said Euclidean straight lines, though.
With straight lines.
You said shortest distance. It means
Yes. I've got 4 points, and there are 4 points with 4 straight lines between them. However, what I did not tell you is that I was going into the 3rd dimension, in which case the angles do not add up to 360 degrees.
Just take the 4
Okay, so
midpoints then, Charles.
So the context, I'm sorry, paper, the context is that when we're talking about a 4-sided figure, We're assuming we're talking about a four-sided planar figure.
Yeah,
Going into
Charles.
the
As soon as
third
I leave
dimension,
that
we're
concept,
leaving
the rules
spherical
change.
geometry.
Right. Can I just
Not
point
spherical,
out here,
not
Charles?
spherical.
Charles.
If you
Euclidean.
go into the
Oh.
third dimension, Charles, you will be leaving Euclidean or leaving spherical geometry.
No, I'm not talking about spherical.
Right. Oh,
You're
Charles.
just
I'm
going
talking about
trying to make
Euclidean.
a
I'm
round
talking about
square.
Euclidean three-dimensional x, y, and z
Yes.
coordinates.
Yes, we're going to take 4 points anywhere. Anywhere. We're going to join them by straight lines. We're going to take the 4 midpoints of all of those lines. We're going to join those 4 together. You will have a Euclidean parallelogram. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
In reality.
I'm pretty sure that's true.
360
right. That's
degrees.
The midpoints.
Yes. So
I'm
that
pretty sure
would
that's-
happen,
that's true
Charles.
for a-
That would happen anywhere in reality.
Right, but I didn't say anything about
right?
midpoints.
Wouldn't
right?
be.
I didn't say
It
anything about
doesn't matter
midpoints.
where you were on any of those points to start off with.
You're not letting
you
me
could
agree with
always end up with a parallelogram. Guaranteed.
You're not letting me agree with you. Can I agree with you? You can like stop making your point.
Well,
I agree
that
with
would,
you. Okay.
if you were to agree with me, then you would be agreeing that we are in Euclidean space because the parallels.
So you're you obfuscated your way from the original point, which I was making to paper, which was a quadrilateral made up of 3 Euclidean straight lines. Does not have to add up to the angles. Do not have to add up to 360 degrees.
You
Because
just said
the
quadrilateral
midpoints,
and
yes.
3.
I didn't say anything about midpoints.
No, that's why I said if you take the midpoint.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
That's a clever little thing, a clever little aspect.
It's not
of,
a clever little thing.
three-dimensional-
It's a proof.
It is very clever.
It's a
very,
theory.
Is that
very
your
clever,
lie,
but it
Charles?
says, it says nothing about the 4 vertices that we started with.
Is that a demonstration
Those
of your
angles
lie?
do
Sort
not
of, you know,
necessarily
just
add.
half describing something and then saying, "Oh, but I didn't actually mean that." Is that how you work?
Well-
Is that how it works with children?
Okay, I never mentioned midpoints, and Bev has.
No, I know you
insisted upon
didn't.
That's
talking
You
why
gave
I
an
did
impression of
mention them,
something.
Charles, because I got around your little trick.
Yeah, it was a little trick that I pulled.
A lie.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
but
you
No, it's
cannot.
not a lie.
But,
It
but
was
lie,
still,
yeah,
it was
you
a
said.
point.
Charles, but
It
still
was
you
not a
cannot
lie. It
do
was a
that
point that I
trick.
was trying to make to paper.
Charles,
That, assuming that we're on a plane,
Okay.
is not a safe assumption. So
Okay,
that's why
but
we use
still-
words to describe.
but still, you cannot make that trick with a triangle because 3 points are creating plane.
Never suggested you can make that trick with a triangle. Right?
Yeah,
Any 3
okay,
points anywhere in 3D
so-
space can
So
be
if
connected
we
with
are
3 straight
talking about triangle or forming triangle, so we have 3 points in space without any surface, no plane, and we connect them with straight lines, Euclidean straight lines, it will form a planar triangle. Do you agree?
Thank you. Thank you for saying planar triangle. Yes. But
Yeah.
what I'm really baffled by is the idea that folks here in the server can't understand that you could draw something on the shape of on the surface of a sphere.
Charles,
and perform an
nobody's
analysis
ever
on it.
doubted the fact that you can get your big biro and draw on a ball. We've been saying that for
Right,
ages.
but what about analysis?
It's not
That
really
we're taking it
mathematics, is
beyond
it?
scribbling. We're taking it beyond scribbling, and we're performing an analysis. For example, spherical excess, measuring angles, having different
You need the
relationships,
planes,
having
of
an
the
antipodal
circles.
having antipodal points. So you can actually
No.
perform an analysis.
Yeah, the other
That's
end
the
of the
thing.
diameter, right? You do realise the
Okay.
tangents at each end of those antipodal points will be parallel, won't they?
Like a tangent plane to the sphere.
No, the
What do you mean?
tangent at each end of your antipodes, the 2
And I
points.
said tangent plane, and you said no.
It's just a
No, you-
tangent,
A tangent plane.
or a tangent
A
line,
tangent plane.
or a tangent
No, well,
line.
okay, well then, if you have a tangent line, then they're not guaranteed to be parallel because
But
they
they
could be
they
skewed.
would be if they were lying within the plane, wouldn't they?
Well, you can have skew lines and you can have parallel lines.
Tangent. Can you have skew tangent lines at each end of
but-
a diameter,
Bev-
Charles?
Bev was talking about
A
antipodal.
sphere.
It
We're
means
talking about a sphere. When you use the word antipodal, you're talking about 2 points on the opposite sides of a sphere.
yes.
Okay?
Yeah,
So
the
we're talking about
opposite
a
ends
sphere.
of a diameter,
Right.
Charles. Yes.
So we have lots of things have diameters. So we're talking about a sphere, and we're talking about 2 antipodal points. And then he said a tangent, and I tried to get him to clarify a tangent.
You don't listen,
plane
Charles.
At the antipodal point, tangent plane at the
Sophist
antipodal point,
away,
because the tangent
Charles.
planes will
You
be.
don't listen,
Charles, it
Charles.
doesn't matter if we have
Oh my goodness. I
antipodal
listen
points.
extremely carefully.
Charles,
Yeah.
if we have antipodal points and we make line between them, straight line, that would be diameter of the sphere, right?
Yes, but
Yes. So
that's correct.
Bev is talking about a tangent to that diameter with that diameter. So that
What
would
tangent to the sphere?
tangent to the sphere at these points where this diameter meets the sphere. And these tangent planes or lines would be parallel.
Only the planes would be parallel.
Plane.
The
Okay,
lines are
planes,
not
yes,
guaranteed to be
because
parallel.
you can rotate.
The
Yes,
lines
I
could be
agree.
skewed.
Yes, yes.
Okay, you
Yeah.
could have one line pointing north, and you can have another line pointing east.
Parallel, though,
They're
Charles,
skewed to
right?
each other.
Parallel.
Planes. The planes
The
are parallel. You
parallel.
cannot have parallel skew
Obviously
lines.
Euclidean, right, Charles?
Oh my goodness gracious! You literally don't even understand what you're saying, Bev.
Yes, I do.
If
Well, I
Charles.
understand.
Yes.
planes, the planes are parallel. If you have
Yes,
two lines,
and that
the lines are not
is
guaranteed to be parallel.
Euclidean,
Oh
Charles.
my goodness!
Obviously, because there's no other geometry that has parallel planes or lines, is there, Charles? Only Euclidean. Proving that you are using Euclidean geometry in your conception of the thing that you're talking about, the sphere. It's Euclidean.
So I'm going to say this for like the 100th time. Euclidean geometry does not have any tools for analyzing figures drawn on the surface of a sphere. You could repeat all you want that a sphere is Euclidean, a sphere is Euclidean, a sphere is Euclidean. Okay, a sphere is Euclidean. But if you're talking about shapes that have been drawn on the surface of that sphere, Euclidean geometry does not have any tools for that.
Just spherical
Right?
trigonometry.
So you go to spherical trigonometry and you can perform
Euclidean.
analysis. Oh my goodness.
Don't say, oh my goodness. Yes, that's Euclidean.
Well,
spherical
Okay,
trigonometry.
literally spherical geometry is called non-Euclidean geometry because
No, spherical
and I'm not really an expert on this,
trigonometry,
but
Charles.
it does break what the fifth
Charles, but he was
postulate or
talking
whatever,
about
but-
trigonometry.
Well, you
Spherical
need to use
trigonometry
spherical
is part.
trigonometry.
Pardon?
For example, the law of sines. Are you familiar with the law of sines?
Euclidean.
Euclidean.
Yes, this is just.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
But does anybody know the law of sines? off the
Yes.
top of their head?
Euclidean,
It's
yes.
I'm not trying to put
Euclidean.
anybody-
Yes, Charles.
Okay, so what's the law of sines? Could you just agree if you guys
Euclidean.
know what the law? Okay, no. What could you
It's
say what the
using
law of sines
sine,
is? Just-
right, Charles?
Yes, it does have
Well,
sine
that's
in it.
Euclidean because that's a relationship
Okay,
of a
so
certain
and again,
proportion of a
I said-
line within inside a semicircle, isn't it, Charles?
So I asked if you guys knew what
Both
the
the
law of
sine,
sines
the
were, and I
cosine,
heard
and the
multiple people.
tangent are all
I
Euclidean
heard multiple
functions
people say
of a
yes, they're familiar with the law
triangle
of sines.
within a
then I
semicircle
asked-
or
Charles,
within
you're
the
not
unit
listening.
circle.
And then I asked if there was if people actually knew what the law of sines were, because I wasn't trying to put anybody on the spot. I mean, you can't ask me to just name a formula. So some people have memorized the law of sines. I said, do you guys know what the formula is? Do you guys know what the law of sines is? Yes. People were saying yes. So what is the formula? Could
Go on then,
somebody
tell
say
us,
it?
Charles. Go on, just let everybody know.
But you guys,
I know what it is.
you
Yeah.
guys were the ones that agreed that you guys knew the law of sines. All right. So it's
I know
the,
what it
it's
is.
the
You want some
sine-
Look
help?
at Blue's in here as well. Hey, welcome, Blue.
Oh, hey, Blue.
I know what the law of sines is.
Wow.
Okay.
Set
Blue
us up,
agreed with
don't
Rumpus.
he?
You were a moron, Charles.
So the law of sines is the sine of an angle over the length of its opposite side is equal to the sine of another angle over the length of its opposite side. And you can repeat that with the third. side and the third angle, right? The law of sines.
Or the inverse of that, or the inverse of that is true as well.
This is
Because
true.
the length of the
So
sine
Now
over
the thing is, in
side over the-
spherical, Bev, because you were insisting that spherical trigonometry was Euclidean. In the spherical law of sines is the product of an angle and its opposite side is equal to the product of a sine and its opposite side. So it's a completely different formula. I mean, it has some symmetry to it. But the spherical law of sines is not the same as the planar law of sines. All right. The same thing with
Still
the
using
spherical law of
sine though,
cosine.
right?
Well, there are several laws of
Goodness
cosine.
So sine doesn't
So,
change, right? And that's the proportion of internally.
So,
Yeah,
but the point, Bev,
There's still the
is
sine,
that
the proportion of the
you-
angle to the opposite side is still
Of the
within
triangle.
the circle, isn't it, Charles?
And it is
okay. If we're talking about a planar figure, that's what most
We're
people
talking
say
about
with
the
the law of sines,
sine
which is up on the
function,
screen.
Charles.
yes, it is within
Okay.
triangle. So we have triangle with straight lines and degrees, 180 degrees. That's
Yes,
why,
or pi radians.
Mhm.
Yes.
and
yes,
that's why
okay,
this
but the point
proportion
that I-
works. That
See,
this
but-
is
Right,
the
but
only
radians-
reason.
But paper. Try to use that exact same formula with a spherical triangle, and it won't work.
Yeah, the reason
is a
that the
spherical
reason
law
that
of
spherical
sines,
pi is
which does
needed
work.
is because pi has to
Yeah.
change on the surface, right, Blue?
That's why I came in, Bill, to talk about spherical pi.
Yeah, you
You're
made the
making a
video.
real big deal out of spherical pi.
Well,
So let's
you're
talk
the,
about
you
it
are
because-
the big deal
because
about
Charles,
it.
yeah, let's talk about it
Go
because
on,
Charles
you're the expert.
represented
Go
it
on,
very
please,
accurately.
Charles.
What Charles said was exactly correct. Spherical pi is just a concept that's very interesting sometimes if you want something fun to think about. Normally, we wouldn't do that. We talk about things measured, radii measured to the center of the sphere, and all that sort of stuff. But what happens if you can't get to the center? What happens if you have to construct that circle with the center point not in the same plane as the circle that you're drawing? That's the whole thing about it. It was just interesting. It's very curious, but it makes sense when you stop and think about it, because when you do that, the radius becomes the radius of that circle becomes the same as over the surface
diameter.
as the radius of the sphere, and you end up with pi equal to 2.
Yes, we know. Yes. So the great circle would be
Doesn't have
circumference,
anything to do with great circles.
and half of that would be diameter. Yes, yes,
Doesn't have anything to do with great circles, paper.
yes. But it
No,
doesn't make any
it's
sense.
just the point where you put your compass. Think about it that way.
Yeah, it's the relationship between a
If you were
curved line and a
confined,
curved
if you
line,
were
or
restricted,
a straight
confined
line and a
to
straight
only
line,
having the
depending on how
surface
you
of
want
the
to think
sphere,
about it.
and you couldn't do anything other than operate on the surface of the sphere, then you would have to put the point of your compass somewhere on that surface, and that means necessarily that the drawing part of the compass would not be in the same plane. The circle that it draws is not going to form a plane that the center point is in. That's all it's about.
Yeah,
It was just interesting, but it has absolutely no
Well, that's the
application
shortest
to what
distance,
Scholar
isn't it?
Sauce and I were
It
talking
would
about.
show the
And it's very
shortest distance.
disingenuous of you to bring up this sort of bullshit
It would
and act
bring
like
up-
I should have said something about it. It
Yeah,
would have
you
been
should have done.
ridiculous, pointless. I may as well have been talking about my shoe size.
What, that you bringing up spherical, not bringing up that you are the aforementioned expert? That not a lot of
The
people...
aforementioned
not a
expert.
lot of
Many
you're
people have
right,
thought
though,
about
Blue.
this before me, Bev.
You're right.
I'm not the first
they
guy that
haven't
thought
made
about
the
it.
videos
Plenty
about
of people have thought about it. I can show you another video about it.
I know. Have
Give
you
me a minute.
Googled
I'll go
it?
find it.
Have you looked at that other one? Because yours one comes up first. That's what I'm saying.
I don't care who comes up first. Maybe because mine got published after the other one did. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Don't really
When people
care.
get asked to Google it, if you're
Who cares,
the first
Bev? It has
person,
nothing
then
to
you
do
are
with the topic that we were
aforementioned expert on
discussing.
That
It has
it's just a
absolutely nothing to
mathematical
do
joke, I know.
with the
It's a
topic
quip.
of the number of the sum of the angles of a spherical triangle, Bev. It has nothing to do with
Yeah,
it.
because you can't measure
It was
angles,
absolutely,
can
it
you?
absolutely
You
would
lose all
not be
sense of
appropriate
what
to
an
even bring
angle
it
is
up.
if you change pi, obviously, because you're using pi radians to be 180. But I mean, if you change that pi it's quite obvious that
Man, it has no place. Pi is just a number.
And the radians.
What you don't seem to understand is pi is simply a number. That's all. It's a constant. We write down. We gave it a name. We called it pi. It is 3.14. It is that number.
When
we just gave it a symbol.
Diameter is
we called it pi.
Yes, it is.
That's where it comes from. That's how you can calculate it.
Sorry,
but it is in fact a number. It's the same number. I don't give a damn what size circle you have. It's always the same number. It's the ratio of the circumference to the diameter.
Yes,
and it's true for any circle, from a unit circle to a circle the size of the universe. It doesn't make any difference.
Yes, it means that it is ratio between
it is
two
just
entities.
A number.
Totally
Euclidean. Not absolutely
it
not.
Is just like E.
No, number describes one thing.
It is a number.
And ratio describes two things compared together.
Sorry, Paper.
Yeah.
You're just wrong about that.
The diameter being straight is Euclidean.
You're just wrong
is the
about
point,
that.
Charles.
Sorry, but
we know what the definition is. It is the ratio of the circumference of the diameter, and it is true in every case. It is therefore a constant.
Yes.
Yes, it is a constant, but this is still a
that
ratio.
means it is a number.
And when you change the meaning of a straight line, there are consequences with spherical pi, as you've
nobody changed the meaning of a straight line,
very
Bev.
skillfully shown.
You're the only one trying to change the meaning of a straight line. We don't change the meaning of a straight line.
What, nobody says that a great circle is a straight line?
There is no straight line on the surface of a
Vsauce
sphere.
said that, didn't he?
No, he didn't say that.
In spherical geometry. No, sorry, it was the mathematics guy that was on the Vsauce video. He said, in spherical geometry,
the closest thing that you can come to a straight line
becomes
if
a
you
great
can find
circle.
your description, if you can find your description to the shortest distance between 2 points, the shortest distance between 2 points
is
across the
always
surface of a sphere is going to be a geodesic.
A great circle, yeah.
And that is a section of a great circle. That's the closest thing you can get to a straight line in planar Euclidean geometry, Bill. But the surface of a sphere is not Euclidean. It never has been, and it never will be. You can complain about it. You can cry about it. You can whine about it all you want to, but it is not a Euclidean surface.
A great circle distance.
It will be a great circle distance. That is true, and that is not a straight line. That's the closest thing in spherical geometry.
In reality,
that's the closest thing in that's the closest thing to a planar straight line that you can get.
In reality, the shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight line. Isn't it?
In reality, the closest distance, the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere is a geodesic.
Yeah, but in reality, the shortest distance between any 2 points will be a straight line, won't it?
In reality, the shortest distance across the surface of a sphere is always a geodesic.
Yes.
It is not a straight line.
Okay, but in reality, the shortest distance between any 2 points will be a straight line.
The shortest distance between any 2 points across the surface, across the surface,
keep saying
across the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, but what happens in reality, Blue? What in reality?
That is reality, Bev. That is reality. I'm confronting you with reality right now.
A straight line.
No, but establishing the shortest distance between 2 points, it doesn't require us to be on the sphere or operate within the sphere.
We are only talking about a sphere.
Why? But
no,
if you want to talk about some other space, that's fine. You're talking about a different space. But I'm talking about I'm talking about a non-Euclidean space, which is the surface of a sphere. That is non-Euclidean.
What's that?
It is part of
plainly non-Euclidean.
Absolutely Euclidean because
it's absolutely not.
Sphere, this solid object with its surface is Euclidean.
No, it is not.
Absolutely, it is described.
Paper, you just don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, but you don't.
But if a sphere,
you better go find a book that says that.
Sorry, if sphere,
Euclid's Elements, book 11,
Euclid's Elements does not say that.
What, that the sphere is Euclidean? Yeah, it's in there. Don't worry.
No, you're talking about a ball, not a sphere. Euclid mixed the
Should
words
we
up
read the
sometimes.
definition? Should we take
No,
the
I don't
text
want to
and
read
post it in the...
definition.
No, you
Doug,
don't want to know the
I don't
definition
read
of the sphere,
definitions
of
with
course.
you.
That contradicts what you're saying. You don't want to know that.
I don't have any reason to want to read definitions with you. I'm telling you,
nope.
A sphere is
Can't
on the surface.
expose the
It is not the
contradiction.
ball.
Yes, and
The
he's
ball
saying,
is definitely Euclidean. The ball is absolutely
Ball is
Euclidean.
not within Euclid. Ball is within reality, within
not.
Euclidean free space. But sphere is defined within Book 11 of Euclid's
Yes,
Elements.
he's talking about sphere, not a ball. He's talking about revolving circumference over diameter, circumference of a semicircle. So he's talking about a line. This line creates surface.
And that is a non-Euclidean
A
surface.
sphere is a solid figure described by the revolution of a semicircle about its diameter, which remains fixed.
That is a
Book
non-Euclidean
11,
surface.
Euclidean
This
geometry.
is definition of sphere in Euclid Elements, book 11.
You can define it, but it is not a Euclidean surface.
So he defines in Euclidean Elements, he defines non-Euclidean surface.
No,
You
definition 2. That which bounds a solid is a superficies. That's Euclidean. The surface of the sphere is Euclidean. It's in book 11 as well.
That is not the way we interpret Euclidean.
I know you violate the identities at the core foundations of mathematics. That's what blue marble science has to do. I know.
Simply don't understand.
But that's simply the definition with
problem,
Euclid's
not mine.
Elements. If you can't understand a simple sentence, that's on you.
No, I understand
More
it
and more
perfectly. You
lies,
seem to be the one
please.
with a problem here.
Just more and more lies is going on then. The children must be really confused.
There are no lies going on my side.
Well, this is a lie. You
guys
just said this
knocked
wasn't
off.
true. You're saying that the Euclid's Elements isn't true. It's a lie.
I'm not saying Euclid's Elements isn't true. I'm saying that the surface of a sphere is not a Euclidean surface.
That which bounces a solid, it's a superficies. That's definition 2. It's definition 2, blue marble science.
It doesn't hold.
What do you mean
How
doesn't,
it doesn't
hold?
hold? It
does not
It's the
hold on a
definition
spherical
of the surface. Hello?
It is not.
That which bounds a solid is a superficies. It is the
Right.
definition
Everybody
of the surface of the
understands
sphere.
that. It
It's
does
Euclidean,
not
blue
adhere-
marble
it does-
science. It's
it
definition
does not
2 in
adhere-
book 11.
does not
What's your
adhere.
problem, bro?
How Euclid could write a non-Euclidean definition of his own definition? It
Yeah,
is just
all of the
nonsense.
other things are Euclidean, apart from this one thing that blue
Oh,
marble
Merry
science
Christmas.
holds dear.
There are a number of there are
Happy New
plenty
Year.
of surfaces that are non-Euclidean. That just happens to be one of them.
All of the 3D solids, though, the surface
Hyperbolic
of those are
surfaces are
Euclidean because that's
non-Euclidean
definition
surfaces
2
as well.
within book 11.
You're just going to
Euclid's
overtalk
Elements.
me, so all right, I'll go on mute.
Oh, you're just going to ignore me, so you know.
This is called special pleading fallacy. Because he agrees on other surfaces like cube or prism or whatever, it is all right. It is Euclidean. But sphere, it is still in the same book because
Same definition.
Yeah, he doesn't
Yes,
want to
but-
change pi either.
I think there's something specific. I think there's something specific about not reading those words. Nobody wants to repeat or read the definitions. It's almost as if they can't somehow tell the lie, by telling the truth.
No, I just don't want to get into a definition reading.
Nobody ever
contest with you
does.
guys.
Nobody ever reads that. You always say refuse. It's almost some occult kind of thing, Feels a bit like that, where you cannot read the definition of Euclid and then tell me that you're lying to my child.
I'll be
and that I'm
perfectly
lying
happy.
to my child.
You let me know when I can speak, okay?
Well, I was talking. You don't have to butt in. I'm just constantly told that I'm lying to my child, and that they don't have the intelligence to understand this stuff. They do have the intelligence to understand this stuff, but I don't understand where the connection goes from this thing you say is a lie to this other thing that doesn't have any explanation for it. Not a simple explanation like the shortest distance from A to B is a straight line. Simple. But there's none of this non-Euclidean conversion that has any of that. I keep asking for that explanation because I don't want to keep lying to my kids. I don't see the point in this. And if you're telling me that this is true, then I need to know that. But it's empty. There's nothing anybody has said. You keep asking Charles the same thing. How, what is this axiom, this postulate, this definition that's clear, that makes this thing a lie suddenly and no longer true? And the more I listen, the more lies I keep finding. I listened to some more from Scholar Source today. Shocking. About right angles. I mean, I thought, geez, now that's not true either. There isn't such a thing as a square or a rectangle.
Yeah, because spherical geometry is just destroying normal geometry. It is changing meaning of the words. This is sophistry. Because when they say the shortest distance on the surface of the sphere, and as Blue Marble Science said just now, it is line or path which is closest as possible to straight line on the surface of the sphere. The problem is that this line is not close to straight. It is just like difference between this new straight line and normal straight line is like difference between diameter and circumference. Nobody would say that circumference is close to be straight in comparison to diameter. But Blue Marble said that this is as much as possible close to straight. It is not.
Straight is curved. Exactly, they're the
Thank you for
same.
misrepresenting me, Paper.
This is what you said.
Thank you for misrepresenting me. No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so can
That
you
is not what I said.
So can you repeat what you said about straight line on the surface of the sphere?
If I can have a minute, yes, I'll be glad to. If you're going to overtalk me, I'm just going to be quiet.
I am waiting.
I said in Euclidean space, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. On the surface of a sphere, you cannot have a straight line. The shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere is a geodesic. That is the closest thing you can come to a straight line in Euclidean space. But its spherical surface is non-Euclidean. That's one of the reasons.
Okay, so
I didn't say they were the same.
No.
Charles told us they were the same. Charles keeps telling us they're the same. They have the same name. They're both called straight. One is straight and one is curved. That's what he told us.
Some people think about it that way, and it's perfectly fine to think about it that way. But intelligent people, educated people, understand what the hell they're talking about.
Well,
we know that curved lines are not straight lines. I would think you guys would know that curved lines are not straight lines. I would think even you guys would realize that you can't draw a straight line on the surface of a sphere.
You call it a straight line.
Did I just call it? What did I just say? Can you guys even listen?
We definitely understand
Jesus
that you
God.
can draw on a ball. Yes. We've been saying that all along. Yeah. It's dead easy to do.
It's not even about drawing on a ball.
It's not a triangle.
Can a straight line exist on a spherical surface, a two-dimensional surface?
Absolutely not. There's no such thing as a two-dimensional curved surface.
There is every surface is two-dimensional, Biff.
The Scholar Source has a video that says a straight line's not a straight line anymore.
Surfaces are two-dimensional.
2D, length and breadth. That's perpendicular. That's a plane.
That's what a surface is. It is a boundary. It
plane,
only has 2 dimensions.
2D, plane, 2 dimensions. Perpendicular straight lines, plane.
A sphere is a 2-dimensional surface.
No, two straight lines
No,
exist
no.
with,
No, no.
perpendicular to each
There is
other.
not
They exist
one.
within the same
There is
plane.
not one book,
And that
including
plane
Euclid, that you can
would be,
bring to me that will
hey,
say
I'm
that.
talking. That
Yeah, and I was
plane
talking
would
too,
be
and you
tangent
walked right on top
to
of me.
the sphere
You're
at
talking
one
over him,
point
Blue.
only.
Shut up.
So since
Tell me
that
to shut
plane,
up.
which those two straight
Kid.
perpendicular lines exist within, is tangent to the sphere at only one point at any moment, then you cannot equivocate the two. The surface of the sphere is not 2D. You
Surface
cannot
of the
have
sphere.
straight lines on the surface of the sphere. You said that yourself. And in order to have 2D, you need two straight perpendicular lines. You can't have that on the surface of the sphere. So there you go. You just debunked your own 2D
No,
surface
I
of the
didn't.
sphere.
No, I didn't.
Self-refuting claims, Blue.
Absolutely not. That surface is two-dimensional. It is a boundary. It only separates what's inside it from what's outside it. That's all.
Model
It has no
affliction.
thickness. If you're
On
going
a
to tell me,
Friday, Blue?
you're going to tell me
Model
the sphere
affliction on
has,
a Friday?
you're going to tell me the sphere is three-dimensional. Tell me what
The sphere is
what the volume of
three-dimensional?
it is.
Yes, I'm going to tell you that all day.
Okay,
Blue.
tell me what the volume of the sphere is.
Who gives a shit, Blue? It's 3D. It has
No,
volume.
it's not 3D.
Because it's 3D,
It
Blue.
exists in 3D space. It can exist in 3D space, but that doesn't make it three-dimensional. That's where you
Yes,
get it wrong.
It does.
A point exists in 3D space. Does that make a point three-dimensional? A line exists in 3D space. Does that make a line three-dimensional?
No.
A plane exists in 3D space. Does that make a plane three-dimensional?
Sorry,
What makes you think
No, it's
the surface
2D.
of a sphere is three-dimensional?
Because you
Okay,
can
Blue.
hold a ball, Blue. You can hold
That is
it.
crazy.
Sorry, Blue, but I'm not sure if we are going with the same definition of dimension.
You're going against everything ever written. And there's nothing even in Euclid that talks about what you guys are talking about.
Okay, but you are talking about the
Show
dimension.
me specifically. Yeah, show me specifically
That
in
which
Euclid
bounds the solid.
where he said, huh?
That which
Yeah,
bounds the solid.
It is. That is exactly right.
Well,
It
that's
is
in Euclid.
two-dimensional.
It doesn't say that it is two-dimensional.
It doesn't say that it's three-dimensional.
It does. It says it describes the solid as length, breadth, and thickness, height, right? 3 dimensions. And then it says the surface or the superficies is that which bounds the solid.
Yeah, Bill, you're stretching.
No,
Nobody else interprets it that way. Just you guys. Just you guys.
No, and
Just book 11, Euclid's Elements.
Make Euclid's fifth postulate work on that surface.
There's only 3, Blue. There's only 3 postulates.
There are only 3.
Yeah, and you can
the
draw
parallel
a circle
postulate
from any point.
That's the 5th.
But Blue Marble Science, you are contradicting yourself because you said that you cannot have straight lines on the surface of the sphere. So of course you cannot use any parallel lines because they cannot be parallel on the surface of the sphere.
There you go. That's because the surface is not Euclidean.
Yes, and that because we are not
Thank
talking
you.
about
You're
straight
right.
lines. We are
The
not
surface
talking
is
about
not
straight
Euclidean.
lines.
That's exactly right.
No, that's
You
bullshit.
can't have parallel lines.
You probably didn't hear what you
surface
just
is
agreed
not
to,
Euclidean.
paper. He just got you to agree that the surface of the sphere is non-Euclidean because you
did.
can't have straight lines on it.
Thank you.
But it doesn't make any sense because,
makes
of course,
perfect sense.
we can have straight lines, not on the
In
surface of
reality.
the sphere. In reality, yes.
But tangent to it, of course, right?
Yeah, yes. So
or chords.
Can you do that in spherical geometry, quote unquote?
But I
2
don't-
separate parallel tangent planes to the same sphere. Can you do that?
But
Yeah, I
in-
didn't think so.
But in spherical
2
geometry,
separate parallel
supposedly,
tangent planes. Yes, you could.
You can have
In
tangent
Euclidean
planes
geometry,
in
yeah.
Spherical
No.
geometry, Blue.
You can in Euclidean. In spherical geometry.
Well,
They're antipodal.
Are they Euclidean
their points of-
tangent planes?
Their points of their
they
points of
Euclidean,
tangency
though,
would be antipodal, but you could have 2 parallel
Or
tangent
would
planes.
they be Euclidean, the tangent planes, Blue?
Would they be? Would a plane be Euclidean?
Would the
Yes, Bill, a plane's
tangent
Euclidean.
plane to the sphere be a Euclidean plane?
Sure, Euclid's
Okay, right. So you've
postulates
got a
would hold
Euclidean
true
plane
in that plane.
touching
In
a
that plane.
two-dimensional non-Euclidean plane. Haven't
That's
you?
perfectly fine.
In
Nothing
which,
wrong with
at
that.
one
Perfectly
point,
fine.
becomes two antipodal points, right? 1 point becomes 2, right? And these tangent planes are parallel tangent planes.
Yeah, they
Tangent
can.
at this 1 point, right? That becomes 2
Not at 1 point, at 2
points.
points.
So are these two parallel tangent planes? Are they actually the same plane, just like the 2 points are actually the same point?
No, you got a point on the opposite side of the sphere.
Yeah,
Antipodal
antipodal,
to
because you
antipodal,
put
and you
a
could have a
point on
plane
your
change. You
2D
can have
surface on the sphere, right?
Okay, just talk over me.
So once you have 1 point
I
in
know you don't
spherical
like the
geometry
answer, but
on the
okay.
2D surface of the sphere, then
I
it
guess that
follows
didn't
that there
go the
would
way you
be a
wanted it to,
point
did it?
antipodal to it, right? That's how it works. 1
I
point
guess
becomes 2. That's what Veritasium said.
Well, do you see another way for it to work?
I
Are
think it's ridiculous.
you saying
Don't
that you
worry
can't?
about that.
Are you saying that you can't run a line through a spherical surface, through the center of the spherical surface and out the other side of it?
It only
Is that what
works
you're
in
saying?
Euclidean space, Blue.
Is that what
That's
you're
all
saying?
Euclidean.
You can't do
Diameters are
that?
Euclidean.
You can't do that. I didn't say a diameter.
Euclidean. Yeah. We live in Euclidean free space.
I didn't say a
We
diameter.
can,
Antipodal,
Euclidean
Same thing about a
geometry,
diameter.
principles
Antipodal, Blue.
work in reality. Did I not say antipodal like 4 times? I think I
Yeah, he
did.
can't relate that to a diameter though, because he's.
Oh, that's
Well,
too
you can. I
bad.
just didn't say it. You guys are bad about wanting to put words in people's mouths.
It's a
I
diameter
didn't say
though.
anything
Those
about a
that
diameter.
antipodal describes the 2 points at each end of the diameter, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Blue?
that's one way of describing it. Sure.
Yeah. So
I
1
didn't
point
describe it that way.
becomes 2, meaning 1 point actually becomes the diameter.
1 point becomes the diameter.
Yeah, because these 2
How
points are
insane is that?
separated
That's
by a distance
word
exactly
salad.
the same as the diameter.
That's word salad.
This is what it is.
Yes,
That
it
is
is.
just word salad, Bill.
Might be to you,
Absolutely.
Blue.
One
Marble
point becomes
scientist.
the diameter.
Yeah,
Yes,
one
I'm
in
trying to
spherical
imagine
geometry, Blue.
I'm trying to
1 point
imagine a diameter of
becomes
1 point.
2 points.
How do you have 1
Antipodal
point becoming a diameter, Bill?
becomes
You said 1
2.
point becomes a diameter.
1 point becomes
1
2
point.
points. Those 2 points are
I think you're
antipodal.
confused, Bill.
Therefore, the distance between those 2 points,
Well, that's not 1 point. That's 2 points.
because we're talking about spherical geometry, Blue. It's mental.
That's 2
Doesn't
points, Bill.
actually exist.
Will you make your mind up? Or are
Blue.
you talking about 1 point or 2 points?
Yeah, I know, you get
You
This
seem to
is
be
why
very
you have a
confused.
note on your
You
whiteboard,
really
Ben. This is the reason why you
seem to
do
be
not talk of the not that. Because
Yeah,
now
you
Blue
guys
is arguing
really,
against you.
Yeah.
you guys
That's
really seem
crazy.
to be very confused by this whole thing.
No, we're not
1
confused
point
about it
becomes
at
the
all, Blue.
diameter.
1
No.
point becomes 2 in
Okay.
spherical geometry. Those 2
All right.
points that are 1 point, really, are separated by a distance. That distance in Euclidean space would be called the diameter. That's why when you have 2 tangent planes, they will
distance,
be parallel
that distance
in Euclidean space. But you're imagining somewhere else that isn't Euclidean
not.
space.
No, I'm not.
You're not.
You guys
So you
are
are
desperately
imagining
trying to stay
Euclidean
away
space
from the
then.
surface of the sphere is what you're doing. You're desperately trying to stay away from the surface of the
I
sphere.
think we're talking
And
about these
and
2
Scholar
points that are
Sauce,
antipodal.
Scholar Sauce
Where do
showed
you think they are on,
absolutely provable. And it was very simple mathematics that you cannot have a spherical triangle with angles, internal angles that sum to something equal to 180 degrees. They have to be more than 180.
Yeah, and in
They
reality,
have to be.
if you make a
That's
triangle,
reality.
it will have 180 degrees.
Not on the surface of a sphere. It
But
will
we're not
not.
talking about on the surface of a sphere. We're talking about
That's what a spherical triangle is, Bill.
Yes, I
It's on the
know.
surface
But
of a sphere.
Blue, yes, we
The
get that.
clue
Right.
for you.
It's
Here's the
not
clue.
a
Listen,
triangle.
you're missing the
It's not
clue.
a
There's a
triangle.
clue here.
What
The
we're
clue
saying,
is
Blue.
the word spherical.
Yes.
When we say
Yes,
spherical
Blue.
triangle,
Yes.
you
Okay.
should realize that that's not the same thing.
Yeah, I know. We
as
know
a
you like
triangle.
to talk about this a lot, right? But what we're saying is, in reality, triangles have 180 degrees.
Planar triangles do, but spherical
Yeah,
triangles
just
don't. And
triangles.
hyperbolic triangles,
Just
hyperbolic triangles
Blue.
have less than 180
Just
degrees.
triangles, Blue.
Oh, you're okay if that's all you want. It's just triangles. Fine,
Yeah, because
Bill.
there's a proof within mathematics
You're happy with that?
triangles
That's
have 180
you're
degrees,
perfect.
isn't there?
It's
Blue?
okay. It's okay. You can just stop right there. That's where we let the kids stop in high school.
Yeah, yeah.
They don't need to go any further. That's
You
fine.
think that's a lie, is it? Or do you
No,
know
it's not a lie.
something more
No,
than
it's
that?
not a
It's
lie.
not a lie.
No, certainly.
Yeah, you said that's where you leave the kids in high school.
Yeah, we leave it. We
You're not
leave
gonna
it.
tell them the
Scholar
truth.
Sauce was saying it's a lie.
We leave it at that. Well, Scholar Sauce was making a joke, and Charles tried to tell you that. But you guys
joke
wanted
He
to
said
be
it in
asses
lots
about
of other videos about this lie.
You guys wanted to be asses about it. Okay.
Is it funny
Scholar
to
Sauce
joke
just making
about
it's
teachers
just making a
lying to
joke.
children?
We teach people. We teach kids what amounts to Euclidean geometry, and it's only planar geometry, and that's what they need to know to get through most of life.
No, it's solid
Few people
geometry
need
as
to
well, Blue.
few people need to know any more than that.
Solid geometry
There's no
as
reason
well,
to know
Blue.
much about spherical any of these
It's
different
solid
geometries, like
geometry
spherical
as well,
geometry
though,
or
Blue, isn't it?
hyperbolic geometry. They don't need to know that. It's not a lie to say
We're
all
just talking
triangles
about
have
solid
180
geometry,
degrees.
Blue.
It's just that we're leaving out a little bit of the story. There's more to
There's a
it.
story.
You run into this in lots and lots of things as you get a little bit higher up in education. They tell you what you need to know for the level that you're at.
Okay.
When you
So
advance a little
you're
bit,
at
then
a higher
you
level,
learn
are
some
you
different
then,
things.
Blue?
Well, apparently, Piv,
Where
because I understand spherical triangles.
Do they add angles in reality, or do they take them away in reality? When you have a
Do they do
triangle
what?
in reality.
Say what?
When you have a triangle in reality, do you imagine it has more or less than 180 degrees? Or does it depend on how you're feeling that day?
Oh, when I'm working on engineering drawings and stuff like that, I don't think about anything other than just straight planar geometry.
Just normal
triangles have
180 degrees.
Yeah, normal triangles
Right.
with 180
That's
degrees and
where
all
we're
that kind of
at, Blue,
stuff.
right?
But I'll tell you where else I got to. Then when I climb in the airplane, I start thinking about flying along geodesics. I start thinking about great circle routes, and then things change. Then yes, I do start thinking about spherical triangles.
Triangles with more than 180 degrees, or just those
Oh,
ones
absolutely.
that aren't actually triangles?
They're spherical triangles, like
No,
Charles
are
tried to explain to
spherical
you.
triangles?
They are spherical triangles.
Are they
You want to call them
triangles,
something
though?
else? Call them spherical kumquats, okay? If that makes you happy.
Are they
Whatever you wanna
triangles,
call 'em.
though,
But that shape,
Blue?
the shape.
Are your spherical kumquats, are they triangles? Do they have,
They have three
a
sides and
genus
three
of
internal angles.
triangle? Or are you just saying
They're a shape.
triangle just
They're
because
shapes that
you
have
want
three.
to just,
It's a shape
you
that
know,
has three
like, you
sides
like
and three
threes or
internal angles,
something?
and it appears on the surface of a sphere. I call it a spherical triangle. You
Oh,
call it
so
whatever you like.
Okay, you call it, but still you said that you cannot draw a straight line on the surface of the sphere, and
I
requirement.
don't imagine it having straight lines.
Yeah, but
It's not
still,
comprised of straight lines. It is a three-sided shape comprised of three geodesics that
Is that shape a
connect to each
triangle?
other. It is basically triangular in shape, but the internal angles of it don't obey Euclidean
Charles was
rules
saying
for
that it's not a triangle.
planar geometry.
Charles was saying that a spherical triangle isn't a triangle. But I think
A
you're saying
triangle,
that it
if
is.
you're just being a pedantic prick.
No, I'm just
Bill.
got to clarify. If you
law
contradict
of
each
identity.
other as well
All
as
of you
yourself,
guys are just
then,
being.
I mean,
All
it's
of you
gonna
guys
seem
are
like
just being
you're
pedantic
contradictory.
pricks. Now look, if you want to call it, I don't care what you call it. A triangle has a meaning. We just simply say triangle everybody is going to think about a normal planar Euclidean triangle.
Yeah,
if you say spherical triangle, most people think, oh, wait a second, that must be different because there's another word there. Spherical. What could that imply?
Like when Nathan
Oh,
Oakley
I know.
calls it
It's a triangle that's drawn on the surface of a sphere.
Like a
that must be
pleonasm,
different.
Or just a blatant.
This is breaking law of identity because people.
No, it's not breaking the law of identity. It's a different thing.
It's either
They're
an
not the same.
oxymoron or a pleonasm,
It's a different
isn't it?
thing.
They are
It's
not the
just-
same things.
Yes. So why they are called the same name if they are?
They're not
different
called the
things?
same name. Do you think spherical triangle and triangle are exactly the same?
I think spherical triangle is an oxymoron, and I think a planar triangle is a pleonasm.
That's a you problem then, Bev, because the rest of the world doesn't have any problem with it.
Yes, because the rest of the,
We don't care.
world know that
We know what it
when
means.
when we say triangle, it is straight 3 points connected with straight lines, and it
Okay.
creates plane. So
That's-
you cannot
And that's a-
create spherical triangle just connecting 3 points with straight lines. It is
No,
impossible.
what we can do is connect 3 points with 3 geodesics.
No,
And then you have a
I-
spherical
straight
triangle, and
line,
that's what
sorry,
we have.
Straight line. So therefore you are saying that geodesic is not straight line.
Of course it's not.
Oh,
I said that to
Shortest
begin
distance
with. You guys
between
don't
2
listen, do you?
points.
but you said that geodesic is short distance between two points.
Only across the surface of a sphere.
It is,
Only that way.
this is
If you want to,
distance.
if you want to take a,
Distance is
if you
not
wanna
about
go boring
surface.
holes through the sphere, then there's a different shorter distance.
If you are hanging plumb bob and you don't need any plane or surface to do that, you have straight line in the air, not on surface of the sphere or whatever.
Where's the plumb bob come into this?
Because it is straight line
We're not
without any
talking.
surface.
I'm not talking about the Earth. I'm talking about a basketball or something
Yes,
sitting
but
here on the
why-
disc in front of me.
But we agreed that you cannot have straight line on the surface of the sphere. So
Of course not. Nobody says you can. It's
Yes.
called a geodesic.
yes, but
It's a section of a great circle.
Yes, but the triangle
That's what
is
happens when you
created
when you
we
take a
connect-
string and stretch it between 2 points. That's what
The
you
tops
get.
of 3
You
mountains.
get a section of a great
The tops
circle.
of 3 mountains, right? That's 3 points in space, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that would be a triangle with 180 degrees, wouldn't it?
Well, except when they measure it, it has spherical excess when you get a big enough triangle.
No, it's just 3
What, the
points.
area of a triangle?
It is 3 points in the air. It is not.
And when
on
you
the
measure,
surface of the
and when you
sphere.
measure those angles, you will get spherical excess.
What?
If the triangle is big enough. Now the
How?
triangles have to be really big to be able
Where's
to
the,
see it.
area
where's
of
the
the
sphere to have the
triangle.
excess from?
You're standing on it.
No, we are standing on a peak of the mountain, or even not. We are talking about 3 peaks of the mountains.
That's right. You're
3
talking about 3
points
peaks
in
of the
the-
mountain.
3
You've
points.
got three
sorry,
verticals, and those 3 verticals are not parallel to each other.
Sorry,
And
but
when you
we are
measure those
talking-
angles, you
What's
get
that got
spherical
to do with
excess
it? The
because of
verticals
that.
have got nothing to do with it, Blue.
Blue,
Because that's the
sorry.
plane that your instrument's reference to, Bev.
Sorry, but we are talking about 3 points in the air. Why you are talking about spherical axis while we are in the air? There is nothing to do
There
with the
is
sphere.
you'll measure spherical excess that way. You're the one that
Can
brought
you
up the plumb bobs.
explain?
Let's stick to the surface of a sphere. A ball
No,
sitting
can
here on
you
the table.
before we skip to that real quick, can you explain what you mean when you say that the area of the triangle, do you know when it's bigger than a certain amount, there is
Half
some
base times height.
spherical
Yes, the
something
area.
spherical involved when the area of the triangle is big enough. I don't understand.
Well, if you should have listened to what Scholar Sauce tried to teach you guys.
It's just
'Cause,
area, right? Of a triangle. Triangle, that's a planar
What you-
figure. How
what
can
you
the
should have
area
done-
of the triangle
What you should have
somehow
done is
involve
pay attention to
something
what
spherical?
he presented to you, Sir Gaki.
So I'm asking you right now. You literally just said that the area of a triangle, if it's big enough, then there will be some spherical something involved in a triangle.
Well,
Can you explain
there's-
that?
Yeah, there's spherical excess regardless of how big or small the triangle is. But to be able to see
No,
it,
triangles have 180 degrees. Blue.
spherical triangle has more than 180 degrees.
A spherical triangle, that's three
you can argue all you
planes
want to,
within a
Chuck. I
sphere.
don't
That's
care.
not what we're talking about. We're
They're not
talking about
laughing
the
at me.
tops
They're
of three
laughing at
different
you.
mountains.
They're not laughing
In
at me,
reality,
buddy. They're
that's
laughing
an
at you.
actual triangle, a plane. I don't understand what you're talking about. How the area of that triangle can somehow involve a sphere somehow.
No, what I said was if the area it encloses is large enough, then you see enough spherical excess that it makes it easy to measure. Not necessarily easy, but
So how can that be? It's a triangle, right, Blue?
I told you how that can be. The verticals are not parallel.
The area of
and that's what your
triangle
instrument, and that's what each
is
instrument
so
is referenced
large.
to. And so the zenith for each instrument, none of those are parallel with each other. And when you measure those angles, you do not, and you measure those angles, you will
No,
get
can I
spherical excess.
clarify this? Like, this is insane. Can I please, like, if the area of the triangle is big enough, then it will no longer have 180 degrees
It
internal
no longer.
angles. Is
It
that
doesn't
what you're
have,
saying, Blue?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
It'll no
it
longer
doesn't have
follow
it,
the half base
the
times
triangle
height
doesn't have 180
formula
degrees,
for the area
regardless
of
of
the
how
triangle.
small or large it is. But when a triangle is very small, the amount of spherical excess is very small as well.
Follows the
extremely
half
small.
base times height formula.
Well, so what are you
no.
saying then? Regardless of the amount of spherical excess, a triangle will always have
Scholar sauce.
180 degrees, right?
Nope, that's not what I said either.
But you said a small triangle will have spherical excess just
yes,
now.
it will have. It will
So
have
that means it
spherical
will have
excess.
more than 180 degrees, right?
Always more than that.
Even though triangles have 180
is this
degrees,
the lie
provably
that-
in
Spherical
reality.
triangles do not
This
always
must
have.
be the lie, right?
Spherical triangles never have 180 degrees. They always have more than 180 degrees.
Those
And I'm
are
not going to
three
say it again,
planes
Saragaki.
within a
If you
sphere.
can't
That's
keep
not
track
what
of
we're
this,
talking
how about doing
right
this?
now,
You got
Blue.
a pencil and a piece of paper, write this down.
It's
Spherical
gone
triangles
spherical
always
again,
have
hasn't
more
it?
than 180 degrees. Will you
Sorry,
write
but
that down?
I have one general question because
How about writing it down?
how you obtain a spherical triangle while measuring 3 points in the air?
I just told you.
So
No, I mean, you get an actual plane from doing that paper,
line of,
don't you?
Sorry, but line of sight is straight line. It doesn't matter.
But the
Refraction doesn't
platform you're
matter.
using, the platform you're using to measure that with is the theodolite, and it's reference to its zenith, and those zeniths at those three positions are not parallel with each other, and that opens the angles up.
Triangles have
And
got
you will
nothing
get
to do with
spherical
verticals,
excess
Blue.
that way.
Yes. We are talking about we have 3 points, and you are.
You guys are
before.
look. You guys want to play a game, and I'm not going to play
playing
the game.
You
If
agreed.
If you want to talk about the surface of a sphere, we'll talk about it. If you want to talk about surveying and 3 points and plumb bobs and all that bullshit,
I am
I'll
not
go
talking
somewhere
about
else.
plumb bobs. I am talking about 3 points in space, which are connected with line of sight, which is straight line, and by necessity, you will have a normal triangle.
In that case, 3 points in space is a non sequitur. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, there we
Yes,
go.
but-
That's
That's what was
Starkadder
said.
it was. That's right, Blue, isn't it? Because he did this as a logical argument where he tried to say that because he misunderstood what a triangle was, that he could think that the verticals tilt, I think. And you seem to be saying the same thing, but those 3
That's
points,
exactly what
it
it is,
doesn't
Bev.
matter about the vertical. Whenever you
course
have
it does.
3 points, it doesn't.
Of course it does, Bev.
Why?
No, the straight lines are between
it
the
does.
points themselves. Any other unrelated straight lines will be unrelated. That's why they're called unrelated straight lines.
Yeah, I mean, like the triangle could
give me-
be in a
Give me
vertical
about 10
plane.
seconds.
Like, why would that
Yeah.
matter? I don't understand what he's talking about. It's ridiculous.
It's just a triangle.
Doesn't
And
why can they not understand? Is it the blue marble science thing that's making him?
All right, sorry, I had to step away for a second. I'm not here to give you guys a course in theodolites.
What if the
Let's
points
don't go any further
are
than
in a
that.
vertical plane for this triangle, Blue?
Say what now?
What if these 3 points are in a vertical plane?
What 3 points?
You're making a triangle with 3 points. Right?
Okay.
In reality. Now, you're saying that because the vertical something, right, there's something to do with the triangle. And I'm saying, what if the 3 points are in a vertical plane?
Well, what if they're on Pluto?
No, what if they're in a vertical plane? Because I'm pointing out that the vertical has nothing to do with it. You don't tell me, oh, well, it depends on which horizontal they're in. If we have them in a vertical plane, do you? It doesn't. That's not how you reference the 3 points in a triangle.
Bev, you're playing bait and switch.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
You're the one that's playing
you guys
bait
started
and
out
switch.
not even
If you can't notice that, Blue.
You guys started out talking about 3 points in the air. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
I'm
you said
imagining
something
I'm
about
imagining
the verticals. And we're pointing out that if those 3 points are in a vertical plane, then you don't
They're
bother
not.
saying about the
By
horizontal.
your definition, they were
could
not
be.
in a vertical plane.
They
Biff.
could be, though.
I would have given you a different
They
answer
could
if you
be,
had that to start with.
Okay, so
what if you have 3 points in a vertical plane?
Yes.
Okay, you got 3 points in a plane.
Now,
you got a
does
triangle.
that triangle
Assuming they're not
increase
collinear.
in area the longer you make the sides? If it's in a vertical plane.
Say what?
Wow.
Try that again.
Right. The area of a triangle is half base times height. Right?
Well, sometimes.
Sometimes.
So sometimes.
Yeah, now
what is this?
Where does that change?
When it's not a right triangle.
It's got nothing to do with it being a right triangle, Blue. It's just a triangle.
Well, you assumed that I was thinking that, but
no, I didn't. I just said the area of a triangle is half base times height. You can check it up, Google it for yourself if you want.
Okay.
There's no trick. It's not particular types of triangles or anything.
Please.
It's literally.
Please.
Do you not believe me?
Of course I believe you, Biff.
Okay, so it's got nothing to do with the right angle triangle. So where does that not apply?
In a spherical triangle.
Okay. Now, does that spherical triangle happen within a vertical plane?
What?
Does that spherical triangle occur within a vertical plane?
That spherical triangle occurs on the surface of a sphere, Biff.
Okay. Now, can that surface of a sphere appear within a vertical plane?
Say that one more time. I'm reading the chat. I shouldn't be doing that.
Can the surface of your spherical triangle appear on a vertical plane?
That question is broken, Biff. That makes no sense.
Okay. Can the surface of your spherical triangle appear on a horizontal plane?
No. What are you talking about? It's a spherical surface.
Yeah,
It's not planar.
Yeah, we're just pointing out that on the
What's
tops
wrong
of
with
the
you?
mountains,
I mean, what the hell's wrong with
3
you?
points.
It's not. It's a spherical surface. What the hell's wrong with you?
But the 3 points at the top of the mountain is not.
I'm
a
not talking about
spherical
three. You
surface.
guys want. I know you guys are desperate to get away from that sphere.
I'm just trying to point
but
out
we're not
there's
going
just 3
to.
points.
I don't give a shit about your mountains, Biff. We'll talk about theodolites and mountains and the way zeniths diverge some other time. Not now.
Mhm.
Let's stick to the sphere.
Yeah, but there is no sphere at the top of the mountains, is there? Is that what do you feel uncomfortable? Away
No,
from
I don't
the
feel.
sphere, or are we just talking
No,
about
I
3
don't
points
feel.
making a
I
triangle?
don't feel uncomfortable. I think you realize you're about to get trapped here, and you're running from it. That's what I think.
What? We're talking about, in reality, 3 points making a triangle.
Yeah, on the surface of a ball.
No, just
of
in
a
reality,
sphere.
Blue.
Three
On the
tops
surface of a
of
sphere.
mountains.
That's what we're
Three
talking about.
mountains in reality, Blue. That's what we're talking about. The tops of 3
Well,
mountains
okay.
in reality.
Then you guys find somebody that wants to talk about mountains. I don't want to.
Triangles. You know, Euclidean geometry. You're signing out of Euclidean geometry.
I'm doing what?
No, that was a question. Sorry, I'm asking you. Are you signing out of Euclidean geometry? You don't want to talk about it.
Signing out of Euclidean geometry. We're talking about spherical geometry.
We're talking about 3 points.
We're talking about spherical triangles. That's what I
Yeah,
was
those are
talking
3
about.
planes within a sphere. That's definitely not what we were talking about, Blue.
No, I'm talking about spherical triangles.
And what about them? How is that relevant to the fact that it's not a triangle?
It is a triangle.
It's 3 separate planes within a sphere.
No, it's it is a
No,
triangular
you should
shape
talk to Matthew
area.
Learns about this, Blue.
Huh?
Do you know who Matthew Learns is? He goes around some of these different servers sometimes. Is he a mathematician? He's a lecturer at university, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, he knows what spherical triangles are. I think you should talk to him.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Oh, Matthew Learns. You don't know who it is?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, a spherical triangle, Blue, that's 3 separate planes within a sphere. It's not a figure. It's not equivocal at all. A triangle is defined in Euclidean geometry. A spherical triangle is something completely different.
Yeah, a spherical triangle is a triangle on the surface of a sphere, not 3
But that
planes.
doesn't exist. You literally just
Yes, it
agreed
does
with
exist.
paper that you can't have straight lines on the surface of a sphere. So you can't have a triangle on the surface of a sphere. You agreed with paper.
I did not agree with anything like that of the sort. You
That you
didn't
can't have
understand it.
straight lines on the surface of a sphere. You
No,
did
you
several
cannot have
times.
straight lines on the surface of it. You keep
Yeah, so you
switching
can't
your
have a
language.
triangle on the surface of a sphere either, then, Blue. 'cause
I
that's
gave you a
straight
different
line.
definition of a spherical triangle. If you don't like it, I don't care.
That's 3 planes
That's your
within
problem,
the sphere.
not
That's
mine.
not on the surface of the sphere, Blue.
You can pick any 3 points you want to on the surface of a sphere, provided they don't all 3 lie on the same geodesic. You can pick any 3 points you want, and you can connect them with 3 geodesics, and that forms a spherical triangle, what we refer to as a spherical triangle. Now, you don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. That's okay with me, but that's the way it works.
Oh, well, I thought Gauss was one of the big guys within, like, mathematical history. Do you know who Gauss was?
Yeah, I do.
Do you know he's the one who, is the originator of the spherical triangle?
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, you should look into Gauss. It's very interesting stuff.
Okay. I'll take your advice. All right, so we got all that straight.
Why can't they all lie on the same one? Wouldn't that be like 3 by 180? Wouldn't that like just be a great circle? Blue.
For the same reason that you can't
Like a
have
540.
you can't have 3 points, 3 collinear points on a plane form a triangle, Biff.
Well, no, that's obvious.
Well, it should be just as obvious that you can't have 3 points on the same geodesic form a triangle.
Why not?
A spherical triangle.
Why not? That's what I've heard. I mean, didn't Scholar Source say 3 by 180?
Yeah.
So what would that look like?
That is the limit. 3 by 180.
Yeah, what would it look like?
It
just looked like
I don't know.
You don't even know? What?
No, I hadn't tried to work that one out.
No. Would it not be like 3 on the same? No, I suppose if you're going 3 180s, I suppose it'd have to be. I couldn't think of anything else it could possibly be. I mean, 540. You never even worked that one out.
Nope, has no practical use.
Well, work it out. You've done the 270, haven't you? Just double that one up.
Yeah, of course I've done 270. You've done 270.
So what would a 540 look like then?
I told you I hadn't worked it out, Biff.
Well, can you not work it out in your head now, or do you have to draw it out?
I'm not going to work it out in my head right now.
How many other people do you reckon have worked that one out?
No,
Let's
plenty of them, I'm sure.
Let's have a little mental exercise now with Blue Marble Science to
No, let's don't.
try and work out a 540-degree triangle.
Why do I care? I don't.
No, but that's the sort of thing we do here. We try and put our minds to these mental exercises of things that Blue Marble scientists haven't even considered.
But still, for me, that would be an interesting question because I think it is the largest triangle that you can make on the surface of the sphere.
So-called.
Yeah,
That's what
well,
they say.
I would be curious how it looks like.
I think what the mathematicians say is that it can approach 540.
Mm-hmm.
And when a mathematician says approach 540, that means get infinitely close to it, but never quite get there. Okay. So you would never quite get to 540. You would get to 539.99999999999 forever. Okay. And I think the way you do that is thinking about going from the pole. Let's think about the Earth for a second, even though I don't even want to go there. But let's think about the pole. If you go from the North Pole down to the equator, okay, and you make a right turn, that's a 90-degree angle at the equator. And you go 359.99999 degrees around the equator, almost back to where you started, and you make another right turn, another 90-degree angle, and back up to the pole. You've got 2 90s and a 360. What is that?
So it looks like a hemisphere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine
it has
that.
no practical.
A 540-degree triangle looks like a.
I never thought about it because it wouldn't have any practical use that I know of.
Within mathematics, it does, obviously.
Well,
it's a mental exercise, Blue, to imagine what a 500. Because even your friend,
okay, well, we just did.
even your friend, the mathematician, said 3 by 180, and that's not what you've just said. You've said 2 90s and a 360. So, like, you've tried to work it out and apply this, whereas I think the mathematician, he just divided it by 3, didn't he? Now, who do you imagine's correct? You or or this guy? Because I mean, when you look at it,
I don't imagine anybody's
it
correct,
would
Bill.
look like would you keep that half, or would you take that half away of
I don't
your
imagine it.
two-dimensional sphere? Because it just looks
I
like a
don't.
semicircle.
I don't
Semisphere.
imagine anybody's correct, Bill. Is what I think. I
Look
don't
like a
think anybody's
dome,
correct.
would it? Or would you take the dome away?
Yeah, what you've got is almost half almost a hemisphere.
But you'd have to start with the sphere. So would you be taking it away? Because you can't like just put a point there. Because
why not?
Well, because there's no sphere for you to lay your point upon.
Why not?
You're just putting a
That's
point
what we're
in
talking
space,
about. The
aren't
surface
you?
of a sphere, Bill.
No. You're just putting a point
Try to
in
keep up.
space. If there's
I
no
didn't say
sphere
point in
there
space.
for you to put a
You're the
point
one
on.
calling. You're the one saying. You're the one saying a point in space. I didn't say that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If the
I love these
sphere
tricks of yours.
isn't
They
there,
are brilliant. They
Blue,
really are brilliant.
Blue,
But
if the sphere
I don't fall for
isn't there and you start with a point, then
Well,
that
what's the point of
point
this
is
discussion
just
if the sphere
in
isn't there, Beth?
space. It's not on the surface of a sphere.
Then yet another non sequitur. Who cares? That makes
Who cares?
has absolutely no difference.
This is who cares?
Now you're
science
just flitting around out here in
cares
outer space
anyway?
with nothing.
No,
we're talking
just
about
said
the
a point
surface of a sphere.
without
Beth.
a sphere.
How do you eliminate
isn't
the
a
sphere
point
and
on
talk
a
about the
sphere.
surface of the sphere? The sphere doesn't matter anymore. We're only going to talk about the surface of the sphere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's
What's
what I'm
wrong
saying.
with you?
When you
Jesus Christ.
imagine this triangle with 540 degrees, do you imagine it on the sphere and you're taking the surface away? Or do you imagine you're building this 540
I didn't imagine that we were taking anything
triangle
away.
and
I didn't imagine we were.
having the sphere once you've formed this
I'll be back in a
540
second.
degree triangle? Can you see the problem? Can anybody else see the problem here?
Yes, because if you add two hemispheres, which are triangles, so we have sphere being two triangles, spherical triangles, or whatever.
Of 540 degrees. So you've added two.
Yeah.
You've got a 1080.
What are you talking
Now
about
you've
taking
got a
things
sphere.
away? You're telling me we can't draw something without taking something away? What?
I'm saying you can't put a point on a sphere and talk about it as though you're doing it on a sphere if the
Why not?
sphere is made up of the triangle. I'm asking you, where do you place the triangle? Do you place it
sphere's
on the sphere, or do you imagine it is the sphere? When you end up with it, do you look
on
at
the
a
sphere, Bill?
semi-sphere?
I imagine
A
it on
dome.
the sphere.
Or like a bowl?
It's on the sphere.
Right, okay. So the sphere's already there.
Yeah.
Yes, so
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yes, so we are going back to Euclid's definition of the sphere. So we are going back to Euclid's elements, Euclidean geometry. No spherical geometry anymore.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, this is implication. Sorry, logic is brutal. I know.
Okay, yeah. Bless your heart.
You just bless him.
Yeah, I did.
It's very nice of you, Blue. Like a priest.
If you understood the way I meant it, I don't think you'd think that. But
Oh, are you saying you didn't mean it like it came out? You said bless. Bless you, sweet. Did you call him sweetheart?
yeah, no, I didn't call him sweetheart. No,
But
nope, never.
Anyway, we have just come back to normal geometry.
Well, yeah, the fact of the matter is, we showed you with very precise mathematics that there is no way for a spherical triangle to exist with angles equal to 180 degrees. It has to be more than 180. It cannot not be.
But it's not a triangle.
and that math is not fallible in any way. I don't think you guys understood most of it. Maybe you ought to go through it again a time or two. But it's not refutable.
I'm wondering about these 3 peaks on mountains, because if we have these 3 peaks and they appear to be at the exact same elevation, 3 peaks, so 3 points in the air.
Yep.
So, and of course, we have line of sight, so it is straight line. We connect them into triangle and we create plane.
Yeah.
So that plane, if they are on the same elevation, would be horizontal.
If you could do that, Paper, I'll give you a better answer. If you could actually do that, if you could actually figure out a way that you could align the platforms of your instruments that you're using to measure those three angles, so that they are so that their zeniths, okay, are perpendicular to that plane that you're imagining connecting those 3 points, that those 3 points lie in, then you're right. You would measure 180 degrees every time, no doubt about it.
Yes, but
the reason when surveyors measure these huge distances, like in the transcontinental survey, where some of those lines were 180 miles long, and they measured significant amounts of spherical excess, the reason they get that is simply because the platform the instrument is sitting
horizontal refraction.
Those three are not; those 3 platforms are not sitting in the same plane. The planes are different because zeniths are different. They're not parallel.
Horizontal refraction.
No, it's
they
not
are
horizontal
assumed.
refraction.
Yes, but this divergence of verticals is assumed. It is not measured.
It is measured. It's all through the transcontinental survey. It's through. We've got hundreds of years of those measurements of reciprocal zenith angles being in excess of 180 degrees.
This is
And
your
if you go to the
claim.
transcontinental survey, I can pull the stuff out for you one of these days if you want to see it. You can look at the longest line that they measured, which was from a mountain called Uncompahgre to another mountain called Mount Ellen. They're about 180 miles apart, and the reciprocal zenith angle measurements add up to 182 degrees in about 30 minutes.
Stolen
There's about a
concept.
2 degree. No, it's not stolen concept, Biff. Not at all. Not at all. That's real. That's exactly what happens, and you see it at shorter distances. Larry Scott and Jesse Kozlowski did it up in Maryland, but they were only doing it over 10 miles, so they only got about 8 arc minutes of divergence in the zeniths there. But over those long distances, oh yeah, and there's lots of them. I mean, literally hundreds of those measurements.
Okay, and that's where the formula for the area of a triangle changes when it gets bigger.
No, the formula doesn't change.
Yeah, that's what I said before. That's why I got so confused and had to ask questions.
No. If you think you heard me say the formula changes, it doesn't. The formula never changes.
Okay.
What I said was the amount of spherical excess that the triangle has is a function of the amount of area that the triangle is enclosing. Obviously, the bigger the triangle, the more spherical excess you're going to have.
Yeah, that's what we were saying.
And if you go back to Scholar
the
Sauce's,
area changes, right?
Huh? Well, of course the area changes if the triangle gets bigger.
So the formula changes, right?
No, the formula doesn't change.
So what's this have to do with the sphere in any case? Because this triangle has 180 degrees internal angles, right?
No, not the spherical triangle.
What do you mean? No, we just had 3 points on the top of 3 different mountains, right?
And I just told you that if you only in one specific case, if you make a planar triangle out of it, would it have 180
What do you mean one
degrees?
specific case? Hold on, Blue. We have to address that.
No, we
Because
don't have
to
to.
me,
We don't have to be that damn pedantic.
no, I'm serious, because to me, 3 points, no matter the case, that will be a triangle, a planar, in quotes, triangle, which would be a plenoasm, and I'm not gonna,
And
just for your sake, but that would be a triangle in every case, each and every single case,
Half base
not in
times
just
height.
specific.
You
Yeah,
don't-
in
you
every
don't-
single case, not
in-
just in specific cases, in every case.
And in every single case, you don't have an instrument that can measure it.
But Blue, are you
Wait, what?
saying that the half base times height is also equivalent to the not triangle as well, in related to the 3 points that are the same 3 points?
Say what now?
You've got 3 points, right? Imagine them on a surface of a sphere. It doesn't really matter. The shortest distance between those 3 points would be chords. Now, that triangle, that Euclidean triangle, would have an area of half base times height. Now, you're saying associate those same 3 points on the surface of the sphere and having the area of a triangle being the same. Half base times height. Is that the way it works?
No.
Well, why are you saying it does? Because you just said before that the area of a triangle is half base times height.
That's the area of a planar triangle, Bev, not a spherical triangle.
Okay. So the area of a spherical triangle, does that stay the same? And what formula do you use? Because I take it in reality, you're using the normal triangle, the half base times height, or are you using this other formula?
No, we're using spherical trigonometry to come up with all this stuff, Bev.
Mhm.
And we're a little late in the night to start into all of this.
Okay, so you do have a different formula then. It's not the half base times height that we have in
No, it's not. It can't
Euclidean. It can't be.
It
no.
cannot be.
Yeah, you're right. So is that the lie when they don't tell you the actual, area of a triangle?
There's no lie, Bev. It's not. You guys are trying to read as you always do, and that's a really dishonest thing to do.
Well, we
by
were
the way,
doing
but
3 points.
you are trying. You
3
pick up on
points
one
on
word
the
like
top of
that.
mountains.
The guy's making a joke, and you want to continue hammering away at
3
this
points
lie
at the top of
business.
mountains.
It's not a lie, Bev. Nobody's saying we're lying to the children. We're just not trying to teach them spherical geometry at the
You
same
said
time
that
we're trying to
wouldn't
teach
be.
them planar geometry.
You said it wouldn't be. It'd gain more angles the bigger it got. That triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Which the area would have to change then.
Say what now? I said it wouldn't gain more angles if it got bigger. What?
Yeah. Like the
Yes,
half base times height works for any triangle within Euclidean geometry, no matter the size. But
Good,
you've
we're
just
not in
said you've got a
Euclidean geometry.
different, yes, you've now got a different formula. I'm asking you, does that formula stay the same no matter the size of the triangle? Because obviously the angles can stay the same, can't they?
What are you asking? If the triangle gets bigger, does the area stay the same? Is that what you're saying?
The formula for the area, does it stay the same like it does in Euclidean or, normal reality? Half base times height. You said it did. It stayed the same as half base times height before when I asked you. Can you remember? I know it's getting late.
What I remember is you flip-flop back and forth so many different times. Nobody ever really knows what you're trying to say.
Well, Now, can we clarify, Blue, about the area of a triangle? Because we're saying you've got 3 points on the top of mountains, right? Now we're saying the shortest distance between those 2 points would be in Euclidean. It would apply to that formula, half base times height. But you, Blue Marble, said there would be some extra angles.
Say what now?
No,
yes, because
it must be getting late, Blue.
It is implication of your spherical geometry, and you said that before, that the bigger angle, the bigger triangle is on the surface of the sphere.
I said the more surface area that it encloses.
No, I am talking about angles. That these angles are increasing from 180 degrees, which you say that it is 0 or whatever, and to approximately 540. So there is difference with angles. So the bigger area and the bigger angles are. So the question is, if you are using the same formula for any triangle, because formula in normal triangles works because we have the same number. We have 180 degree always. That's why we can apply only one formula, this height with half of base. So we are asking if you have the same formula.
He's not even thought about it. He doesn't even know what the formula is. We only know half base times height because everybody thinks in Euclidean. But we've been told, jokingly, by a university professor and Blue Marble Science, that it's not that. There's something different somehow. But he doesn't know anything about it. I mean, why would he need to know anything about it? He just deals in the not that. He looks at Euclidean stuff and says, not that. Whilst mocking people for some reason. I don't even know why he's trying to do it himself. Just found out now that he doesn't even know what the formula for the area of a triangle is. Because it can't be the one that everybody gets told.
The sum of the area, the sum of the angles of the spherical triangle minus pi times the radius squared is equal to the area of the triangle, Bev.
That's Euclidean.
No, that's not. That's
pi that you used.
Jesus, pi's a number, Bev.
It's a ratio. It's not a number.
Pi is just a number.
You must have talked over us before when we were telling you that it's only a number because you apply a unit value to the diameter.
I know. I know you guys want to scream Euclidean every time anybody says anything. Fine. Call pi Euclidean.
Reality for you.
I'm happy for you. Call pi Euclidean. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I don't use pi. I use 3.14.
But this mathematician confirmed that we are right, that Beth was right when he said that this is ratio between diameter. So ratio, yes, ratio is between two things.
Of course it is. Nobody argues that.
Yes, so we have two numbers.
Nobody argues
diameter is number one, and circumference is 3.14. This is, so we have two numbers. One is 1, and the second is 3.14. Two numbers, not one.
Well done, Piper.
Yes, so that's why it is called ratio, because you cannot have ratio within one thing. You have to have two things.
It's called pi, and it's a constant,
ratio,
which is 3.14, just like G is 6.67 times 10 to the minus 11th. And Coulomb's constant is 9 times 10 to the 9th, and on and on and on. There's lots of constants. They don't change.
You're a number man.
That's what it means. That's what constant means. They don't change. And the area of the spherical triangle is the sum of the three angles minus pi times the square of the radius, and that will give you the area. Got it? You can try it yourself and see if it works. You remember that little styrofoam thing you cut up, Biff, where you cut the 390s?
Ball.
Yeah, the ball.
Yeah.
So you got 90, 90, and 90.
I cut an eighth out of the sphere.
Okay, yeah. That's 270 degrees, right? So 270.
Yeah, that's where Bev demonstrated.
Yeah.
Well, let's think about this. Let's see if my formula works. 270 degrees divided by 180. That's 1.5 times pi. That's 4.712 radians. Now, like I said, that's the sum of those three angles, 4.712 radians, minus pi, 3.14159. Do that math. I don't know what that number is, but multiply that times 3959 squared, and you get 24,620,160 square miles, which is exactly 1/8 of the surface area of the Earth. And it'll work on any sphere you want to make it work on. And you can do this over and over again. That's the formula if you're interested in how you find the area of a spherical.
Eighth of a Euclidean sphere.
No, eighth of a sphere.
Yeah.
Which is a non-Euclidean surface.
No, the Euclidean sphere that's described within.
Please don't go back to that. We gave you definition.
You can keep saying it all you want to, but it is
We are
not
not
a Euclidean
saying
surface.
it is. It
I'm
is
sorry, you
Euclid's
guys are just wrong.
It is Euclid's definition.
No book, no math department, no physics department, anywhere
said it was
at
an
any
eighth.
time has ever said that sphere is that spherical surface is Euclidean.
Except Euclid. Is that what you're saying?
This wasn't even looked into until
Everybody contradicts
couple hundred
Euclid on
years
this.
ago.
Is that your point right now?
Nobody. Okay, whatever.
Nobody contradicts Euclid. Why would they? That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it, Blue?
Sure. He wasn't
Thank
wrong.
you.
Euclid wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
Nobody
I
claims he
know.
was.
I know.
We know Euclid wasn't wrong.
Thank you.
He was just a lot more sophisticated than you guys are.
That's why, put the definition of the surface of the sphere within the second definition of Book 11, right?
Read it.
That which bounds the solid is the superficies.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
perfectly,
that's the
perfectly
surface
good
of the
definition
sphere.
of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's Euclidean. Yeah, glad we agree. Thank you.
Okay. Tell me now. Show me where it says that the fifth postulate applies.
No, there's only 3, Blue.
No, there are 5.
The 12th axiom
No.
applies. It doesn't get rewrote or anything. You don't rewrite axioms.
No, that would no, you couldn't do that because then you would be stating something else. Plus, it's an axiom, which means it's self-evidently true. So even if you were to say not rewrite but just erase it completely, it still would be true. Whether or not you refer to it or acknowledge it at all, it would still be true.
Well, what I can tell you is the best test for whether or not the space you're in is Euclidean space or non-Euclidean is whether or not the parallel postulate applies.
The amount of angles in
Not-
a triangle.
Yeah, I
Bill,
was
we
just
live in-
gonna say.
There's 180 degrees within a triangle.
Yeah,
in
and
the
that
space
doesn't
we live
apply, and that makes this non-Euclidean space.
What? 180 degrees within a triangle being proven within Euclidean geometry. It makes
And
the
we-
reality we live in non-Euclidean space. How do you reason that, Blue?
The triangle on the surface of a sphere is non-Euclidean. It is not 180 degrees. We've been over that all night long. You just don't
It's
listen.
not a triangle. You just
It
acknowledge
is a triangle. It's a spherical
separate.
triangle.
It's not a triangle, Blue.
It is
No,
a
you
spherical
literally
triangle.
Blue, you just acknowledged
We
the
have
three
called it.
separate planes within the sphere.
I have
You
mistakenly
literally
said
brought
triangle a
up
time.
Bev's.
I have
I'm trying
mistakenly
to
said
explain this
triangle a
to you,
time or
Blue.
two, but actually, if I have to be that pedantic about it, it is a spherical triangle, and I will be certain never to say just triangle again. Okay?
No,
Thank you.
What Charles was
Because
chanting earlier, Blue, was a spherical triangle is not a triangle.
well, I'm not
It's
Charles.
not a
Why don't you take it the
triangle.
fuck up with Charles, Bev?
Because
I'm
it's
not
not
Charles.
a triangle. I agree with Charles.
Take it up with Charles. I say it is. I say a spherical triangle is real. I
That's
say a
not
spherical triangle is
refuting
not
the
the same
point
as
that
a
it's not a
triangle.
triangle, Blue.
I say a spherical triangle is not a triangle. It is not the same thing. It is a spherical triangle.
Picturing you in the rumpus room.
Three separate planes inside a
sorry,
sphere.
Sorry, but in mathematics and in geometry, what thing is, it is definition. So it means that if you are Blue saying that triangle and spherical triangle are the same thing, so
I didn't say that.
You didn't say that.
I did not say that. Don't even try that.
Okay, so if spherical triangle, because we say, and Charles says that spherical triangle is not triangle, and you disagree, so you have to agree.
No, I see what you're getting at. I see the word game you're playing.
I'm not.
You
I'm not playing
Yeah,
word game.
it is just a word game.
Because
That's all you guys are good for.
If it is different
bullshit,
thing,
childish word games. I'll be back in a second.
How we distinct between things in geometry only by definitions. So if spherical triangle is different thing than normal triangle, that would have a different definition. Simple. And then we will know that, okay, it is linked, 3 points linked by curved lines on the surface of the sphere, etc. That would be all right. But we have different definition for different thing, which is a spherical triangle.
Is your understanding that Charles was saying a spherical triangle is not the same thing as a triangle?
Not a triangle.
Yes, he said that this is not triangle.
It's not part of the genus or anything. It's not related.
I don't believe you.
No, he said that, but still about definition. Definition of triangle is about triangle. It's not about not triangle.
What I heard him say was a triangle and a spherical triangle are not the same.
Well, a triangle and a triangle are the same, as in they're triangles. So if there's something
and a spherical
not
triangle
the same,
and a spherical triangle are the same.
Triangle, doesn't
and
it?
a spherical triangle and a spherical triangle are the same.
So they have the same definition.
A spherical triangle has the same definition as a spherical triangle.
Okay.
Okay, so
not a triangle then.
A triangle has the same definition as a triangle.
Yes. So a spherical triangle.
If we have to be this childish,
a triangle.
how do you guys ever supposed to get anywhere?
Let's continue working through it, right? A spherical triangle is not a triangle. Can we agree on that at least, like we did with Charles?
I will agree with you that a spherical triangle is not the same as a triangle. It is a different kind of triangle.
Yes, but triangle is kind. So
let's define a triangle. What is a triangle? Please define a triangle for me, Biff. What's your definition of a triangle?
A trilateral.
3 points. 3 points connected by 3 straight lines.
Yeah.
Okay. A spherical triangle is 3 points on the surface of a sphere connected by 3 geodetics.
So we have different definitions, so it means that they are different things.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. So it would still stand. A spherical triangle is not a triangle.
A triangle is not a spherical triangle.
Yes, it is
That
correct.
works
Yes.
both ways. Yes, Blue. That's
That's
the way
yes,
that works.
And by implication, it means that triangle is not because triangle is not spherical triangle. Therefore, spherical triangle is not triangle.
Yeah.
Because
If A is not B, then B is not A.
yes,
So what?
A is not B. Therefore, B is not A. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So,
So
yes.
what?
So we agreed that spherical triangle is not a triangle.
It's a
As
spherical triangle.
Charles said.
We agree
Yes.
that a spherical triangle is a spherical triangle.
Yes, of course.
Fine.
A is A, B is B, and they are not the same. So they are
Why is that
different
important?
things. So
So
generally,
we can have a common understanding of where we're going with this.
Oh, I think most 4-year-olds would have had this common
Things
understanding
that
a
are
long
the
time
same
ago.
and that things that are different. And we can tell what's similar about them.
Nobody
what's
says they're the
different
same,
about
Bev.
them.
No one has said they're the same.
Then riddle me why the, in quotes, Euclidean triangle, the base foundational triangle that everybody knows, gets thrown under the bus when these so-called spherical triangles are introduced. Because if they're completely unrelated separate things, then why wouldn't you just talk about them separately? Why do you have to kill the triangle to do so?
Nobody's killing the triangle. What are you talking about?
There's a lie somewhere from some math teacher somehow, that's the claim, where triangles have 180 degrees. And then these spherical triangles get brought up to show that, it's not always the case. The triangle has 180 degrees. But if they're completely unrelated things, why would it be relevant to talk about the regular 180-degree triangles as some sort of a lie if they're unrelated things?
Well, because that's what you learned. You learned, first of all, like everyone else, Euclidean planar geometry, where all triangles lie in a plane, and they all have 180 degrees.
3
some
points
of their
define
internal
the
angles.
plane, Blue.
Bev, my God, why do you have to perpetually restate the obvious?
Because you're trying to say there's something different.
I didn't try to say it's something different.
Well, 3 points define the plane. They
You're the
don't
one that brought
define
3
the
points
sphere,
up.
Blue.
yes, if you have 3 points, you cannot say that you are defining the sphere. It is a section of the sphere. It's just nonsense.
I still don't understand, because if spherical triangles are completely separate entities, which we've agreed to, then triangles having 180 degrees is not a lie.
Yes,
So
No, of course not. And he said it
why
wasn't.
refer to it as
Hey,
that?
because he was just making a joke. That's why. And if you don't
How
like
is
his
that a
joke,
joke? That's just
and if he
a
doesn't like
lie,
it, if you don't
saying
like his
it's a
joke,
lie
so
then. So
what?
he just lied
I don't
outright.
think
Okay,
anybody
thanks for
cares
the
whether you like it
clarification
or
then.
not, Surigaki. I don't.
No, I
Miss,
think it is weird that
I don't
someone
really care.
does he have 2 PhDs in mathematics would just
Doesn't make any
lie in
difference
his
to me.
video? That's
Okay,
strange.
but still, even if we are polite and we don't say that he is lying about that, it is just false statement, because he said that it is not always true. But we know that it is always true for triangles.
If you're
So-
being very imprecise in your language, what he said is exactly right, because people have a bad habit of not sticking that, because they don't deal with pedantic people like you guys, where they know that they've got to stick the word spherical in front of it every time. It's usually pretty obvious when we're talking about spherical triangles.
That's
or
all you
planar
ever talk
triangles.
about.
But
These balls, Blue. We know. We're just trying to point out that in reality, triangles do have 180 degrees.
you
And it would make zero sense to talk about
simply
how a triangle having
stating the obvious.
180
Thank you.
degrees would be some sort of a lie
It's
if
not.
a separate unrelated entity
Okay, if you guys didn't
completely
like You guys
If
didn't
you
like
know
the
has
joke.
some
That's
other
fine
setup
with
of
that's fine with
angles,
me.
it makes no sense.
I'm just going to turn you down. I'm tired of listening to you.
Yes, it sounds pedantic, but he said that
I
not
don't-
always. So he was referring to triangles, not spherical triangles, because
Yes.
at the beginning he was not talking about spherical triangles. He didn't
No.
say that it applies to normal triangles and doesn't apply to spherical triangles. He didn't say that. He said that about triangles, not spherical triangles.
Boy, it
He
doesn't
said
take
that not always true. So it
doesn't take
means,
much to upset you guys, does it?
Nobody's
so he
getting
said
upset,
that
Blue.
triangles. So he
Oh,
said
you
that.
seem to be very upset by this whole thing.
No.
Yes. So
The guy's making a joke. He even says it's a joke right after the intro.
But he does
He even
reinforce
says
he's talking
it's
about
a joke
a
right after
lie.
the intro.
Blue. He goes on to say this is the lie.
Are you here to set it straight, Blue, and to clarify that no, actually, in reality, all triangles have 180 degrees internal angles. Period. End of discussion. Is that why you're here?
No, that's not why I'm here. I'll be glad to write a paper on this for you if you'd like.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I would very much appreciate it.
Tag in Spherical Pie while you're at it.
Oh, Bev. Why you got to be such a prick?
That's yours. Own it, Blue. I would.
Just a fun little thing to think about.
Yeah, own it, like I'm saying. It's a necessity. It has to be. It's part of the dogmatic globe.
It's not a
The
necessity.
changing of... Yeah, yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It has almost no practical use.
Oh, wonder why that is.
So you cannot use the spherical pi and spherical geometry in
No,
reality.
it's never used in spherical geometry.
No, remember,
Never
of course,
used. Never
paper
used.
pi is
It's
a
an
constant.
oddity. It's an odd
No.
concept. It's just really an interesting sort of thing.
Well, it's still in the
But
baby
explain to you.
stages. People
What
may
happens-
make mathematical
What happens
discoveries.
if
You never
what
know.
happens if you can't get to the center of the sphere?
I was going to catch
What
on
happens if
this.
you're trying to
It's very
draw a
good.
circle on the sphere and you
That's
can't and you've got a compass and you want to draw a circle on the surface of a sphere and you can't
No,
get
no,
to the
Blue,
center.
Blue, Blue. We
Then the
just went
point
over this with the
of your compass-
triangle. You can't do it
Yeah.
with the circle either, Blue. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Remember
circle is
pi
planar
r
figure.
squared. That's the necessity of spherical pi in it. In order to get your area of your circle, you'd have to change pi.
Yes, and this pi is. This is no longer so.
You not remember
Diameter is.
spherical pi and where it comes from. You don't remember that, Blue?
I would say that this is intrinsic to spherical geometry. So, because why someone
It has
would
nothing to do with
name it
spherical geometry
spherical?
paper.
Well, it wouldn't
But
be.
you don't know
Wouldn't be
anything about spherical
hyperbolic, would
geometry.
it?
No, it has nothing to do with any of it.
What, spherical pi?
Nothing to do with any of it.
Wow.
So which geometry do you put it in then, Blue?
Listen, it's just a curious thing when you're constrained to only the surface of a spherical object. That's all.
That's spherical geometry, isn't it?
It is not used in spherical trigonometry, okay?
No,
Yes,
spherical
not
trigonometry is Euclidean.
Yeah.
You said spherical geometry, right?
It has no practical use. That's what I've told you.
No, we live in Euclidean three-space reality. That's Euclidean. You said spherical geometry, right?
We live in space. You can call it Euclidean if you want to. I don't care.
So which geometry? Spherical geometry, right?
What?
For the spherical pi?
Yeah, spherical. It's an odd thing that happens on the surface of a sphere.
Spherical geometry, then. Okay.
Well,
Has
if
no
you want to call it
practical
that,
use at
or
all.
exactly, if that makes you happy,
Yeah, I mean, if it has no
go right ahead.
practical use and it's
It has
just
no
an
practical
oddity,
use that
then
I can think
Just
of
a
a few
fun little
things you
joke
could.
thing type thing.
It's sort of, it almost is. It was kind of a fun thing to think about. It's more of a thought type of deal than anything else. I can think of some limited applications for it.
But
If you've
but
got
still,
if you're in the shop
Imaginometry,
with a,
right? There's
but,
one.
no, not imaginometry, Bev. Like, let's say you're in the shop with a solid spherical thing, and you need to draw a circle on that, and you need a certain circumference of that circle. That might come in handy for that.
Yeah, but you'd
Might come
use
in damn
Euclidean
handy
for
for
that because there'd be a slope that would be.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, it would be a distance, wouldn't it? A distance that it would be higher, so therefore the radius would have to be.
Well, that's actually yeah, sure.
The altered for the compass, right? To
Yeah, you
adjust for
could,
the fact that you're not actually drawing a circle.
Well, you are drawing a circle. You just the center point
because
is
your center point
displaced.
wouldn't be in the center, would it?
Well, it's displaced.
there would be a sagitta involved, wouldn't it?
Hmm.
The chord on the sagitta. You're placing
Yeah,
your
so,
compass on the sagitta, right?
Yeah, I guess that's basically what it boils down to. No particular purpose for that. It's just an interesting thought. What happens when you can't get to the
More like a
center of the
conical
thing?
type thing, wouldn't it? You'd be
Yeah,
making
more or less.
a cone formation, but you'd be working out Euclideanly through the sagitta and that extra distance.
Yes, absolutely, Bev. It was purely Euclidean. You betcha.
Yeah.
You happy?
No, well.
But still.
Good.
But still,
Okay.
mathematics is not
All right,
about
good.
the practical application.
Good. So spherical pi was Euclidean, and for that reason, we can't use it when we're talking about
Spherical pi was
triangles.
Euclidean.
That's what you said, so I'm going along with
I
it.
didn't say that.
That's what. Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Didn't you place
I
it within
don't
spherical
think so.
geometry? I'm pretty sure I asked like 5 times.
You guys said it was Euclidean.
No, I asked you right straight up, which geometry do you place spherical pi within? And you said spherical geometry, didn't you? Or
Bev said that.
No. Not
no, I asked you, Blue. I mean, did you answer me? Maybe
Well,
I just interpreted
where-
it wrong. Could you answer me like
Where
clearly?
else would? Let me ask you. Where else would spherical pi make any sense other than in spherical geometry?
It's never made any sense at all, Blue. You're the only
yeah,
one
it
that's
does.
ever mentioned it. You made the video.
Well, you got a lot of views, and a lot of people liked it.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense.
Well, sure it does.
Oh, right. Now it makes sense.
Well, it makes sense. It just doesn't have any use.
No, mathematics is not about use because mathematics is abstraction. So you don't seek for application. Of course, you can, for example, for engineering, etc. I agree.
Oh, now,
But-
paper.
but
Don't dare start talking about engineering.
But so you are not using mathematics in engineering?
Of course, we are.
Yeah. So you can apply this, but geometry and mathematics stands alone. You don't need to seek application for that. So spherical geometry is spherical pi is nonsensical or sensical, and it doesn't matter if we have application for that. It doesn't matter.
Okay. If you like it, I'm glad. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why if Bev said that this is nonsense, so it is not mathematics. Sorry.
So you don't like it?
It is not about liking or disliking. It is just about nonsense or sense, because
So you-
mathematics is logic. So
So you disagree with it?
I disagree. I agree with Bev because that it is doesn't make any sense even in spherical geometry.
So
Therefore,
my calculations were wrong somehow.
it's not about calculations.
Could you
about
show me
logic.
how? It's just simply math. Could you show me where the math was wrong?
No, it is a violation of law of identity, because because in normal pi we have diameter which is not circumference. They are two
Well, that's
different
not
lines.
normal pi, is it?
But in spherical pi, part of the circle, of the great circle, is diameter. It doesn't happen in a real circle because
Great.
they are two different lines. That's
think
why
you
we
did-
have ratio between two different lines.
Okay.
But in your case, we have no ratio. That's why you say that this is only number, because it is ratio between the same thing, which doesn't make any sense for me.
I think you just explained to me that apples and horses are different. Thank you.
Like pi and spherical pi and triangles and spherical triangles.
Pi and spherical pi are not the same. Triangles and spherical triangles are not the same thing.
Yes, so we have agreement on that, but still, I have objection to spherical pi because it is a ratio. So you would say that spherical pi is not ratio, because, of course, it cannot be ratio to the same thing. So pi, normal pi, is ratio, and spherical pi is not ratio.
That was the whole point.
Okay. So
Great job, Paper. Thank you.
Excellent. I did
That
a
was the
great
point.
job.
Yeah, love it.
I did a great job. I made you realize exactly what I wanted you to realize.
Yes,
It's
I am
not
very,
constant.
I am very glad that at the end of the year we have some
See?
agreement on some
See?
fundamental things.
I must clearly. I
You did
I
a good
well.
job there, Blue. Well done.
Clearly.
Should be proud of yourself.
All right.
Okay, guys, it is 3 a.m. here,
Yeah.
so I have to go to bed. Good
Okay.
night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Blue. See you later, Paper.
Gotta go. See you guys.
Are you going as well? Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Blue. Pop in anytime. It's been enlightening.
That was interesting.
That was very good. There's a lot to be learned about this geometry, right? There's a lot to be learned about what people have looked into and how much that they think that we've looked into it.
Absolutely. People should come here more often and talk about this, outside of the live show setting, because this is, runs a lot deeper than this conversation we just had with Blue, for example. That was just the surface scratching.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some enlightening parts in there, like really, that Blue hadn't even considered about the surface area.
That was very
being
interesting.
Different than what it was. I mean, what it's known to be. And especially within the mountains.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm satisfied that we got clarification on that. That was
Well, you have to leave it. Jen Panda did it all them years ago.
very interesting.
Yeah.
If anything, people should listen to that one part back and see what you make of it. That was strange.
Now, hold on, Bev.
Pardon?
I gave you the surface area of a spherical triangle.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Stop being so damn
You'd
disingenuous.
never even considered it until I asked you.
What do you mean I
say
never
that.
considered it? I gave you the damn formula for it.
Can you remember when I asked you, you said you'd never even worked it out?
I said I
And
had
then
never
you came
worked out
back
the
with the
500.
formula a few minutes later,
I,
so you did well
no,
working
Bev,
that
I
out
said I had
after me
never.
just pointing it
No,
out to
no, no.
you.
You're
You
just
must have
lying now,
worked
Bev.
it out and wrote
You're
it
just
down.
lying now. I told you I had never worked out the 540 degree
No, we
spherical
were talking
triangle.
about
That's
the
what I said.
area, the surface area
I
of the
gave you the
triangle.
surface. I didn't say I'd never worked out the area.
You'd never
Of course
thought
I've
about
worked
it.
out the area. I didn't say that, Bev.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm very sure. And I resent the shit out of this.
Half base times height. Do you not remember agreeing with us about and then
That's
saying no,
that's
it'd have to be
Euclidean.
different, wouldn't
That
it?
is a planar
And I said, well,
Euclidean
what is it then?
triangle.
And you said,
And
I've never even considered it. I've never even
I
worked it
did
out.
not say that, Bev. If I did, I was answering somebody else's question because I had
That's
three
what
of
I
you
remember.
talking to me
Yeah, I know.
at the
It
same
must be
time, half
confusing.
the time.
I know.
I told you it was the sum of
You
the.
said it was getting
It was
late.
some of the. I told you what the area was. It was the
Medication
sum of the
time as well.
internal angles minus pi times the square of the radius of the sphere. That is the area of the spherical triangle. And I even told you how to figure it out for the 90-90. I gave you the numbers for the 90-90-90.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yep. And that's the one
Don't
that
sit
you
there.
use to work out the trigonometry, right? For triangulation. When
Work
you're
out the
using the top of the
trigonometry.
mountains, isn't it?
No, that's not what I used. I didn't use anything for the top of the mountains. What the fuck are you talking
No,
about?
when they did triangulation, that's what they must have used because they can't have used the half base times height, could they? Because that's Euclidean, like you said. It
They
has
weren't
to
looking
be
for the
different than
goddamn.
that.
They weren't looking for the goddamn area of the triangle, Bev.
No, they were looking for locating the points on the land. You know, for
That's
making
exactly
maps
right.
and stuff
Not
like
the
that.
area.
Yeah, do you not think that they would use those formulas, right? Do you not think they're equated in any way? The area for the distances and the points for the locations. You know, like we did with sine as well. Were you here for that? When Charles was trying to run us through the sine formula. Remember?
Oh, law of science.
Yeah.
You remember what it was?
Can I remember what it was? No. But you know that's how they used to locate those points, right? The location and the positions of those points. And along with that, the half base times height formula
Half base
also
times
works.
height. Half base times height.
Yep.
Bev.
Yep.
That works on a planar triangle.
It works in triangles, yeah.
And huh?
That's what we say, yeah. There's no need for the pleonasm. Just a triangle.
No, there's an and to it. Yeah. It works on planar triangles.
Just triangles.
It will not work. It will not work on large triangles covering the surface of a very large sphere.
Because they're not triangles.
Okay.
We've already said that before. Spherical
I'm
triangles
sorry.
aren't triangles,
I'm
so
sorry.
don't try and
Spherical,
equate
all right.
an
Spherical.
area of a triangle
Spherical
to a
triangles.
not triangle. It's
Spherical
ridiculous.
triangle. Okay.
Of course it won't work. It's not a triangle.
Nope, won't work for a
The
spherical
formula
triangle.
works for triangles. It doesn't
Yep.
work for not triangles.
Got another triangle. They got another formula that works for not Euclidean triangles.
Yeah. Have you heard of a squared plus b squared equals c squared? It's I think they call it Pythagorean formula. I mean, does that
Really?
work?
That's pretty amazing.
Does that work in not triangles? Or does it only work for triangles?
Oh, that's funny.
Just a little joke. Without lying. Just in a question.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Should we put that one to Scholar Source? Do you reckon he'd answer that one?
Oh, I think he'd have a lot of fun with that. I could, but it's late and I got to go to bed.
Okay.
Stop lying about shit, Bev. Stop saying things stop saying I
Tell
said
Scholar
things I didn't
Source,
say.
right? Can we not just consider it a joke, Blue? You know, like you do when Scholar Source tells you about teachers lying. Like when you imagine that I'm lying, can you not just treat it as one of those jokes that Scholar Source says that teachers
If you want to make a joke, make a joke. But if you want to lie about me, I'm going to come back in here and have some words for you.
Right.
Okay?
Okay. All
See
right.
you later.
See you later, Blue. Thank you very much for coming round. Don't talk about Blue Marble Science. He might consider you lying about him because he's forgotten about what he just said. He's got a really bad memory. And it is his bedtime. I'm going to be keeping him up too late, do you? What time is it over there? Isn't it early for a tuck-in? It's 2 o'clock here, but I mean, it is over Christmas, isn't it?
Well, it's 9 o'clock at night for me.
No, that's pretty early, that cocoa time.
Yeah, and I'm on the East Coast, so Blue, I think, is Central or Mountain Time, so he's an hour or two earlier than me.
Yeah,
So it
definitely
has to be
cocoa
early.
time. Right. It's been good. It's been good once again. I say thanks to Charles and then Blue Marble Science, the leading figures in Spherical Pi and Globe Mathematics. This new Globe Mathematics. It's good, this. This is where it gets really interesting. It is going to be a good year. Right, let's see. Let's get a Buster song on. Get it out of here. Okay, I've got to be doing one of Blue. Which one? Sea Level. Sea Level? I don't think we've got another one with Blue. I think this one's LIGO. It's either LIGO or Elevations. I've not had that one for a bit. I think Elevations is Blue. Thank you very much for joining us on Free for All Friday. Perhaps the last Free for All Friday. Okie dokie. We will be back on Sunday, New Year's Eve. Now, there's a chance that we might start very early, but I don't know. You'll have to keep an eye out for us. Thanks for watching, and did I put that on? Elevations? No, I didn't. There you go. Thanks for watching. Join us on Sunday. As you know, surveying, especially elevation checks and all of that, is based solely on horizontals being parallel.
There we go.
Right? Well, that isn't a curve, right? That isn't what they do. They measure a drop in the vertical, don't they? When you're doing surveying on your measuring rods.
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
Yeah, you do. And that's
If there's a change in the vertical, then what do you call that when you're measuring, when you're doing your surveying?
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
change in elevation.
Right, okay.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
Oh, yeah. So drop any, Bev, it would be a drop any direction you go. Earth is always dropping away from you.
So the water, you think the water level drops away from you?
There we go. Yeah, I know it. I've not seen a drawing from LIGO.
The nutsack thing is related to
either arm, an X or a Y.
Let's say 400
Go on the
meters.
west
How
arm and the
accurate
east
could
arm.
you be? Let's set in a horizontal.
It is designed to be 33.1 arc seconds from top to bottom at that distance.
Wait a minute. The elevation from the water level is always going to be the same.
They'll all intersect. Those three lines will intersect in the middle.
There we go.
Oh shit, Grumpus went to bed long time ago.
You don't understand.
A nutsack drop is a pretty good demonstration of the globe.
There we go.
It's not my problem if you don't want to.
Just hang on here. Let me think about
You're
this.
just on your own.
Go on.
Water level.
The water level is the
will show-
most level.
The water level will show you level. You'll take your auto level then to the center of this array of of level points that you've established. Set it at the center and then shoot both
Hang on
ends.
here. Let me think about
You'll find out that they're dropping.
What, both ends of the water level lower
There we go. Yeah.
than the middle?
We got a home.
You've got a home.
Absolutely.
It's a home.
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
Got a home base.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. God, I'm getting tired, Bev. Back up. That was wrong. That was something else I was thinking about. 33.1 arc second. 1 arc second, which at 400 meters would be in a vertical height of 12.6 millimeters. Buster.
It's not my problem if you don't want to.
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
You're just on your own.
What do you call a change in vertical in surveying?
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
You know, like if there's a vertical distance change, what's that called?
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
It's elevation and it's
so that's-
measured
so
from
you've
sea
just
level.
said.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all of
water
them?
level changes in elevation
There we go.
from the point you're
the water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely. Oh yeah.
So it's not establishing a level.
Wait a
Wait a
Hold
minute.
on
I
a
think you
second.
might have
Hold
got. Whoa. Yeah.
Hold on.
Go on.
There we go. Hold on.
Take a mulligan on that one. Let's try again.
Don't over talk.
Hang on here.
Don't
Let
over
me
talk.
think about
Don't
this.
penalize.
Yeah, at 400 meters, the Earth curve is about 12.6 millimeters, so you're going to have to add that in.
Oh yeah.
Add it into a horizontal. Where do you add it in?
Yeah, that's what I feel like a lot of times, Buster.
There we go. Oh yeah.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all of
water
them?
level changes in
Hang on, let me
elevation
think about
from the point
The
you're
water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
You're just on your own.
There we go. Oh
No
yeah.
reason, no logic, no answers to question.
Hang on here, let me think about this again.
You're just on your own.
Just so that, you don't lose me here. Let's say we have A, NA, and NP on your water level. Where are you going to put your water level?
Oh yeah.
What? I'm not putting the auto level anywhere. Now those
For what?
horizontals-
Okay, wait, back up. Back up. Back up. No, wait, back up. Back up. No, wait, please. But on the curved Earth, what you just described is what we would see. We would have three different